Hospital Porter's Pride and Dignity. Stop the New World Order. Welcome to HPANWO TV, and welcome to this, the 34th comments reply video. Yes, right, 34 of them. Again, I do a lot of these, don't they? Yeah, now this is a video, as the title suggests, is where I reply to your comments. And, you know, it's interesting you guys take the time to make a comment on my videos, and so I should take the time to reply to you. I should take the time to provide some kind of answer, which is what I'm going to do. Now, the obvious thing is just write a reply in the comment section box. I don't have time to do that in most cases. I do it a few, but I tend to prioritize those. Generally speaking, I don't really have time. But seeing as I feel obliged to reply, I do it this way. I do it by making these videos about once a month. It used to be every 2 months. I'm trying to do them once a month now. Now, you may feel, oh, but these reply videos are so long, and it's true. They're some of the longest videos that I do. But I only want one reply to one comment. I'm not going to watch a 9-hour plus video for that. Well, guess what? You don't have to. Because underneath the comment I'm replying to, I will put a timestamp. I'll write this. Thanks for your comment. It will be answered approximately within the first hour of the upcoming comments video, or second, or third, or fourth, or fifth, so on and so on. Every single hour I will change that timestamp. So the longest you're going to have to watch is just 1 hour. Now, there's another reason why I do these comments reply videos, and that is simply because I enjoy doing them. I think they're great fun. I have fun doing them, making them. You, the viewers, enjoy watching them. I know a lot of you who watch them all the way through, and you don't just wait for replies to your comments. You watch the entire video. So that's really, really great. So that's it. So we are going to get going now with this 34th comments reply video. Just a little bit of housekeeping. The damn spam box has moved on. It's the comments section has changed on YouTube slightly. It's not as bad as some of these changes. You know, these unbroken things being fixed are done, but it's still like it says that the spam is now at the bottom of the page. Well, the page is infinite, effectively. So I don't know how they work that out. So I'm sorry if you've made a comment that's been sent to the spam box. I don't know what to do about that. YouTube at the moment don't really give me any. I don't really give me any clue, I think. Now, a couple of other things I want to go into before I start is that well, maybe I'll leave them to the end, but I've got a couple of other things to talk about at the end. Just give you a little bit idea of some upcoming videos in the next couple of weeks. But for those of you, basically for those of you who are interested, I have just posted a BitChute exclusive video on BitChute. It's on Library and Odyssey as well. Also, several of you have written to me. This is relevant to the comments reply video, because I know I'm going to get a lot of comments about this. Ben, have you heard? Have you heard? Have you heard the news? And the answer is yes, I have heard the news. The news, of course, is that James Randi has died. Yeah, maybe I'll do a live stream about that, because I think the death of James Randi represents the end of an era. Whichever side of the debate you're on, when it comes to skeptics and believers, it really is the end of an era. And maybe I should mark that with a live stream or something similar. I'll see if I can maybe do that next week. But in the meantime, I've actually written an obituary to James Randi, which is on the HPANWO Voice it's on the HPANWO Voice blog. So if you go there now, I actually wrote it last night and posted it last night as soon as I heard, because basically it was announced the day before. And I heard basically within 24 hours, and I posted this article. I actually didn't have to write the whole thing, because I actually drafted it 5 years ago, because I thought, well, Randy's an old guy, he's not going to be around forever. It's quite likely I'm going to have to write an obituary to him at some point. And so I drafted one a few years ago, and basically all I did in this occasion is just filled in a few details and then posted it. So check out HPANWO Voice, you'll see my obituary there. If you guys are up for it, I'll do a live stream about that. I'll do a live stream about that. So let's just now proceed to the first comment, which was posted 1 month ago. Yep, good. I'm trying to keep these things going as regular as I can, because otherwise they just get too long. Too many comments, too long videos. But on Lockdown to live stream, Terry Winter says, fear, stress, radiation, and other factors causes our cells to become toxic, and if they become too toxic, we get sick, not because of any virus, and our cells. Oh damn! Hang on. Sorry, messed up. Oh, come on, back up you go. That's it. I just Oh, hang on. I had the wrong thing on my clipboard. It's all right. Pardon me, Terry. Be back with you in a second. That's it. It's the timestamp I want. That's right. And he says here, it's not because of any virus. Our cells are detoxifying all the time. That's what they do when the winter comes and the natural flu season starts, and even more people get sick from wearing masks and from the fear of stress caused by the lockdown BS, which makes our cells even more toxic than normal. Is blame it on the fake virus. I'm not sure. I'm not sure you're correct about viruses being completely this particular virus being made up. I don't think it is. However, you are right about everything else you say about the way our cells detoxify and about how stress causes physical ailments. It certainly does with me. I mean, I've noticed it. I've talked about this before. So that's absolutely true. Yeah, the lockdown is a terrible thing, and it's got to stop. It really needs to stop because it's destroying. It's destroying our morale. It's destroying our society. As I explained in the Lockdown 2 live stream. Okay, we have the Art of Racing in the Rain book review. I love doing this one. And Patrick Patel said, Ben, I'm in Waterstone's bookstore, and I've just realised they've removed from sale all David Icke books. I'm quite shocked they did that. Modern day book burners. Grrr. Well, Patrick, yeah, it's exactly true. I mean, you know what it's all about. It's all about this controversy over David Icke, the fact he's been banned from venues and things like that. And the bastards are just banning his books. I mean, it's really awful that organisations like bookstores, chains like Waterstones, they immediately, the very first thing they do, as soon as they're challenged on this sort of thing, they just fall to their knees and capitulate. I just heard a story about another guy. He says he's an academic historian who's just had his book banned. It's been withdrawn from publication. Basically, there was a book. It was a book of the history of the British Empire, but it wasn't. It was told from a different perspective than the politically correct one. That is, hashtag evil white people, hate yourself for being white and things like that. Evil, he was defending the British Empire to a certain extent. It was cancelled. It was cancelled by the publisher when the book had been printed, and the first run had been printed and was actually being distributed to the shops. Some SJW Antifa thugs sent in a petition, and the publisher says, yes sir, we will cancel it immediately, sir. And they've cancelled the damn book. They can't even sell any now. They've got to be pulped. So they've cancelled it at enormous expense to themselves. Well, no one's turned up to these petty tyrants. I'm never going to shop in Waterstones again until they do. And Patrick said, I go in there always to look at his books. I feel terribly disappointed they removed his books. Me too. It's horrific. It's not even like when they're the book burners, they're actually threatening you with like the concentration camps if you have these books. They're not even doing that yet. All they'll do is, if you say no to them, they might have a protest outside your office. That's all they'll do. And people are just collapsing to their knees, trembling, saying, "Oh no, we'll do whatever you want. We'll do whatever you want." Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Is that all I'm asking from these people is just show a tiny little bit of courage, not a lot, just a little bit. You don't have to charge a barbed wire protected enemy line. You just have to say no to these feeble little soy boys. That's all you've got to do. These petty little dictatorial little mental fascists who are trying to tell us all what to think and feel. That's all you've got to do. All you've got to do to them is say no. If I can do that, you can too. Oh, Patrick says here on the same video, I'm so convinced now they will soon remove his books from online. I'm going to try and buy his books before they completely ban them. I dare say it all reminds me of 1984. Exactly, Patrick Patel. Exactly. It's really it's just unbelievable. Now, Amazon, you can still get them on Amazon. You can still get them on some of these sites, but it wouldn't be surprised if they do get removed. I know that a whole series of books have been removed from Amazon. I know they have. Patrick, it's depressing. It really is. Reply to comments 33. Onslow says, "Sweet. Hope you're well, Ben. I love that you're on this planet." Oh, thanks you too, Onslow, and thank you for following Rin Michaelis and commenting on the videos we do together as well. That's much appreciated on her channel. Oh, we have a thread now. We have the first thread. And it is Israel Diego Rivera 2 Genius 2. British Bigfoot. Trump's a Zionist. Yeah, alright. This is on reply to comments 33. Boris Johnson is a traitor. COVID-19 is a fraud. Johnson and his co work for the vaccine companies and have sold out the British people. They will not put man on the moon. 2024 no chance. The coronavirus nonsense has already put space projects behind schedule. Yeah, it's you raise a lot of points there. Firstly, Boris Johnson is the treason he's committing at the moment is being coerced. And I mean, as you know, since you made that comment, I've done an entire video on that, and I expect you to have said something about it, knowing you, Diego Rivera. I know you love to talk about these things, so obviously I'll reply to the comment you make on there, should you make one. COVID-19 is the virus itself is not a fraud, but the threat of the virus is being used to commit a massive psychological fraud on the British people and the people of the world. Boris Johnson doesn't work for the vaccine companies, but he has given them £800 million, which is despicable. It's a huge disappointment. They will not put a man on the moon in 2024, no chance. The coronavirus nonsense has already put space projects behind schedule. Well, will they be able to at all? I mean, I'm sure Steve Mumbling will have a few words to say about this, but probably even if they do actually have a manned mission to the moon, in 2024, this Artemis program goes ahead, then probably it will be delayed because of COVID-19. Yeah, I mean, without other things. I mean, very few space missions actually go on schedule. Apart from Apollo, most of them turn up later than the people boast. But I mean, I actually had a discussion with Marcus Allen about that, and we've just been talking privately about the Artemis thing. So that might come out in a future video. I'll see if Neil wants to make one. Stephen Truthseeker says, I totally agree about Johnson and the COVID fraud. He says here, Stephen, I disagree with you in the same way I disagree with Diego Rivera, but I know what you mean. Public speakers against the COVID fraud are being arrested, not just Piers Corbyn. That's true, and it's despicable. This government is out of control and doing the bidding of the New World Order. Correct, Stephen. Why anyone would want to support that is beyond me, because if they let them, they will destroy us all in the end. Absolutely no. Of course, I don't support that at all. Absolutely not. And I don't think the only people who support it are the people who don't know, the people who have been basically conned by the whole thing. And Hugo Rune says, this COVID-1984, nice one, Hugo, is the perfect excuse for not getting to the moon because they just realise they can't really do it. I wonder, I mean, I'm sure a lot of people will say a lot about that because, yeah, it could be one of the excuses they will use. I mean, obviously it's an excuse they'll have to come up with other excuses as time goes by. What does that mean there? Hang on. Okay. Oh, Diego, it's a little mark that's just been put next to the comment here. It's Diego Rivera has been subscribed to me for 1 year. Oh, well, happy anniversary, Diego Rivera. But he says to Stephen Truthseeker, agree. Steve Palmer says, coronavirus has indeed been a hindrance to NASA and SpaceX, but neither has rescheduled in a negative way. As announced by Musk today, SpaceX's Starship is coming along so well. Tests are due to take place next year. Will be taking place possibly within a week. All right. Well, yeah, it could be, Steve, that Musk has found a way around it, and NASA are going to find a way around this pandemic. But I mean, they'll probably be the only institution on Earth for whom the pandemic has not slowed things down. I mean, everything else has. I mean, I'm sure if it hadn't been for the pandemic, then the film Tesla would have been shown in a few cinemas, and I would have been able to go to see it there, which I couldn't. I had to do a review at home. Hugo says to Steve Palmer, I specifically mentioned the moon. SpaceX is nothing to do with the moon, and NASA presents stuff. NASA's present stuff is nothing to do with the moon. All right, Hugo. I see what you mean, but obviously the Artemis program is a NASA program. It's being built with private partners, and Musk and SpaceX is involved, I think. Hugh Steves says to Hugo, are you for real? You said COVID would be used as an excuse for not getting to the moon. If you weren't talking about NASA or SpaceX, then who? By the way, SpaceX and NASA are going to the moon, so how is the moon nothing to do with them? Oh, right, okay. I can't remember what Hugo actually said, but yeah, I mean, it is a NASA mission. Like I said, the Artemis moon shot scheduled for 2024 is a NASA mission now. Obviously, if it happens, and whether it happens for real, I will be reporting on it. Definitely, I will look forward to that. And Steve says again here to Hugo, Are you hoping your comment about NASA and SpaceX have nothing to do with the moon will just get buried? And Hugo says to Steve, I couldn't give a toss. Steve says, Hugo Rune, you were caught out bang to rights, just like the other bloke who claimed NASA had cancelled all future manned mission. Oh, God blimey. Steve, come on, calm down, take a pill, right? You're like Christopher Hitchens. You have to catch him on every single. You focus on one point, you go on and on about it. Okay. Anyway, Hugo says here to Steve, forgive me, I'm having medical problems at the moment. I'll try to give you an honest answer over the weekend. Alright, well, fair enough, Hugo. People make mistakes. Sometimes it's just a slip of the mind. You write the wrong thing. I do that all the time. It's no big deal. I mean, Steve seems to think it's some kind of crime of the century from the way he's talking. And Steve says, oh, God blimey, Steve won't let it go. Hugo Rune, I see a pattern emerging here. He's just apologised, Steve, for goodness sake. He's just given you a explanation. Hugo says to Steve, sorry, you lost me there. Please elaborate. Good grief. Come, Steve, let it go. Steve Palmer says to Hugo Rune, someone, or possibly you used your health issues to explain why they couldn't respond to me in a response to me. Look, that's kind of a tautology, isn't it? Anyway, you said they will not put a man on the moon in 2024, then said you were not talking about NASA or SpaceX. So who were you talking about? Steve, why is this such a big deal to you? Hugo says to Steve, I've been watching this. Oh, what do we have here? Now, I might not be able to hear the audio to this because my it keeps going.
During World War II, my great-granddad, George Arthur Roberts...
So there's a long ad on this. What is it? Apollo 11, what we saw. We choose to go to the moon. There's a long ad with no skip button here. Come on. Pedal hard. It's a bloody long advert. I tell you what, there was one advert I didn't press the skip button. Oh, here we go.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade.
Oh, it's a documentary, but it's a 1 hour documentary about Apollo. Okay. Right you are, Steve. Okay. So then that seems to be the end of it. Okay. Horrible Hairy Toes says on reply to comments 33, oh deep joy, the uttery wordage is starting to grab it in your thorcus brain bocker. Oh my goodness me. This unwinese. I'll have to get used to it at some point. So I don't know what you mean, Horrible Hairy Toes, but oh deep joy, I understand, and I'm glad you enjoyed the video. Monopod BS says on reply to comments 33, for fuck's sake, please stop quoting Horrible Hairy Toes. His unwin shite is seriously irritating and not even remotely funny, as utterly pointless as Unwin himself was in the first place. Monopod BS, look, come on. I don't know much about Stanley Unwin, actually. It's a bit before my time. But, honestly, there's not. You find it irritating and not even remotely funny. Well, you don't have to read his comments. You can sort of look the other way and do something else while I'm reading them out. But if this annoys you, you just got to wonder why. Why does something as innocuous as this annoys you? I used to say this to Slackser. I used to say, look, all right, so what this person is doing is a little bit annoying. I accept that, but it's not something to drive yourself nuts over. And Max Organ says something which I can't see, and he says, and Monopod says in reply, oh, how so very witty. But I don't know why Max Organ seems to be one of these people. For some reason, I keep not being able to see certain things. Stephen Truthseeker says in reply to comments 33, how can you go to the protest and support the government at the same time? I would call it mind control of some form. Well, Stephen, first I didn't go to the protest in the end. That was the COVID protest. I had family issues to deal with, came up very suddenly. But if you watch my film, Why I Still Support Boris, I explain the whole thing there. Maybe you've watched, I don't know. Stephen Truthseeker says on the same video here, and paste. Thank you. You're not making any sense. You say you had caught COVID-19, but you would have had to have that injected into your body. Viruses are not airborne. You support the NHS after everything that's gone on over the last 6 months. Okay. I think I did catch COVID-19. Viruses I wouldn't have had to have it injected into my body because some viruses are airborne. I don't. The NHS is a horrible state bureaucracy full of lies, full of deceit, full of money wasting and money laundering. Okay, and it's a horrible institution. I don't support it. I support the people who serve the public who use it. That's the thing. That's why I do the clapping thing. That's why I did do that clapping thing. I did all those things. You must realise, Stephen, it's something I was inside for 23 years. It's a part of me. Always will be. I have an emotional connection to that institution, warts and all. And Steve Palmer says in reply to Stephen, Ben never had COVID. Check the timestamps on his videos. Ben also claimed to have had avian and swine flu. What are the chances of a person getting the full house? I had swine flu. I never had bird flu. I don't remember having it. Did I say I had bird flu at some point? What are the chances of someone getting the full house? Very likely indeed. It's estimated that like the majority of people did come down with one or more of those particular viruses during the last 20 years, during the various outbreaks of pandemics. Now I never caught SARS, but I certainly caught swine flu. Yeah. Stephen says to Steve Palmer, he was saying he had a few months ago. I'm sure. Well, let him answer for himself. Thanks, Stephen. The answer is yes, I did catch COVID-19, I believe. I'm 99% sure I did. I never had a viral screening, but I was very ill and my symptoms were typical. Steve Palmer says to Stephen, he was saying all right, but the timestamps on his videos clearly show at not time was there a gap where he could have had said illness. What? We'll have to get the dates at some point because I definitely had it in April. I mean, I did a mindset podcast basically while I was lying in my bed. Okay, and if you go there and look at the videos I did then for that date, you'll find out. Ben's a fantasist hoping to make it big in the woo world. Rhetoric, no argument. Unfortunately for him, he's not the sharpest tool in the shed, and his lies are easily and often exposed. Really? Well, firstly, Steve, if they're lies, why is it you can't expose them? I mean, if you can't expose them, you can't really be called easy, can it? You know why you can't expose them? Because it's the truth. It's not lies at all. Stephen says to Steve, look, mate, I think you're going to find he's re-uploaded and possibly edited his videos as well. What's your point? Ask him yourself. I haven't re-uploaded or edited any particular videos, Stephen. I really haven't. I really have not. I'm just checking on I'm checking on my BitChute exclusive. Where is it? Oh, still processing. Bloody heck. Okay. I don't remember doing that at all. And Steve Palmer says to Stephen, first off, I'm not your mate. Do some simple research by looking at his videos. The week he was supposed to have COVID, he said in a video, the following week he was busy at work. No re-uploads or editing. Simple balls up on his part. What? A liar needs a good memory, but that's something Ben lacks. Have you not seen this? What bull? Oh, come on. I had it. Honestly, I had it. Oh, God, I'm going to have to go back to the Mindset podcast. What's this? Oh, it's this bloody liar trailer trash. Just look how many dislikes it's got. Okay? You've got no reason to say that other than you just don't like me and you're making it up, so you're biased against me. He carries on anyway. The point of the video is not Ben's mental illness, it clearly shows he's a liar. Care to object? Like I said, Ben also claimed in videos at the time of the outbreak to have had avian and swine flu. He does it for attention. When avian flu came out, I wasn't even doing HPANWO TV. Avian flu was basically 2006 to 2007, I think. I started HPANWO TV just after that. So I don't know what you're talking about. What videos do you mean? And Stephen said to Steve Palmer, that's nice symbolism. Steve says, Ben's taking you for a right fucking ride. Nothing to say on the obvious. Ben's a liar. Yeah, you could say Ben's a liar as many times as you like. It doesn't make me a liar. You have to prove that what I've said is lies, and you haven't done that. You failed. I could say very easily, well, 2 + 2 = 5. And anyone who disagrees with me is a liar. I could say that, couldn't I? 2 plus 2 does equal 5, doesn't it? See? But you have to prove it. See, 2 plus 2 does not become 5 when that happens. Patrick Patel says on reply to comments 33, it's nice to see you with your trademark coffee mug and cap again, Ben. You're actually quite cool and unique on YouTube. Oh, thanks, Patrick. Much appreciated. Glad you enjoyed that. Same video, Johnny Walker. Hey, Ben, why won't Democrats in the US field a credible candidate? What do they hope to achieve by smashing stuff up? What the hell's going on? Ah, well, Johnny, I've done a couple of live streams about that, and I've mentioned it, I think, on a couple of other videos. They can't find a credible candidate basically because their party itself is in terrible disarray because of the 2016 effect. The New World Order is weakening. They're helpless without the control from the Illuminati. So they end up with Joe Biden. They fiddled him in. Basically, they used a lot of fraud to fiddle Joe Biden as the candidate. And I mean, they basically screwed Bernie Sanders again, and then the old fool went and endorsed Biden. It's interesting, actually. There's so many people who laugh and scoff at the idea that there's going to be any form that this election coming up is going to be in any way fraudulent. But these same people admit that the Democrats did rig the primaries. They just say, oh, but they would never do that to the general election. They're too honest. No, they're not. I'll cover that in more detail nearer the time. As for smashing stuff up, what did it achieve? Well, it could go either way. It could benefit Trump by turning people against the Democrats who are tacitly supporting it. That's one effect it could have. Or it could just make people go, oh God! People could just back down like the bookstores have and just say, oh God, this rioting's too terrible. I can't stand another 4 years. Look, I'm going to vote Democrat. Let's just give these people their president, and they'll just shut up and go away. But of course, it won't work. They won't. As soon as they realise they can intimidate you into compliance, they'll just do it again. So I'll cover that in more detail nearer the time. Reply to comments 33. Ed Kaler says, at 33:48, Jean Clamont, that's the woman who was 120, the oldest recorded person in the world, certified, said she was a 2 ciggy lady, not 20. Alright, okay, just 2, not 20. Okay. I think that was probably why it didn't affect her. Plus, most of her life, I expect they were not spraying the chemtrails on the tobacco either. So she was not inhaling dangerous crap. Well, that's a point, isn't it? Because, yeah, she would have started smoking before that geoengineering began. Steve Palmer says in reply, typical of Ben's establishment, 2 cigs a day to 20. Ben's BS is being pointed out over and over by numerous posters, yet some still hang on his every word. For goodness sake. Steve, for goodness sake, you are getting really anal about little mistakes people make. You did the same to Hugo Rune. I've just admitted, alright, if I made a mistake, I made a mistake. Does it really matter that much that you go to this extent of posting this comment here? You're really jumping on us. You're really overreacting. And Steve Palmer replies to Max Organ, whom I can't see. As honest as the day's long as are, Ben. What's this? Oh, it's another of these videos that you love so much, isn't it? With 14 dislikes and 12 likes. So is that evidence against me? Is it? Is that evidence against me? Anyway, Ed Kaler says on the same video, did you watch Prometheus in the end? A bit hackneyed, but there was a great scene featuring a machine that performs all operations. One of the protagonists is trying to get a non-human cesarean done. I've never seen it, no, Ed. I never saw Prometheus. I know a lot of people were saying it was good. A lot of the fans of the Alien franchise says, oh, it's not as good as the originals and things like that. But I don't know. I might watch it at some point. Horrible Hairy Toes says on reply to comments 33. The Rin Common Trail on the bloggage are saying you looking like Rowley Brown Loader from Grangeley Haystackers. Oh right, that's I look like Roland Browning from Grange Hill. I don't look like him. I'm slimmer than him, and I don't wear glasses, and I don't talk like that. I don't talk like that. Because they're comparing Rin McKaylis to I've forgotten the name of the character, but there's this young black girl who is basically his only friend. She stands up for him, and he's being bullied. And I remember, I'm showing my age now, but I used to identify with that situation when I was a kid. I used to watch that when I was a kid. Ed Kaler says on the same video, will we see any big changes when the solar minimum comes? Well, apparently the solar minimum's passed. It's supposed, everyone keeps saying, oh, solar cycle 25 has begun. Yeah. Well, apparently it has. So we're now leaving the solar minimum. What's going to happen is solar activity will increase a little bit over the next sort of 5.5 years or so. Then we hit the maximum, then it will go back to the minimum again. Steve Palmer says in reply to Ed, excuse me, well, according to Genius 2, that's Diego Rivera, NASA have cancelled all manned missions to space. No, sorry, hold on, Genius 2 got called out on his BS, then edited his post to save face. Oh, goodness me. You know, Steve, you're getting, like, if someone makes just a little mistake, like if they say two cigarettes when they mean 20, or 20 when they mean 2, it's like you fixate on it. Have we met before, Steve? You're starting to sound very familiar. The same video. Horrible Hairy Toes says, deep grovel odours and doffy cap there, but cleftage on the dome bocker is real. What the hell does that mean? Oh, it's to do, oh right, craniosynostosis. That's where you have like a prenatal restraint of head growth caused by enlargement of a baby's head. Okay. It causes deformation of the head, yeah, in babies. All right. Okay, that's true, but this doesn't explain like the people who have these things. I mean, some of them are. I don't look like that. Some of them are literally like the aliens. Oh, I wish I could give you more details. I don't have that right now. I'll look into it though. Horrible Hairy Toes. All right, bailiffs out the blue. Brett Allen says, are you Australian by any chance? Yeah. Many years ago I had a credit account with a department store in Australia. Yeah, Australians are all called Brett for some reason. My relationship with them came to an end after a dispute over a refund for some returned goods. Alright. I paid out the balance of the account, less 27 cents, which I left outstanding on purpose. I then started to receive reminder notices for a few months following threatening letters. This continued for almost 11 years. I can't even imagine the cost of postage for all the monthly notices, which end up numbering well over 100. Someone finally came to their senses and advised me the debt had been forgiven. Over 27 cents. Now, I've been to Australia, and I mean, that's less than 27 pence. That is crazy, Brett. It really is. I mean, it's so robotic. It's the kind of thing literally an unthinking automaton would do. Which, unfortunately, is what a lot of people are these days, unfortunately. Steve Palmer says in reply to comments 30. Oh, God, this is a long one. Where are we now? Okay, this is a long comment here. SpaceX's Starlink super-fast, low-latency, very cheap satellite broadband will sort out places like St. Denis Internet, no problem. Alright. Well, either that or the cable, but it's going to be better than what they're having now. Starlink will go live next year, and by 2024 will be generating between $30 and $40 billion annually, around twice the yearly budget of NASA. You said you haven't seen a string of Starlink satellites fly overhead. The satellites are being launched regularly, and there will be plenty of opportunities to see a string before the Earth is raised in altitude, before each is raised in altitude. Well, I'll have a look out. I mean, I'm not saying they don't exist or anything, Steve. I just haven't seen them. I just haven't. When I go out to look, it's always cloudy. If I made an effort, yeah, I could see them. Elon Musk says AI will outdo human intelligence in 5 years. The link I provided to Neuralink, owned by Musk, brain chip demo, you should watch. Like I said, it will send the woo-woos into a meltdown. Oh my goodness me. So look, what's this? And we got an advert. We got an advert. Watch Elon Musk's entire live Neuralink demonstration. We've got a long video here. Let's have a look. Will it send me into a meltdown? I don't know. Come on. Oh, I'm melting now. Oh god, that's it. Yep, I'm like the Wicked Witch of the West. I've melted right down. All right, this is 1 hour 12 minutes. So I'll have a look at it. Now I'm quite aware that you know, there's a lot of really interesting things they can do and with electronics these days. As for AI, I mean, if you watch David Deutsch in his interview with Sam Harris, you'll see that other engineers, other computer engineers, disagree, and they seem to think we're hitting a ceiling. And without some kind of massive revolution in electronics, similar to the invention of integrated circuits, which replaced the old valves, it looks like we won't be able to go any higher. But I'll watch that. Don't be disappointed if I don't melt down, though, Steve. All right. Everything I wrote about Steon Limited is documented fact. Check it out. Steon was an internet marketing company doing work for people like Fife's Bananas. When the internet commerce bubble burst, we were expected to believe they stumbled on how to create a free energy device, PMSL. Well, I mean, it's possible, isn't it? You asked about ripped-off customers and investors taking out lawsuits. Kindly explain how someone can sue a limited company when said company has gone bust. Tip, the clue is in the word limited. If the directors, etc., take the money from the business and put it in their personal accounts, for example, bankrupting the company on purpose before the liquidators move in, the liquidators can't touch it because the company is limited. All right, well, you know, I know that sort of thing goes on, Steve, and yep, in that maybe there's a trick where they can do it. Maybe there's a trick where they can do it. In which case, yeah, fair comment. How many people get their money back when, for example, holiday firms go bust, if not at all protected? Well, if you can get insurance for that sort of thing, and indeed, there's always I would look into things like that if I'm going to invest in a limited company, definitely. Or if I decide to become a client of a limited company, then there may be some kind of insurance you can buy for that sort of thing. I was right when I said there were no demos in shopping malls or town halls. It's not malls, Steve, it's shopping centres. Stop talking like a bloody yank. And in fact, I'm going to go on and on and on about that little mistake you made. I'm going to obsess over it and post lots and lots of comments about it. You made that up then here to try and make out it was true. And I didn't make it up. It was on the original David Icke forum. I've got a feeling you remember because you're starting to sound very familiar to me. And I think we interacted on that forum if you are the person I think you are. There were only ever 2 demos at the Connecticut Museum in London and the Waterways Visitor Centre in Dublin, neither being a shopping mall or town hall. Oh, goodness me, you didn't... I was actually a member of the Steon Forum, and there was much more going on than that. The first demo was a non-starter, and even the second dubious to say the least. Oh, these 2, of the 2 you're talking about here, the others have it could be the others were actually, the records were probably deleted because maybe they were too successful. The jury appointed by Steon didn't say the device didn't work, but Steon went ahead. Steon went ahead and took orders anyway. But the jury consisted of several experts, and including a couple of members of the forum were appointed as the jury, I remember. Perhaps they thought they could fool the jury, or the millions already in the bank were enough to live happily ever after. None of the few devices delivered worked, and the majority of the orders were never fulfilled. I didn't know... I wasn't aware they actually delivered items. I didn't realise that was the case. I don't remember them actually delivering. Hang on. Anyway, just like the Magna coaster your mate Rasa backed in the link you skimmed over posting by mumbling. Rasa Vihari, if you check his channel out, he'll show you the things that he does. Follow him on Facebook. He'll show you the things he does. He has a contract with the Chinese government. I mean, obviously, this is falsifiable stuff here, Steve. If it doesn't come about, you'll be able to say so, won't you? I mean, this is not in the past like Steon is. Unfortunately, Steon has kind of been buried in the past. What Rasa's doing is contemporary. He's out there speaking openly. If he doesn't deliver on what he's promised, you'll be able to see it. Everyone will be able to see it. He'll probably end up in a lawsuit with the Chinese government. What do you mean? The link I skimmed over posting by mumbling. Oh, mumbling Steve posted me. Steve mumbling. He posted me a long article, and I read as much as I could on the point, but I'm right in the middle of doing a comments reply video here. I said I'd go back to look at it, didn't I? Anyway, your mind recalls things the way you would like them to be, and not the reality of events. Oh, really? Maybe that's what you're doing. Maybe you are recalling the Steorn business the way you like it to be. You don't want them to be successful, so you've conveniently forgotten that everything that was posted on the David Icke forum and the Steorn forum about the other live demonstrations they did in shopping centres. I remember, I didn't go along live, but I remember seeing the videos. As I said, check it out. It's all factually correct. Well, maybe it's it appears to be factually correct because the alternative information has been deleted. I'm not expecting an apology, but admittance from you after checking the fact that you were talking rubbish and I was right would be nice. Well, firstly, I'm not going to apologise if I believe you're wrong, or even if you're wrong, I'm not going to either. As for admittance that I was wrong, well, Hugo Rune did that, and you just jumped on him some more. You kept flogging the dead horse, Steve, didn't you? So even if I do admit I'm wrong, you'll just keep on about it, won't you? You seem to be a bit obsessed with proving other people wrong. Maybe that's why you became a skeptic. I've noticed this with skeptics. A lot of skeptics actually don't believe in the skeptic movement's position. They just enjoy proving other people wrong. They get some kind of kick out of it. In the end, the jury of 22 scientists were whittled down from 420, took McCarthy's challenge. It announced in 2009 that it wound down its investigation after finding no evidence that Steorn's contraption worked. In June 2009, the jury announced its unanimous verdict that Steorn's attempt to demonstrate the claim have not shown the production of energy. The jury is therefore ceasing work. I do remember it winding down, Steve. I don't remember the details, but I do remember it wounded down. That was disappointing. You say here Steorn was a hoax and a con. I think it's more likely that, based on what I've found out from interactions on the forum, it's more likely that somebody had a word in their ear. They were threatened with the Eugene Malov, and they just shut the whole thing down. It's happened many times. It could be that the directors were actually offered some kind of deal. And this happens a lot with free energy inventors. They get approached by people who offer them considerable money just for development. Not for development rights, but even for sale of patents, for non-disclosure, things like that. It's a big con, like the parrot. It is no more. The CEO McCarthy, by his own admission, sits at home playing online poker. I bet the customers and investors he ripped off a total of 23 million euros wish they had that option. Sort yourself out, Ben. You don't know the facts, but still, because you want it to be real, try to make excuses for the con. Now, I'm dealing with an old case the way I recall it. Can't you see these con men are making a fool of you? Maybe, Steve, they're making a fool of you. Maybe you are believing this cover-up. If you had any money, they would be taking that as well as your dignity. Google Steorn, for fuck's sake, you're talking shit and everyone can see it apart from you. I Google it, I get Wikipedia page, I get their website, things like that. I was in there though, I was in the bloody David Icke, I was on the David Icke thread, on the original David Icke forum. Another con man taking your dignity. Jones, you seem to think everyone who commits a crime goes to jail. You use this as an excuse for the scammers all the time. He's not in jail, so it must be innocent. The jails are full and the courts set sentences accordingly. I think you're making a mistake. If he's really guilty of embezzling 23 million euros, as you said, that's grand fraud. All right. I mean, this same issue came up with the issue to do with Larry Warren. You do have to ask the question when it's that extreme, why there have been no criminal charges. Or are you going to say, oh, that's just your stock response, Ben? Okay. Peter Fisher, a.k.a. Paget, was sentenced to 15 months in prison for stealing £35,000 in benefits. The sentence was suspended for 15 months. Read the article. Did all the others in that article convicted on benefit fraud go to jail? No. Hang on a minute. You're talking about Peter Paget. Now, this is Matthew Williams who dug this up. Apparently, Peter Paget had a previous life under a different name, where apparently he was a benefit fraud. £85,000 in benefit. Are they convicted of benefit fraud? Do they go to jail? No. Yes, they do. I know. Yes, I do, because I have my daughter's mother's sister. That is my former sister-in-law. Almost went to jail herself for embezzling far less than £85,000. Yes, they do. And she wouldn't have got a suspended sentence either. You really have to look at yourself in the mirror and ask yourself why you're believing this shit, Steve. Why you're allowing yourself to be fooled. Why you're just reading official pronouncements from the mainstream media or Wikipedia or something like that, and you think it's the truth without questioning it. There we go. If this piece of shit stole money from normal hard-working people has ever had any intention of getting a job, he would be screwed with a conviction for fraud. Getting a mortgage or loan would be out of the question. Had Fisher used a gun to steal 35 grand from the bank, he would have got years in jail. Peter Fisher was on a video with Simon Parks the other day. You said the name Simon Parks involved the 5G protection stick scam. Okay, I'm reassessing the whole 5G thing. I don't go along with what I said previously about 5G. I've already talked about that. SpaceX's Starship and Super Heavy have nothing to do with any government. As I said, they're going to produce a Starship every 72 hours and not 24. Oh, so it's 72, not 24 now. Oh my goodness me. Let's make lots of posts about that, Steve, that I got the number of hours wrong, shall we? And yes, they do have a production line which is getting better and better every day. They're building the machine that builds the machine, same as Musk does with Tesla. Jones, you really do need to get on the program. All this is being streamed live 24/7 on many YouTube channels by YouTubers. I don't actually remember saying that the Starships Super Heavy rockets, the SpaceX weren't building them. Did I say that they were not being built? I think I actually pointed out that they were actually assembling them at Cape Canaveral now, didn't I? Jones, why on earth would SpaceX, NASA, Blue Origin, etc. copy Apollo? They wouldn't copy them. They developed their rockets as a development from the earlier models. I mean, that's what every other engineer does. I heard Alan saying SLS can't lift more than Apollo. That's BS. There'll be many different configurations. If they just copied Apollo, Alan would be screaming no advancement. This is a different age. The missions are different. Apollo hardware just wouldn't be up to it. I'm not. Are you sure, Steve? Are you sure that makes sense? As Phil Coots has said in Nexus. It's the perfect platform, a template that you can then develop for the modern world, especially if you want to get to the moon quickly and as cheaply as possible. Which is what they want to do. They've said they want to get there by 2024. We choose to go to the moon by 2024. Right, well, why go straight back to the drawing board and start from scratch with an entirely new rocket configuration? You should read Phil Coots in Nexus. Here we go, where are we? The name of the game is long duration and reusability. Unfortunately, NASA got it wrong with the SLS and reusability. Well, I think, wasn't it you who... Hang on. Wasn't it you who tackled me when I said that these SLSs weren't reusable? Are you changing your tune now, admitting I was right? That's... Hang on. Where are blah-de-blah-de-blah? I've lost my place now. Of course, lots of knowledge gained during Apollo will be used. Where? They've lost the plans, Mike. They've lost the plans, apparently. They fell down behind a radiator. But if you were an engineer, you would know just copying Apollo would obviously not better. It would work out more expensive. Well, not copying exactly. I mean, I wrote an article about the plan to reproduce the Titanic, and I explained how you simply can't do that nowadays. You can't build an exact working replica of the Titanic. So there's a ship Titanic 2 being built. It's not going to be powered by reciprocating steam engines, because you wouldn't be able to find anyone who could build them. The maritime and environmental regulations wouldn't allow them. Obviously, the ship's going to have more lifeboats than the original, for obvious reasons. So yeah, I know you can't build exact replicas. It's not about that. It's about knowing you had something that worked and worked very well, worked better than any other space hardware in history. Never before have you had a series of space program with the level of reliability that Apollo took place. I mean, I think it was 90. I mean, if you leave out Apollo 13, it was 100% reliable. And even Apollo 13, well, obviously it was a failure because it didn't get on the moon, but the astronauts came back alive. So never before. That is such a good record. Surely this is a perfectly adequate piece of engineering that can be rather than discarded, reused. These are the cat's eyes of rockets. You remember the cat's eyes you got on the road? They were invented about 150 years ago. The design has not changed. Why? Because it's good enough. Until someone invents something better, they're going to keep using the same cat's eyes. Yeah. Okay, Ben, you skipped over this link post by Steve. You skipped over it by Steve mumbling. Oh my goodness me. I mean, I didn't sit here and spend 2 hours reading it when I'm trying to do a comments reply video. Raza Vihari and the decline of the Magna coaster. Alright, let's have a look. Oh blank. Failure on Magna, Dragon's Den history. Alright, Alright, I'll have to read this at some point. Well, he's put there's some videos here that are not being an episode of the Dragon's Den ethics history. All right, well I'll have to look. I'll have to read it at some point. Okay, Steve, but I can't do that right now. You understand? In situations like this, you say you will look at it later, but you never give a response. Another free energy scam your mate Raza was involved in. How do you know? I mean, all right. Have you looked? Have you listened to the interview I did with Raza? Are you sure you just haven't Googled his name? You've found an article which says, oh look, I'll have a read of it right in the break when I take a break after the hour, and I'll come back to you on it. But are you sure you haven't just Googled his name and an article comes up that says he's a disreputable, and you just jump on it and you repeat it? Because you seem to be a very gullible person, Steve. You seem to be a very naive person, I must say. Another free energy scam. Okay. Oh, so now you're claiming the scientists and engineers who made the hand-picked people by Steele Group who tested the free energy claim only said it didn't work to protect their reputations and jobs. Lol. Is that is that not plausible? Is that an unreasonable suggestion? Do you know how often people do this? Do you remember that line of people at the cold fusion program? They were looking down like this and going like that and said, "Have you decided cold fusion doesn't work?" And they were looking to see what everyone else did, and when they did, they all raised their hands too, and all the others did. Don't never underestimate these forces of reputation and things like that. These and jobs. They can make you say that 2 + 2 = 5 and black is white and white is black. I've seen it in my own family, Steve. So why did they apply in the first place? What? Did you say why did they apply in the first place? You know, they left school and went to university as little teenagers and 18-year-olds thinking, oh, yes, I'm going to get a job which I have, which reputation would be really, really important, and in about 30 years' time I'll be faced with a free energy device, and I'm going to lie about it. Oh, yes, let's go off to university, everyone. Ha ha, bye, Mum and Dad. Goodness me, Steve, honestly. It's not like they go into these things, they get sucked in as idealistic youths. They get compartmentalized and institutionalized through the process of their education and training. Oh my goodness me. I can't believe you just said that. Surely the best way, if your accusation against these people is correct, would have been not to volunteer in the first place. No, you don't. Oh, I see what you mean. I misunderstood, sorry. You mean apply to be on the board. Well, not necessarily. This actually came up on the forum, if I remember. People saying, why didn't they get involved? Why they look like they regret it now and things like that. They probably just thought it would be an easy thing. They probably got in line thinking, oh well, it breaks the laws of thermodynamics. Let's get this over with in 5 minutes and have a cup of tea, something like that. Again, that's something you can't underestimate. The fact that they go in there with a pre-assumption, which is then disproved, but they suddenly trap because they're caught in a double bind. They've essentially made a wager which they then can't fulfill. Because this is not meant to happen, but it's happened. And again, that's something you shouldn't underestimate. Anyway, thanks for the long comment. Dreaming sources. Oh, we could move on to another comment now. Dreaming sources. Marcus Allen. The lunar lander looks like it was made by Blue Peter. P.S. How did they take the picture of their boots and footprints if the camera was strapped on his chest? Well, that's a good point, Tom. I mean, the official story is they took the camera off the bracket and pointed it downwards. However, it's got you can't see. There's no viewfinder at the best of times. When you're holding it like that, it's even more difficult. Reply to comments 33. 777 says, there's a link for YouTube link. Let's have a look. Please, folks, listen to this upload. Time is running out, and very few seem to understand what's actually going on in England. What's this?
Good morning, good evening, Eric.
Oh, it's Daddy Dragon. Oh yeah. David Icke is not dead. Has not had a heart attack. He's not been arrested and is safe and well. Oh, that's good to know. That's good to know. Thanks, Daddy Dragon. I do sub to him. I do know him. So yeah, fair enough. David Smith says, "Lol, this guy's trying to be the UK Alex Jones." Oh, you must be joking, David. Daddy Dragon is really calm and he's very collected. He doesn't go nuts and start ranting at the camera like like Alex Jones does. And 777 said, "Nothing to do with Alex Jones. Listen to what is being said. Very important, as you will soon find out." And David Smith says, "I listened for a few moments. Sounds like nonsense fear-mongering like Alex Jones used to do. Hence my comment." Oh well, David, neither Daddy Dragon nor Alex Jones use nonsense fear-mongering. They're both very good, I think. John Nolan says on reply to comments 33, "Hi Ben, we cannot go to the pub football or gigs and UFO conferences. It's the end of the world as we know it." Yeah, I know. John, it is incredibly depressing, isn't it? It's like, well, it's not incredibly depressing, and we will get over it. Obviously, there's worse things that can happen, but I do miss the conference circuit. And I know the football and things is just really sad. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, I was watching football on TV the other day, and it's just like they're playing in an empty stadium with no one in the seats. It's just like Steve Mumbling replied to comments 33. "Ah, as usual, absolutely pathetic." And what's this? It's a YouTube link. What's this?
No, I can't.
Oh, his fingers in it. It's Eddie Izzard going, no. Oh, he's sticking his fingers in his ears going, no. I don't know what your point you're making here, Steve, what you're referring to, whether it's something to do with me. David Smith says underneath, "Disprove my claim, I'll prove my claim with another claim." And if you question that I'll simply make another claim to my claim of my claim, can't disprove them all, then I win. Take that, skeptic. I'm not sure what you're actually... I know you're lampooning somebody, but I don't know who, whether it's Steve or me. But anyway, Steve Mumbling says underneath, David Smith, "It's a waste of time. He really is a moron." Again, I don't know who you're talking to, Steve. And we have a thread here. Charles Unleashed. Ah, Charles. Is Charles made a Charles video? Let's go. Charles Unleashed. Let's have a look. What's this? It's a YouTube link.
Oh, haircuts.
Brian Harvey. Oh,
Well, I pick one.
People say I talk about some weird stuff.
God. Brian Harvey. Actually, the issue of Brian Harvey and Bill Maloney that comes up later on, because I know someone has put a. I know that somebody has put a comment on about in another video I made. But anyway, Max Organ says to Charles Unleashed, "I had to come out of retirement. They're going after the bill. They're going after Bill." Oh, right. Charles Unleashed says, "The Illuminati international plan for virus is as follows." That's a long one. "The English are feeling the pinch in relation to the recent virus threat, therefore raise their level from milfed to peeved. Soon, though, the level may be raised again to irritated or even a bit cross. The English have not been a bit cross since the Blitz of 1940, when tea supplies nearly ran out. The virus has been recategorised from tiresome to a bloody nuisance. The last time the British said it issued a bloody nuisance warning level was in 1588, when threatened by the Spanish Armada. The Scots have raised their threat level from pissed off to let's get the bastard. They don't have any other levels. This is the reason they've been used in the front line of the British Army for the last 500 years. The French government announced yesterday that it raised its alert level from run to hide. The only two levels higher in France are collaborate and surrender. The rise was precipitated by a recent fire that destroyed France's white flag factory, effectively paralysing the country's military capability. Italy has increased its alert level from shout loudly and excitedly to elaborate military posturing. 2 more levels remain. Ineffective combat operation and change of sides. The Germans have increased. Oh, end of part 1 already. Here we go. Whoops. Oop, that's it. Right, thank you. So I'll just prepare. So I'm going to do the next. I won't do it. I'll start in a minute. Yeah, the Germans have increased their alert state from distasteful arrogance to dress in uniform and sing marching songs. They also have 2 higher levels: invade a neighbour and lose. The Belgians, on the other hand, are all on holiday as usual. The only threat they're worried about is NATO pulling out of Brussels. Just wait till the EU's finished, man. You know. The Spanish are all excited to see their new submarines ready to deploy. These beautifully designed subs have glass bottoms, so the new Spanish Navy can get a really good look at the old Spanish Navy. Australia, meanwhile, has raised its alert level from no worries to she'll be alright, mate. 2 more escalation levels remained. Crikey, I think we need to cancel the Barbie this weekend. And the Barbie's cancelled. So far, no situation has ever warranted use of the final escalation level. That's really good, Charles. That's really good. Nice one. Alright, so now we are going to start. I'll read the thing with Raza Vihari, alright? And then will you be happy then? Steve Palmer? Alright, see you in a minute, guys. Okay, we're back in the room. Let's just start the old stopwatch again. Okay, I've read. Oh, I've got to change the timestamp, haven't I? What I'll do, I've read the article that I haven't read. It's just a short one. Actually, what I'll do is I'll put a timestamp on the original thing with Steve Palmer. Steve Palmer wrote for me. That's recording, isn't it? Okay. Where is it? So I'll go back here. Okay, and I'll just put the second hour timestamp on that as well, so Steve knows that I replied to him there as well. Now the article is from 2015, so it's an old article. It's 5 years old. Where are we now? Okay, and it actually doesn't refer just to Raza Vihari. It refers to several. It refers to 2 separate free energy inventions. One was a quote from Raza Vihari from November 2013 that they've sent out 10 to 11 generators from the company that he used to run. This is the Magna Coaster, and apparently they're supposed to put out 10 to 12 a month, but 10 to 12 generators satisfied customers, but they're only sending them out 2 generators per month. Okay, so they lied about their he gave a false forecasts. Lots of companies do that. It's to try and build consumer confidence. I don't think that's illegal. But it said the failure of the Magna Coaster. Now I don't know what a Magna Coaster is exactly. But this 2015 article then claims that he talks about the credibility and ethics of brother Raza Vihari, who has made many free energy claims over the years. Well, this is obviously years before 2015 then, is it? Before even 2013. And he mentions Richard Willis, a Canadian. I've not heard of him, but apparently this is a similar situation. He brings in customers to sell his generator to. They take full payments and no deposits. Right. Well, where did it say here? My suggest is that where is it? It says that somebody here went to jail. Where is it? I read this article just now. Where is it? Hang on. Oh, bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. I have no issues with people researching and developing these technologies or selling the technologies that do not do what they've claimed. But the media report on these technologies provided they don't give warnings. The media don't report on these things, though. Only the alternative media. Oh, they only do it just they want to make out it's all a scam. The full crime is taking full payments and deposits without being able to deliver. Many people with free energy devices like Mike Brady and Mr. Perendev magnetic motor are often incarcerated for taking money on false pretenses. What? They're incarcerated for taking money on false pretenses. What, yet Steorn is not? Mr. McCarthy from Steorn has not been jailed for taking 23 million euros from people, Steve. Yet people who make free energy claims are incarcerated on false pretenses. Which is it, Steve? It's got to be one or the other. Surely you could write to, what's his name, Ban Ki-min or whatever it's called, the guy who's running China, and inform him that his government is investing in a fraud. Couldn't you do that? Why is that not happened? Why is it after at least 7 years, because this is going back to 2013 at least, the government itself and their intelligence agency, which is extremely sophisticated, let's not forget that, I mean they run TikTok for goodness sake, did not manage to work out what was going on with Raza, if Raza was a fraud, and they actually gave him a contract? Steve, it's not very plausible, is it? Come on, mate, you can do better than that. So, okay, I've read this Revolution Green article now, and so you now have to reply to what I've said about it. Don't claim anymore that I haven't read it, or I've skimmed over it, or skirted it, or whatever else you said. Okay, so this is Spies of London Part 1. I mean, this was originally going to be a series. I might just have to make it... I don't know, I'm going to do another one at some point, because it's going to need a lot of travelling, that's the problem. But David Holman says, excellent video, Ben. My next novel also involves a character similar to Blake, who my protagonist is determined to expose. All right. Therefore, this has been a great reference source as well as a great inspiration. Look forward to future episodes, David. Oh, David, thank you very much. You're getting a love heart for that, mate. I'll be interested. It sounds like an interesting book, and I'm glad I've helped you out. I mean, I'm a writer as well. I write fiction and novels and things, so I'm really pleased to have helped you out with that. I really am. Okay, reply to comments 33. Rustus, what? Well, Rustus Bot 0541 says, hold on, Ben, fell asleep while co-hosting the Apollo Detectives. Says it all. Oh no, oh dearie me. I'm sorry about that. Neil did edit that bit out, but the thing about it is I had insomnia the night before, and I'm really sorry about that, but I did. But you say that says it all. No, I told you why it happened. Oh, maybe I should have skipped that one. I don't know. Oh. Anyway, same video. Steve Palmer says, from what I understand, a HS2 anytime ticket will cost between 20 and 30% more than a normal ticket for the same journey. Really? Are you sure about that? Is that just what the company's now telling you before they land you? They land the traveller with the bill for the huge debt they have. However, with the trains leaving every few minutes, those willing to buy a ticket a few minutes before departure could pay as little as £5 for the same ride. Oh, really? No doubt HS2 is aimed at the rich business types who make such a journey from work every day. All right. Yes, Steve. Hang on to this comment, won't you? Because in a few years we'll be able to prove it right or wrong. I've got a feeling it's not going to age very well. Those who are a bit more flexible with departure and arrival times may well be pleasantly suppressed. I think mean surprised. I commute each day, and if I was offered an hour's reduction a day in travelling time for 20%, I'd probably take it. Well, I would actually, before you buy any kind of season ticket, Steve, you might want to check that that's actually what you're getting. £150 per mile, you said in response to somebody. What? And then told them to be realistic. What? £150 per mile, you said to somebody. I didn't say that. As the crow flies, London to Manchester is around 163 miles. Are you seriously saying people will pay £24,000 for a ticket? Did I say it would cost £150 per mile? I don't remember saying that. Oh, by the way, it's already much cheaper and faster to send freight by rail than using roads. One of the ideas behind the Tesla Semi is to compete with rail. Well, the prices I know are changing, but you know, this is the regular Tesla Semi and Roadster. Okay, this is by regular rail freight though, and and I know that the prices are coming closer and closer together, but I don't think at the moment. It depends. I think it depends on the length of the journey. Okay. And we have now a reply to comments 33. Julius Caesar Hail Caesar says, excellent, Ben. It's great to see you've not lost touch with your followers and take time to answer these questions. Oh, you're very welcome, Julius. You're very welcome indeed. Now, this is an old comedy one I did. Professor Brian Cox hates you. Oh, I loved it. This is so funny, this was. Philip Watson 5 says, Brian Cox is a muppet. That's a polite word for him, Philip, it really is. Reply to comments 33, Crafty Nihilist says, I've just realised I'm sat here listening to your debate about processed food killing us while I'm eating a giant pork pie. Oops. Well, I hope you survived the experience, Crafties. Crafty also says on the same video, we're having so many synchronicities at the moment, too many to mention, literally 3 to 4 per day. The latest is talking about bulls and calves, etc., the age of Taurus, Pisces, etc., and I have only just finished watching Thomas Sheridan's video on the subject. And it's this one. How are your synchronicities these days, Ben? Oh, right, this is... Oh, what's this? Oh, this is Thomas Sheridan. The Velocity of Now, February the 10th, 2016 with Thomas Sheridan. Yeah, he's very good, isn't he? He's very interesting. He was on HPANWO Radio once. It was really an interesting... I think you were there in the chat box. Very interesting, very, very interesting interview. My synchronicities are still going on. I try to make a note of them when I can, but they still appear every now and again, and I will try to... I mean, I've actually written about a few of them. I'll try to let you know about when I'm getting others. Crafty Nihilist says on reply to comments 33, you should have called this video Mumblings About Steve. Yeah. Mumblings about yeah, it is a bit like that, isn't it? I do feel like that sometimes. Because I mean, he's the most one. I think he's probably the most dedicated comedy. 6 hours 14 onwards. Crafty says it sounds like you're in custody, Ben. Oh right, what's this then? Oh dear. Is this because I might have been getting tired? You know, let's have a look. No comments. Mrs. Belchy. Oh, this is so. Yeah, this is when I was going through all my because I've completed it now, uploading my YouTube catalogue onto BitChute. I've actually done that now. It's actually available, all available on BitChute. I keep saying no comments, no comments, no comments, like I'm with the police, because yeah, it's I get it, yeah. But yeah, I mean that if you all my videos are now on BitChute. Every video I've ever done is now on BitChute. It's so much I don't have to, you know, I think about doing the same for library, but no, I keep doing that forever. Here we go. This is Rusdan Nurhakim 2014 says on Star Wars Episode 5 in the cinema. Great, it's a really cool movie, guys. I've watched the film. You can watch it here. You will not regret watching the film. The action is very tense, very cool. You can also watch other cool films, watch the latest films. I always watch the latest movies on the website above. I'm not bothering the site. I've got my uncle who likes to watch the latest films. Okay, I'm not going to read out the actual URL here because it's probably illegal. And then I put a comment on it. I put like a comment on here. This is I actually put a channel post, like a text post on the community board, and it says here, it's almost a week since my last upload. Sorry I've been a bit quiet lately, but I've had family problems to deal with. I'll hopefully be uploading a video in the next couple of days. That's what I wrote here. And Steve said, family first, Ben, no apology required. Oh, thanks Steve. Steve071 said that. Cheers, mate. Yeah, it was all sorted out eventually. And GS Evolved says, I hope all is well now, Ben. Thanks, GS. It is actually. It's things have calmed down. It was something I had to deal with, and it's sort of been sorted now. So that's something. Yeah, just put that over there. By the way, is the yellow bucket visible? I hope so. Where is it? Yes, it is. Good. You can't have one of my videos without the yellow bucket, can you? I mean, that's like a part of the furniture, isn't it? Literally, it's literally a part of my furniture. What's this? Oh, there's one more. There was one more. I'll do the third comment actually on here. On the community post. Nelly on the land says, blood is thicker than water. but not some folk we meet. No, some folk I meet are extremely thick, I can tell you. Noon's Flower says on Ben Emlyn-Jones travelling with Truth Seekers Northeast, the Bibliophile's treasure trove. I love it. Yeah, that's Barter Books in Alnwick. What's that? What's just happened? What's just happened? Oh, bloody heck, hang on. Hang on, I've lost the bloody comments. Where was I? Yeah, okay, let's find the comments again. Something happened there, I don't know what it was. But anyway, I'm getting back to the comments page. Luckily, there's not too many of them. So I can just say held for review, none. Good, okay, so I'm going to scroll down back. Luckily, it's not like this is... If I left this, just imagine how long it would be if I left this 2 months. Just imagine it, guys. Come on, down we go. Down. I used to have to just like stop when I was doing this because it would take me like 5 minutes or 10 minutes to get back. It's not quite that bad. It's not quite as bad as it used to be. I mean, obviously there's a lot here. It's going to take me a while, but it's not too bad. But anyway, Nun's Flowers. Talking about when I went to Barter Books. Barter Books is a lovely, beautiful bookshop. I think one of my... It's got to be the best bookshop I've ever been in. It's in Alnwick, Northumberland. Come on. Just waiting for it to catch up now. It's in Alnwick, Northumberland. And it is a really, really nice place to go. So if you love books, you will love the... Okay, so for some reason it won't go any further. Hang on, that's it. It's got stuck there. Come on. It's not like... Come on. It's not. See, the longer you leave it, the more you have to scroll down. The more you have to scroll down, the bigger the page is, and that's when you start getting problems. This is another reason why I'm doing them every. Here we go. Right, I found it. This is another reason why I'm doing them more often. Yeah. Where was it? Oh no. Here we go. Yeah. That's it. Reply. Okay. I went to Barter Books, which is the best bookshop I've ever been in. The Bibliophile's treasure trove, I love this. We do the exact same coming from the shops. Our shelves are full to bursting. I will read your own book ASAP. Oh, Noon's Flower, thank you very much. I do hope you enjoy Roswell Rising and its sequels. I really do hope you will. Noon's Flower also says on the same video, you must watch the evidence of the optical effects that clearly demonstrates that the bottoms of the ships seeming to disappear is wholly and entirely explicable as an optical effect due to the limitation of our eye and organ, which is designed as a sphere in order to allow us to distinguish distance, but which as a result causes confusion at the horizon due to the very tiny resolution angle coming from the surface in the distance to the inflection point in the center of your eye. This is more scientific demonstration of why the ships disappear bottom first in our vision, as it is measurable. Much discussion and observation given on Ranty channel, Dr. J, John D channel, older shows of Nathan Oakley, and also see a series on the Eye by Kirk, Curious Life channel, and a channel called Life Short. Not trying to convince, just trying to inform of these lesser known sources. Oh, I see. Okay. So you're a flat earther, I take it. I'll look at those things, but I have debated the flat Earth with several people. I know there's some people who just go, and they just immediately block and have nothing to do with anyone who talks about flat Earth. I don't. I'm willing to discuss it, so I'll check that out. Noon's Flower. Okay. Why I still support Boris. I knew this is going to be a controversial one. Alex Ritchie says, first, get a front row seat in this internet blood sports drama. I don't blame you, Alex. It's going to be fun. Ravenshill Blue Moon Guardian 1968 says, I wish Boris was more like Trump and outspoken against the liberal lefties. Well, he would be Ravenhill if he didn't have to think about the life of his child and his partner. That's what he's got to do now. I think they've got them in custody. I think this is why this is happening. I explain in the video why that is. In fact, I'm gonna have a bit of... I've got a feeling I'm going to come across certain comments now which are by people who have not even watched. They've looked at the title and they're doing what the person I address in the video has done. They just think, oh, and they're not actually listening to the points I make. So This is one video where I really need you to watch the whole thing before commenting. It's only 40 minutes. You could watch the whole thing without commenting. E.T. with the E.T. avatar from the movie says, "Sorry, Ben, it's so blatantly obvious that Boris is a puppet of the New World Order. He's controlled by the elites. All of them are. If he wasn't controlled, then he would be nowhere near Downing Street." Okay, alright, it's E.T. Unfortunately, Boris is a puppet of the elites at the moment, of the New World Order, and he's controlled by the elites. The reason I've explained in the video why I think that reason is, but the reason I'm not withdrawing my support from him is I believe he's been coerced. If he's been coerced, he can actually break away. He can actually remove himself or escape from whatever binds are controlling him and coercing him. That is, he may be able to rescue his wife and child from wherever they're being kept. I'm hoping he's appealing to Trump for help here. And you say all of them are. Well, you know, not all of them are. You say if he wasn't controlled, then he'd be nowhere near Downing Street. E.T., before 2016, I would have agreed with you. I really would. I actually believed this myself. But after what happened in 2016, with everything that came out of the 2016 effect, I think you're wrong. I think things have changed. I didn't predict this. I would never have predicted this. I was proved wrong myself. I think I said distinctly at a certain point in early 2015, Donald Trump will never be US president. It's going to be Hillary. But things are we live in a different world now, E.T., to the one we used to. Same video, Alex Ritchie says, obviously not a UK column viewer. Yes, I am a UK column viewer. I don't watch every one of their videos, but I do watch some of them. I like them very much. People like Brian Gerrity and R. Crane. I think they're very, very good people, and I do watch them. Get real, Ben. They're all in it together, whether they realise it or not. And as for leaving the EU, the grip of the EU, all I can say is lol. Oh, really? But firstly, they're not all in it together. They used to be, but they're not all in it now. And whether they realise it or not, I think it's hard to actually be in that situation without realising it. I mean, there may be some exceptions. For example, I don't think Professor Brian Cox realises the way he's being played. I think he is a useful idiot. And of course, with an ego like his, he's very easy to corrupt. It's very easy to co-opt him. As for leaving the EU, all I can say is lol. Well, that's not an argument. I could say as for 2 plus 2 equaling 4, lol. If I say that, it means 2 plus 2 equals 5, doesn't it? You have to make an argument about this. I've done another article on the whole Brexit thing. Okay. Well, firstly, Britain has left the EU. We left on January the 31st. The actual negotiations are to do with our new relationship with the continental empire. As an independent state now, we have to renew our economic relationship and other kinds of relationship with them. That is going ahead. And Boris, to his credit, as I explain in this video, is still pushing for no deal. He's not taken no deal off the table. And Charles Unleashed says, listen here, Mush, UK column is my operation. It's complete bollocks, but that's the idea. Oh, right. Oh, sorry, I see. So Charles has got in there and he's taking it over, has he? Oh, dear. But you can't go against Charles, because he's the guy who says, if you've got an organic farm and I haven't, then you're in big trouble. Yeah, okay, Charles. By the way, grow some hair, will you? Honey Badger says underneath, this guy could do with watching UK column to educate himself. Honey Badger, I do watch UK column. I don't watch every single video, but honestly, what have I said in my video that contradicts what they say about Boris Johnson? What have I said in my video? I've got a feeling this is what I was afraid of. Some of you are going to look at the title. You may watch the first 2 minutes of the video, and then you're going to work out in your imagination what the rest of it says. I can't reply to you properly unless you're willing to listen to the video and address my points. Alex Ritchie says to why I still support Boris. To all other commentators, I have plenty of rope to spare. Just ask. Commenters. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Just Bob. Oh, it's a little skinny Bob avatar here. Says, far from a Boris supporter myself, but hey, you're entitled to your opinion, and people should respect that. If they don't, well, fuck them, basically. Well, that's always what I always think, Bob. I mean, I've got a person I know who's actually I considered a friend, who I've met, a real person I know on the internet. I've met in real life. I talked about him again in my homeless video. He's completely disowned me over this. He has totally and utterly rejected me. He's turned against me because of this. And I mean, I could pretend something that I'm not, pretend to be something I'm not, and think something I don't think very easily, and things would be much easier. Things would be better for me. I'd keep that person close to me. But you know, why should I do that? They're not a real friend unless they can accept my dissent. And obviously he can't. He has blocked me. He's disowned me. He's had nothing to do with me because of this. In fact, there's a worse example coming up. Razmataz says, there's no way I can get behind Boris. He's a very dangerous man. Disregarding Brexit, just look at the state of the country. It's a shambles. Well, unfortunately, Boris is not directly to blame for that. The globalists are trying to get back into control. They've obviously, I think they've captured his wife and child. It's a really awful situation. I mean, I wish he was in the same position as Trump is. I wish that Boris had found a way to maintain his grip, his control, and he hasn't, which is very, very sad. Woden20 says on the same video, if Boris was part of it, he wouldn't look so stressed as he does now. He's doing as he's told. They don't want me to say this, but I'm gonna. He's definitely been threatened. Yes, Woden, I'm glad you can see it, even if the others can't. I'm glad you can see it. This thing where they don't want me to say it, I mean, that's... How could a Prime Minister say that? How can a Prime Minister say that? This is related to the proms, for goodness sake. He's almost given out a coded message, isn't he? He's saying there are higher powers at work in this country that are controlling me, and I'm doing my best to fight back against them without sacrificing the ones I love. That is, my fiancée, he's not married to her yet, I don't think, but my fiancée and my newborn child. Paul Culliford says, right-left paradigm, man was not meant to be ruled by man. We should not have to pay because we were born on earth. Invisible prison, both sides play against one of each other. Just keeps the sheep distracted. Alright, it's a bit incoherent, but I know what you mean, Paul. I think you've got a good point there, yeah. I think you've got a good point. Same video, Nick says, I can't get behind him anymore. Free to your opinion, and that's life. Lots of respect. Lost all respect for him. Okay. Fair enough, Nick. I understand why you can't take the same position I do. Honestly, if I didn't think he was basically being trapped, I would be the same. I'd be saying, you know, he's obviously... I would take the same line as Caroline Stevens. I would say, oh, he's obviously a shill. He's obviously an insider from day one, and he fooled us. He fooled most people, except me, you know. But I've explained my reasons for thinking that's not the case. Jock of Ages says on why I still support Boris. Trump has the coof, apparently. I think it's legit too. He'll be fine. Watch. Well, he did, but he got over it though, didn't he? He was in hospital. I made a video about it, didn't I? Did you remember the video I made about it? Oh God, yeah. Let's see if my BitChute one is. I'm going to check my BitChute video again now. Still waiting for it to publish. Bloody hell, this has taken... It's only a short video. I've got a second one stuck in internal publishing mode, processing mode, I think. Okay, Russ Test Bot 0541 says on the same video, take out Brexit and Johnson is just a run-of-the-mill conservative whose policy agenda, instincts and worldview, as opposed to his personality, verge on the dull. He is a member and defender of the British establishment whose only wish is to climb to the top. In other words, Boris is just a career politician. Absolutely false. Totally wrong. Firstly, you can't just take Brexit out and say that person is a run-of-the-mill conservative. Because you take Brexit out and say that person is a run-of-the-mill conservative, it's crazy. It's like taking the bicycle away from the Tour de France winner and saying, well, that person is just a run-of-the-mill champion cyclist. Britain in the EU it has been the absolute cornerstone of mainstream politics for decades now. Margaret Thatcher was essentially removed because of her anti-European position. There were several other reasons, but that was the main one. So no, you can't just take Brexit out and say, well, if you remove Brexit, you just Johnson is nothing if you take Brexit away. No, his stance on Brexit proves that he is the British Trump. Absolutely proves it. He's not just a career politician. If he was a career politician, would he have said and done the things he's done if he's a career politician? There's easier ways to be a career politician. You can be like Theresa May. You just nod your head and kiss Barnier's arse. You know, there's so many. You can see there's many times that he has taken positions which are against the benefits of his career, which against the advancement of him in politics. He's made himself unpopular with the establishment several times now. Now, most of all, Ben Mojo, good name, says on Why I Still Support Boris, he's as bright as Trump, shaking COVID patients' hands to downplay it. And I have no love for the EU, but what do you want independence from? Workers' rights, food standards, human rights. You do know the EU have been the only thing stopping the Tories from butchering ordinary people's living standards. You've got to be joking. You've got to be joking. Do you really believe that we need to be some part of some kind of continental dictatorship to have what workers' rights, food standards, human rights? Do you not think we as British people can't create these things ourselves? We have a great tradition in these things long before there was an EU, long before Kalergi wrote his book. We were pioneers in all those things. Why is it now that this proud nation, Britain's never shall be slaves, Britannia rules the waves and all that, suddenly we're just like a lame duck unless we're sucked into this giant federation and we become a vassal state of this empire? I've never understood that. I've never understood that. We were told we were joining a common market. It's ever so good for the economy. It'll bring your prices down, things like that. Yes. 20 years later, it's our life support machine. If you take us off it, we die. That's the Ramona argument. You really, I don't know where you get that from. I don't know why do we need this thing? You see, all empires do this. They tell any state that's fighting for independence, they say, no, don't leave us, you'll regret it, you need us for your well-being. You take us away and you'll fail, you'll fall, you'll be destroyed. No, I don't believe it. Okay, we have on Khan Ozkan, it's like a Turkish name I think, on Why I Still Support Boris, and it's 10:43, has the best. Alright, have I got this timestamp here? And then he's unfriended me. He's not blocked me, so I wrote to him. Oh right, yeah. Yes, but he has blocked me now because what happened was when this video was uploaded, I sent him the recording. I posted it on on Messenger, and I also put it on one of his as a reply on one of his posts, so he would see it, and he immediately blocked me. I have actually started posting comments. He hasn't blocked me on YouTube yet, or he might have by now. But a couple of days ago, I did put a comment on one of his videos. So no, I mean, I'm not going to just let him. He can, if he wants to block me everywhere, he's going to have to block me everywhere. But I'm damned if I'm just going to say, oh, okay. You know, you could just do this for no reason at all. Yeah, accuse me of something I haven't done, misrepresent me, and I'll just say, all right. Terry Winter says on Why I Still Support Boris. The world and the UK's economy and millions of jobs are being destroyed for no reason, and Boris does nothing about it. In the video, Terry, I explain why that is. Yes, I know. I mean, it's very disappointing. I know it's extremely disappointing. But you know, like I explained in the video why we should still stick by him, because he may be able to break out of this. Although thankfully some MPs have got a backbone and are saying this tyranny must stop. I know, and I'm good for them. I'm very pleased about them. So why you support Boris is beyond me. Is it, Terry? Did you watch the video? Did you watch the? Terry, why didn't you watch the video before you comment? Because you obviously haven't. If you cannot see this world is being changed into something like George Orwell's 1984 or a Hunger Games type world, then you're a deluded idiot. Oh, for goodness me, Terry, how much attention do you pay to me? Are you addressing me, or are you addressing somebody else and you've mistaken me for someone else? Do you really think I cannot see that when that's all I talk about? That's like that joke comment Stefan Molyneux guy. He says, Stefan, I've been watching your videos for 10 years. I was wondering, what do you think about freedom? I think you're taking the piss now. And you end by saying, oh, but you're a deluded idiot. So you end with a piece of rhetoric and an insult. Terry, that is a terrible comment. It really is. Surely you can do better than that. But at least, before you do, watch the fucking video, will you? Because I explain everything in there. Nick says on why I still support Boris. Restrain him. Yes, probably. However, just a publicity stunt to appease a few well-to-do people in the Tory membership. Restrain him. What do you mean? Sorry, I don't understand that. Probably just a publicity stunt. What's a publicity stunt? Restrain. No, they are actually. I think Boris is not. He's not being restrained physically. He's not in prison. But I've got a feeling his wife and child are. Terry Winter says on why I still support Boris. Have you read the video now? So have you watched the video now, Terry? Answer me this, Ben. Why was a German doctor at last Saturday's peaceful freedom protest arrested if this is meant to be a free country? But I've never said that this was a free country. You're asking me the wrong question. I know the doctor you're talking about. The reason he was arrested is because this is not a free country. I've never pretended it was. Are you actually listening to a word I say, Terry? Okay. I will tell you why. Because they wanted to make an example of him and send a message to everyone that if anyone starts criticising this lockdown, fake virus tyranny, they will get the same treatment or worse. This country is rapidly turning into a fascist state. Yeah, you see, Terry, I agree with all that. But why are you saying, answer me this, Ben? Why do you begin with answer me this, Ben, and say all this stuff that I agree with? I don't understand. Again, watch the video. Please watch the bloody video and then make a comment, will you? Because you haven't watched the video, have you? BZ Garson says, why do you refer to him as Boris? He's not your mate. He couldn't give a monkeys about the likes of you. He lives in a different world. Well, firstly, everyone seems to call him Boris. It's a new thing, actually. It's like people called Hillary Clinton Hillary. Probably to distinguish her from her husband. We call him Boris probably because Prime Minister Johnson or Mr. Johnson or Johnson is a very common name. It's one of the most common English names. Whereas Boris is his unusual name. It's actually his middle name. His full name is Alexander Boris de Pfeffel Johnson. And his family call him Alex. So Alexander is his actual first name. But he uses the name Boris as a nom de guerre. But everyone just calls him that, partly because there's something very genial and sort of there's something very kind of extrovert and genial about him, as if he has that kind of common touch. But also, again, because Johnson is just it seems for someone with an unusual name like that, an unusual name, a usual name. It just doesn't fit. But everyone does that. And Andy G3 says, probably because his name is Boris. Yeah, simple as that, yeah. We have Steve Palmer back again. He's more like Steve Mumbling than Steve Mumbling is. Okay, why I still support Boris. Steve calls him Johnson, so there you are. People who don't like him tend to call him Johnson, yeah. Johnson used Brexit to grab the job. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He saw the opportunity and took it. What do you mean? He saw an opportunity and took it? Do you realise if he wanted an opportunity for power and control and money and prestige, he'd have done the exact opposite. He could have been where Tony Blair is now if he'd done the exact opposite. All this threatened baby stuff is just bollocks. I don't think it is. I don't think it is. A man in his position is vulnerable. We know that the Illuminati do this to their minions. We know that it's like Trump with his family. You know about the fire in Trump Tower before the Syrian attack. You know that he has a big family. He has children and grandchildren. Why wouldn't they do this? Why would he suddenly change his position so quickly? Why would he suddenly change his stance? Why would he suddenly change his entire strategy so soon, so suddenly? There's only two possibilities. Either he was an insider from the start, in which case he wouldn't have been in the Brexit position, or my theory is correct. So I think when you see it, my theory has to be right. It's not bollocks at all. What did you like about the man before Brexit and since? Well, I always warmed to him, actually. Ever since he was the London mayor, I did got the feeling he seems like a good guy. There's several incidents that happened. I mean, you'll never convince Caroline Stevens or Richard D. Hall or any of these people. I mean, it wouldn't matter what they did or what they said. They're shills from the start to finish. Everything's a shill. Everything's fixed. The New World Order is unbeatable. But I do look out for certain signs which indicate, especially the post-2016 world, that things have changed. In the end, all Johnson has done is delivered something that was coming sooner or later anyway. What? What? Coming sooner or later anyway? Did you even watch television during Theresa May's premiership after Brexit? Did you see what she was doing? Didn't you see how she was pushing against the door, which just pulled open, saying, "I'm trying to get us out. I'm trying to get us out." What planet are you on, Steve? Didn't you make a big thing about him being in the Burlington Club, etc.? It's called the Bullingdon Club, and yes, I did. He was a member of the Bullingdon Club. Yeah, it's a notorious secret society, or it's a rich student society here in Oxford, where they basically. Firstly, they go out to dinner and have a big posh meal, and then they go crazy and start smashing the city up. And they also kidnap tortoises and kill them. Are we really supposed to believe he had a road to Damascus? Well, nah, he's just like any other politician. Why not? I mean, doesn't a road to Damascus? A road to Damascus indicates a kind of. It refers to Saint Paul, who was anti-Christian. He was hunting down and killing Christians. Then he was walking along the road to Damascus, and he had this kind of voyage to trip out city where God came down and filled him with the Holy Spirit, and suddenly he became like a changed man, and just in an instant. It doesn't happen like that. Very often these conversions are very slow. I mean, I don't know about how Boris turned from what he was into what he is now. He's never talked about it. Maybe one day he will. Maybe one day he will write about it, a book. Not like his father's book about viruses, but a book about his life where he explains exactly what went through his head. That can only happen in the post-Illuminati world, in my view. And he's not like just any other politician. If he was like any other politician, he would never be Prime Minister. The fact that he is because... no, I've got that wrong, sorry. In the post-2016 world, is the only someone like him becoming Prime Minister is what... it's an absolute cipher of the post-2016 world. Tell them what they want to hear, drop a few crumbs, and then do what the hell you like. He doesn't look at what he's doing now. He's going up, he's thumping his hand on the table in Brussels, saying, "We're not going to compromise on the fisheries. We're not going to compromise on the government subsidies for British businesses, whatever that deal is called. If you don't like it, we'll go WTO." How does that fit in with this image you're painting of him, Steve? What have Johnson or Trump done to drain the swamp? I think they've done as much as they can do. Fired a few who don't back them and replaced them with yes men. No, they've got rid of people who are wrong, who are pretty nasty people and not working for them and obeying the globalist occupier, and replace them with people who are correct. What else? I'll be the first to admit I don't follow politics as much as I did, but I've not heard of any earth-moving revolutionary new stuff from either. Well, then, in that case, Steve, you're going to have to be patient, because these things don't happen. Rome wasn't built in a day, and the free world is not either. So you're going to have to wait. You just have to wait and see. But I tell you what, for reasons I've explained, this is progress. Do you understand me? Boris is a figure of progress, as is Trump. Ben, really, if you think prime ministers and presidents make decisions, you are truly misguided. They are just the electable face, and they don't know shit about almost anything, just like anyone else. That's why we have cabinets and advisors. Oh, for goodness sake, Steve. This is you're talking ancient history. I'm talking 2016 and beyond. Things have changed. The world has changed. I've explained why. Oh dear. Let's check on the video. Good. My BitChute video is finally ready. My BitChute exclusive is now up, so you can go and watch it. This is not on YouTube. It's only on BitChute and the other alternative platforms. Good. So that's something I can record while I'm actually doing my recording. That's really good. And what's this say here? My computer's doing funny things. Oh, it's alright. Onslow says, on Why I Still Support Boris, trying to have a discussion with an ego with its mind made up is the definition of futility. I know, Onslow, isn't that a fact? Yeah. I have time for Boris. Nice one, Onslow. His dad seems alright, so... Yeah, I mean, his dad... I don't know much about his dad, except he got caught not wearing a mask in the shop the other day. And also, he's written a book about viruses, which is actually... It was actually an old book that was out of print. It's actually coming out in a new edition, so... Can't ever trust a government puppet, but he's possibly a decent bloke with a heart. I know what you mean about his spirited nature. Take care, Ben. Thanks, Onslow. You know, you are the first commenter on this entire comments box of this video who actually understands the point I'm making here. You can't trust a government puppet, no. But we can trust a guy who's been forced to act like a puppet against his will, because anyone doing something against their will can find a way to stop doing it. This is why we shouldn't give up on Boris. That's the thing. The big Scottish midgie says, I hope this doesn't come back to bite you in the arse, Ben. Oh, well, lots of things do, so I'm used to it. The conspirasphere has little time for those who have picked the wrong horse. Not only that bit midgie, right, but it has little time for those who picked a different horse to them, whether it's the right or the wrong one. And personally, I enjoy your work, but will not and cannot adhere to any of your points on the bumbling blonde buffoon. Alright, well, feel free to discuss it. I'm open to discuss it, Midge. I really am. He's up to his neck with the Red Shield wanking clan. Sorry, banking clan. Oh, Rothschild. Yes, I know. And if good wins over evil, which I and all good people of only these little islands, but this wee spinning ball of ours, pray to be the outcome. Yes, I pray for that too. He and many of his cronies will face an unsavoury end of their so-called tenure. I, for one, will not forgive and forget all the suffering they have caused humanity. Well, with some exceptions, neither will I, Midgie. But, you know, I believe that these people are entitled to a trial. During the trial, I've got a feeling that some of the points that I've made about Boris Johnson will come out. In which case, I will appeal for mitigation. I will appeal for mitigation. I think someone in that position deserves to be treated more leniently than the real puppets. I mean, there were lots of people for whom I would not show any mercy. There were some people who've committed crimes so terrible that there's really no punishment appropriate. But there are others. There's others I will. I think Boris is one of the ones I will be appealing for mitigation should evidence come out that what I've said is true. Steve Palmer says on Why I Still Support Boris, the licence does far more than fund the BBC. It helps fund every other advertising funded and pay TV broadcaster in the UK. Does it? All right. I know it's Channel 4 is also partly government subsidised, even though it's not government owned the way the BBC is. In other words, at the heart of the funding arrangements for the BBC, there is a deal. The BBC gets the proceeds of the licence fee, and in return it agrees not to compete with other broadcasters for funding from advertising or subscription. Really? Okay, I didn't realise that. Although, personally, what I'd like to see is for a state broadcaster. I think I'm against the idea of a state broadcaster at all. I'd rather it's just completely privatised, and then it could just become like all the others. Sky TV plus BT Sports, etc. prices are off the scale. Stupid money, which would increase should the licence fee be abolished. Well, I mean, until they start, honestly, if they start producing quality material, then I think I wouldn't be willing to pay anyway. But I think they're already too expensive considering the quality material they produce. Now, their business model doesn't necessarily mean that their fees will increase. For example, Sky, if you're paying into Sky or paying to Netflix or Amazon or these other pay-per-view channels, they could juggle the amount they're currently getting in terms of subsidies in return for a higher advertising revenue or something like that, because it's possible that more people will watch them, which means they may be able to lower you know, their fee per view, which basically the companies, the advertising companies charge them. The amount of adverts on advertising-funded TV is ridiculous. That would increase. It would. It depends. Like I said, it depends on the cost, on the revenue they get in from advertising. If as I said, if view per penny or something, whatever it is, went up, you wouldn't need to increase the number of adverts. As I said, you know, the difference. Look at American TV plus British. I mean, this is a problem that came up with Project Blue Book. I mean, when I watch Project Blue Book on British TV, you might get one ad break, maybe two. On America, it's like 5 or 6 ad breaks on an hour-long program. Last time I watched boxing on advertising-funded television, they were putting adverts between every round. In cricket, every other over made it unwatchable. Yeah, I know that was pretty awful. It's obviously a bad system. But is a coerced state tax the only solution to that, Steve? Is it literally the only solution? No fluidity, disjointed. I know, I hate watching the bloody ads. I hate it when they put ads in the middle of sports events. They really do. With cricket in particular, it really spoils the atmosphere. Like I said, no license fee, more adverts. Plus, of course, ads on the BBC radio and TV, and obviously subscription charges per pay-per-view as well. So, really, are you saying the only solution to this, again, is continuous taxation? Is that what you're talking? It's forcible taxation to fund the media. Is that what you're saying? Is that the only option? I'll look into it. I mean, maybe there's an alternative. Scrap the license fee as a vote winner for Johnson. That stupid people will fall for, but those savvy enough to know it will cost the average household more in the end. Well, I don't think that's necessarily the case, Steve. Again, I'm not convinced by what you've said here that that's the only alternative. I'm not. And it's not just a vote winner for Boris. He knows, basically, the BBC is... Look at what the BBC have said about him. The BBC tried to stop him being Prime Minister. The BBC has a massive political bias against him. Ben, you openly say you watch things illicitly from dubious sites. No, I said I'd done this maybe once or twice when there's no other option. I think it was that bloody... What's that stupid thing called? Moonwalkers. I did that once. And I did it for one episode of Project Blue Book. So you say I openly watch things. I don't do it often. I only do it when there's no other option. Since then, I've actually bought Moonwalkers. All right, I bought the DVDs of Project Blue Book. How long do you think the whole TV, film, and DVD industry would be able to make the content you watch if everyone did that? Why are you bringing this to me? You are misrepresenting me. I've done it once or twice. I know people who do that all the time. I know people who continuously watch everything from illicit pirate sites. I don't. I watched Tesla on Amazon Prime. I watch all these things through legitimate sources whenever I can. So why are you preaching to me about this? I know about this. I'm not the person you need to preach to. You're only saying this because I think I know why. I think because you and I have met before, haven't we? Those sites make money also, but don't have to pay the production costs. I know, of course, it's copyright theft. I know that. Let's say I put your next book. All right. Yes, I'm aware of that. You're saying if basically he's talking basically about which a point I've already made about my book. Supposing someone just scans it or jailbreaks it and PDFs it, and people just go and read it, and I don't get any revenue from it. Yes, that's copyright theft. You don't need to explain that to me. Yes, look, he says try putting David Icke books and DVDs on your website for free and see how long before your ass is in court. Why are you saying this to me? Why are you saying this to me? Why are you targeting me with this? You seem to be studying everything I say and then exaggerating the things about it you don't like. It's because you got a bit of a... I think you've got a vendetta against me. I think I know why. It's because you're somebody I've encountered before. You're starting to sound very familiar, Steve Palmer. I think we met before, haven't we? Well, we haven't actually met, have we? Because I offered to meet up with you and you didn't turn up. You know what I'm talking about now, don't you? BZ Garson says, well said underneath. Again, Nick says on why I still support Boris. Well, he's following orders and obeying. That makes it worse. He knows it's fucking wrong and still does it. Who said I was only following orders? Started brightly but caved in. He could have resigned. Well, no, he couldn't resign, Nick. He couldn't have resigned if his fiancée and newborn child, I think the kid's about 6 months old now, are being kept in secure custody and being told, you do as we say, because there's a guy outside the door with a gun who will shoot them. What's he supposed to do? Sacrifice them? You see, following orders and obeying, he knows it's wrong and still does it. No, it's not worse because he knows it's wrong and still does it. It would be worse if he did it willingly, but he's not doing it willingly. I make that point in the video. Michael Green says on why I still support Boris. Naive mug. I know you are. I know you are, Michael, I know. See, another one who's not making any comment here, who's not making any point. This is not a comment, this is just a slur. You don't have an answer for anything I'm saying. Otherwise you'd have written it in there, wouldn't you? At least Steve Palmer tried. At least he made a point. A wrong one, he made a false one, but he made one. 777 says, on the same video, there's a YouTube channel called Daddy Dragon, the full English. I know Daddy Dragon. He's from your country of England. You English guys really should listen and learn your true history and your constitution and your rights of what to do to stand up. I know 777. I do watch Daddy Dragon. I've watched every one of his videos, but I do drop in and check him out every so often. Yep, he's a good guy. Same video, Terry Winter. Ben, did I hear you say all UFOs are alien? No. If you did, then you're clearly mistaken. Most of the UFOs we see are man-made, as proved by Richard D. Hall and others. Terry, dearie me. Terry, you don't hear me say all UFOs are alien because I didn't say it. You are continuously posting comments about things supposedly in reply to things I've said, when it's completely at cross purposes because you're not addressing anything I've said. I don't think you actually listen to a word I'm saying. Just watch my Space Force videos. I talk about the points made by Richard D. Hall and others. I talk about these things. It's exhausting continuously to have you posting these comments on here towards me, which sometimes include insults, which make it clear you're not even listening to what I'm saying. You're probably just looking at the titles of the videos and putting the comments straight in. That's what I think you're doing. Oh dear. It's like this. I suppose you're going to start giving me a review of Capel Green now, aren't you? Goonlove. Hey Goonlove, how are you? Why I still support Boris. Your thing is stop the New World Order. Oh my god, he's part of it, mate. Watch the video, Goonlove, please. 69 Phuket. Hi Phuket. Do the Funky Gibbon, Eton Mess. They're just taking the jizz. Oh, our jizz. Edit 69 doesn't give a fuck about TV licenses. Get real, Ben. I don't understand what you mean there, I'm afraid, Goonlove. And I posted a thing that says the update. I sent this to the person I referred to in it and he immediately blocked me. He did. And Ed Kaler says, I think in reply, I think the problem we have here is although we don't have to agree on everything, we do need you need a consistent message in this truth movement. This is perhaps what your ex-friend is concerned about. I'm sorry, Ben. I can't roll with you either on the Bullying Club, Boris. I'd still watch your videos though. Well, thank you very much. I'm glad you're still going to watch the videos, Ed. But you know, you're right about us needed a consistent message. But the reason I made the video I made, why I still support Boris, is the reason I did it is because I want to contribute to that consistent message by explaining my position in detail. But you see, you can't say the truth movement doesn't have a consistent message. So many people do. I know you watch my videos, but others say there's no consistent message when they're reading video titles and then making up the rest in their imagination, which is what Terry Winter is doing. Terry Winter's not replying to me. Terry Winter is replying to a figment of his imagination that has the same name as me and looks like me. It's not me. Pauline Phillips says here on why I still support Boris. I understand why you feel as you do, Ben. Even I, a Tory hater, developed a grudging respect for him. Well, you know, I'm not a conservative with a big C, Pauline, either. I've never voted Tory in my life until now. I really haven't. And most of them I can't stand. I mean, all the other Tory Prime Ministers are horrible. Okay, but he has presided over the end of life as we knew it. Unfortunately, that seems to be true, and it's I don't believe it's because he's a bad person. But anyway, I'll read on. I also think he may have been got at. Yes, that's what I think. When he allegedly had the lurgy, I don't know if he did or didn't. I even said way back then to my husband, and I was wondered if they got to him, as he seemed so different afterwards, and I don't feel it was the illness that caused it. Now, I mean, some people claim that when he went into hospital with a COVID, he was replaced by a clone. Basically, the real Boris was either killed or imprisoned, and what we see now is a clone. Some people have suggested that. I don't know if that's true, but he has changed. He's changed his position on a lot of things. It wasn't necessarily that point, but certainly since the 31st of January he has. To sum up, I felt he was on our side, but I no longer do, for whatever the reason may be. Well, I can't disagree with that literally, Pauline. His actions are not those of someone on our side. His actions are those of someone who's an enemy. However, I believe that he's been coerced into working for the enemy. This does not mean he's a bad person. When someone's not a bad person, it means they can repent. They can not repent. They can find a way to break out of whatever coercion they're working under. On a lighter note, you might enjoy this, Ben. Oh, what's this?
On the table.
Okay,
this is courtesy of Jules Benjamin on YouTube, who very kindly allowed us to upload this clip. Do check it out. Jules Benjamin on YouTube.
New headset.
I want to say,
Pauline, but thank you very much for that. I will. I'll have a watch of that at a certain point. In the meantime, we passed the 2-hour mark, so going well. See you in a bit. Okay, guys, I'm back again, and we're on. Where were we? Yeah, I've got to just do the. Just a second, I haven't done this yet. Comments reply. We're on the 3rd hour now. It's not. I don't think this is going to be as long as the last comments reply video. It all depends on whether Steve Mumbling really gets going. Anyway, Israel Diego Rivera 2 Genius 2 says on why I still support Boris. Boris Johnson is related to the Queen. He's a Bullingdon Club member, friend of Israel, and personal friend of Jacob Rothschild. He's betrayed the British people, forced lockdowns, and he wants to forcibly vaccinate the British people. He's destroyed democracy and is pro-New World Order. You know, Diego Rivera, everything you say there is literally true. However, he's not doing it because he is on their side. He's doing it because they're making him. They are making him do it. Now that means he can stop, he can break away. It won't always work. This coercion might not always work. That's the point. That's why I made this point. And Lemsip said, even Theresa May was better than him as PM. Oh my goodness me. Lemsip, I mean, even if you take away the points I made, that's going a bit far, isn't it? Patrick Patel says on why I still support Boris. That was great. Thanks, Patrick. I'm glad you get it. There's another one who gets it, so thank you. St. Helena Airport, The Darkness Rises. New video now. Miles Lawler says on St. Helena Airport, in answer to your question, 3940, you can walk through Bannister Close, but it's not much of a shortcut if you're heading along Liffley Road, according to the maps anyway. Hey, Miles, I was thinking you were a local lad in Oxford, in which case I would have invited you. To join Dreaming Saucers. But, yeah, I mean, that's interesting to know. Okay, there's this little private road called Bannister Close, which is just like a little it's not a cul-de-sac because it has an alley at the end, and I wasn't sure whether it was a public right-of-way or not, but, yeah, I think it is. I've not been in that area for a while. Steve Palmer says here, on St. Helena, The Darkness Rises, high-speed internet access all across the globe, with performance that far surpasses that of traditional satellite internet and a global network unbounded by ground infrastructure limitations. Starlink will deliver high-speed broadband internet to locations where access has been unreliable, expensive, or completely unavailable. And there's the website. That's St. Helena's internet sorted. That's one less thing to worry about. All right, well, you know, Steve, maybe that's the solution. Maybe the cable is not the answer. Maybe this Starlink thing is the way out. I mean, maybe that's the case. You may not need cables once you have that. Patrick Patel says, "Ah, yes, this looks it's like it's going to be good. Thanks, Ben." Oh, you're very welcome, Patrick. Glad you're enjoying my uploads. And David, David, is this? Are you the David I think you are? The one I know on Telegram? David says on the same video, "Don't worry, Ben, we have our own ETLM security." Oh, right, extraterrestrial. What's LM? And Chris Bird says, "Very informative. Thank you for that, Ben. I think next month's presidential election will decide which way the world will go in the future." You're absolutely right, Chris, and it's only just over a week away. And yes, I will be covering it on this channel. Yes, you will. Okay, why I still support Boris, Terry Winter. Okay, here's more proof we're living in a Nazi-fascist state. And it's a YouTube channel here. I got a feeling this is going to be about something I already agree with.
I hadn't seen this.
Yeah, I've seen this video before. This is Dr. Heiko Schoening. Yeah. All right, look, Terry, I know about this, and you're right. Okay, you're right. If you actually listen to me, you wouldn't need to preach to me like this about things I've already agreed with. Lemsip says on my Boris video, even for Leave voters, it's not all about getting Brexit done, but about the other policies as well. The Tory government is now far right. I mean, well, Leave voters cover more than half the country. I mean, which ones in particular do you mean? What other policies are you talking about? The Tory government is far right. Not really. I think it's sort of like right centrist, I would say. Of course, according to the SJW, it's just like Hitler reborn, you know. But yeah. Okay. I'll move on to it's an old video. Probe 3, Dennis the Orb Man. Abraham Shahan says 2020, not 2009. Okay, I think they're talking about the video. Look, it's an old video, Abraham. It's a video. I've been doing this channel a long time. Oh God, Terry Winter, goodness me! You go to so much effort, Terry, to write comments to a person you're not even who's not even me. You're writing comments to a figment of your imagination. Terry Winter. Hey Ben, about Trump having this virus, even the inventor of the PCR test said it would not be used to test for viruses because he found out that it was very unreliable. So how do they know for sure he had this virus and that it even exists? I think it's more just fear-mongering bullshit to get us to accept a Nazi fascist world. Interestingly, Terry, I think I'm kind of agree with you there. Obviously you're making a point here about something I've not even talked about, but you are actually right about that. I think that the actual virus infection statistics are being manipulated in various ways, including mistakes with testing. Okay. We now have Jam Noise 72. Alright, this is okay, and I actually replied to Ron here, but she says here, Ben, where is your evidence that Boris has been coerced into doing what he is doing? Well, it's because, firstly, the very, very sudden change that came about after he literally was not doing, you know, he went from one thing to another very, very quickly. And you say Boris has done many good things. Do you think that means he can not do bad things now? No, I don't think that. Look at Jimmy Savile for an example of that. It's a little of course, I mean, look at Jeffrey Epstein in the States. Exactly the same thing. It's a little disturbing listening to this video. Sorry, Ben, I really don't know what world you're living in anymore. Alright, Jackie, I've tried to explain myself as best I can. That's all I can do. It's a shame because I know Jam Noise at 72. We've always been close friends, and I hope this doesn't cause us to go the same way as my other friend who's abandoned me over this. But you know, I'm not going to pretend something is not real when I think it is, to avoid conflict with people. I try to explain myself in this video as best as I can, the position that we're in here. I think he is being coerced because he's in a firstly the means is there to coerce him because of he has a new child. He has a baby who's about 6 months old, and he has a fiancée. He is doing something that completely opposes, that's completely different to everything he stood for before. Now, it could be that what he was before was just a big scam, like Caroline Stevens said, and that we were all fooled, apart from, well, I was, the rest of you weren't. But then that doesn't fit, doesn't make sense for reasons I explained at the time when I addressed this. Alternatively, he has actually, the only alternative is that he has been coerced. The world I'm living in is, I think, the real one, Jackie. I think it is. And obviously we may disagree on some of these things, but both of us, I think, are good people, and we're both trying to make the best as we can out of this. This means that sometimes we will dissent from each other. Apollo detectives Colin and Raza. Sailor Man says, "What a pack of ignorant cunts, lol." How can anyone mistake lens flare for a light bulb? Wow, all of these guys were obviously last in line when the smarts were being handed out. That's not a very original piece of rhetoric. As for the lens flare light bulb thing, well, I think Neil explains this because he knows what lens flare looks like. He works in cinema. He said it has a distinct shape that you don't get with lens flare. That's how you see. You say, how can anyone mistake? You're framing the whole thing. You're framing the whole issue to make it look like, oh, what's real is obvious. And what a pack! You see, you start with an insult about us, then you make a false dichotomy and a false framing to try and mean that no one can disagree with you, and then you just end with the rhetoric. So that's a pretty pointless comment there. Steve Mumbling says, reply to comments 33. Steve's been a bit quiet so far. Do yourself a big favour and get a real job. I have a job. Get yourself out of your bed sit for 8 to 10 hours a day and mix with some normal people. Steve, I do that. I mean, I'm not getting out of my bed sit for 8 to 10 hours a day at the moment. Because I'm still on lockdown hours. My clients are still in a position where I can't find employment for more than 3 to 4 hours per day at the moment. That's 7 days a week. Normally before the lockdown, I was out of my bed sit, as you call it, for 8 hours, not 10. It's about 8 hours, which is about an average for a work day. I was roughly full time, and I did mix with normal people, with clients, with whom I never discuss anything of I discuss with you. I make a point of avoiding discussing any of the subjects I discuss with you. So why'd you say this? Why'd you tell me to get something I've already got? Mix with some normal people. Continuously surrounding yourself with cranks, frauds and lunatics has made you delusional. Let's just analyse that, shall we? Because I'm surrounding myself with people who you think are cranks, fraud and lunatics, when for the most part they're nothing of the sort, has made me delusional. No, it's actually given me knowledge. Let's see, example, and he gives a timestamp here. What's this then, Steve? You said the Apollo defective should enter this competition. Alright, sarcasm. Why? Between them, they know more about space exploration and everything that goes on with it than NASA and SpaceX put together. Correct. Alright, so, okay. You're suffering from delusions of competence. Suffering from delusions of competence? What do you mean, Steve? What on earth do you mean by that? Delusions of competence. So presumably if I'm suffering from a delusion of competence, someone could come along and explain where we went wrong. Because if I was suffering from a delusion of confidence, in order to maintain that delusion, I wouldn't allow people to do that, would I? I'd either shut the comments boxes or I'd block all the people who disagree with me. Wouldn't I do that? So how come I don't, Steve? The Apollo defectives know nothing whatsoever about space exploration or the technology involved in space exploration. Well, Steve, one of the Apollo defectives, as you call him, actually publishes a magazine in which one of the columnists is an astronautical engineer. Many other experts in the field of space exploration and technology contribute to the magazine. We have other people who are experts on all kinds of things like that. We have people who have studied this, written books about it, and again, been in debates. We had Blue Earth thing. Marcus, you've seen Marcus has been on Blue Earth Thing's channel over and over again, and they're continuously doing debates. Why do we do that if we're so obviously wrong? Honey Badger says on why I still support Boris. Boris, I'm a passionate Zionist Johnson. Tell you all you need to know. Corona hoax. again, no, it doesn't, Honey Badger. I mean, if you watch the video, I explain this. He's not doing everything he wants to do. Ed Kaler says on the same video, I think the problem we have here, although we don't have to agree on everything, we do need a constant message in the truth movement. Yes, you see, I said that, yeah, of course, exactly, but you see, that's the point of the video. The point of the video was to explain my position so that that message is constant. This is perhaps what your ex-friend was concerned about. Well, he might have been, but you see, if he'd actually sat down and discussed it with me, I might have been able to talk it through. I might have been able to get to him and explain to him. I think you made a comment like this somewhere earlier, didn't you, Ed? But he won't discuss it. He just says, oh, you're how can you support the government like this? How can you support this and do that? It's contradictory. So I try to explain why, and he just turns his back on me. That's not a discussion. That is not a solution. That's not building a consistent message. It's not. You can't do that. Block someone and turn people away while they're trying to explain and saying that person is not providing a consistent message. You're not not you, Ed, but this person is not listening to the message I'm giving. How do they know whether it's consistent or not? Ed says, I'm sorry, Ben. I can't roll with you either on Bullingdon Club, Boris. I still watch your videos, though. Well, thanks, Ed. I'm glad you still watch my videos. But honestly, if you watch the video I just made and you think I'm wrong, we can explain. Please feel free to discuss it with me. I'm open to that. Steve Palmer says on reply to comments 33, Ben, the sale of petrol and diesel and hybrid vehicles will be banned in the UK in 2035. What did Mr. Royal Dutch Shell have to say about this? Mr. Royal Dutch Shell doesn't say anything about something that's going to happen in 15 years, Steve. Did you, maybe this ban was said to appease the bloody Greta Thunbergists and things like that. It's the whole environmental thing is a really important point. I'm going to make another video about that soon. I recently made one called Planet of the Humans. You can't, anything could happen within the next 15 years. Right, we have the US presidential non-election live stream, and Mr. Inglis, Inglis81 says, oh, hello, Ben. Hi, Em, how are you? I almost said Graham because there's a cryptozoologist called Graham Inglis, who I'm familiar with. Diego Rivera says here on the US non-election live stream. There's a Facebook one as well. This is the YouTube one. Ben, you did a video dressed as Obama. Why not do a Trump video with orange face paint and a wig? I always said I would, didn't I? After Obama was ended, when the Obama thing was over, I would dress up as the new president, and if it was Hillary Clinton, I'd dress up in drag. The thing is, I only did it to take the piss out of Obama. I don't want to do that to Trump because I think Trump is different. This I made long ago. I made it long ago, this video. It's actually been banned now. Steve Palmer said, how do you dress like Obama? Diego Vera says, Ben did, his video got banned. It did. It was banned for spamming and deceptive practices, which is, I think, what was the word? No. Yeah, it was to do with the tags the tags I used were supposedly deceptive, although I think it was probably because of the political incorrectness of my costume. And Steve Palmer says, don't all presidents dress in the same suit and tie? And BZ Garzan says, did he blackface up? And Diego Rivera says yes. So that was it, wasn't it? It's very politically incorrect to do that, but I did make myself look like Obama in every way, although some people thought I looked more like Robert Mugabe. Steve Palmer says, come to think of it, someone mentioned this a while back. Ben took the video down during the race riots. If YouTube knew about the video, he would have been banned. What? No, I didn't. The video was removed because someone claimed that I was using deceptive tagging. That breached the spamming rules about commercial promotion, which was false. But I didn't take the video down during the race riots. Why are you making these things up, Steve? What else do you make up about me? BZ Garson, if Ben blacked up for the video, then he deserved to be banned. He should know better. It's not the 1970s, for fuck's sake. Really? So you're one of these people. Well, you're one of these little SJWs who thinks, oh, you shouldn't do that because it's wrong. It's cultural appropriation and all that sort of thing. You're in favour of that. You think that's the right thing to do. You think that it's racist to do that, do you? Well, even if you're doing no harm to anyone. You think people deserve to be banned for that? Don't worry. You are, honestly. You're crazy. Anyway, I think I actually cut that little short clip into one of my other videos, and that's still somewhere on my channel. I don't know. Anyway. Steve says, agreed. Ben's social skills are non-existent. I've noticed how many people he falls out with. One day he's big mates with such and such, next they're not speaking. Well, in fact, that's only happened a couple of times. It's, as I said, with this person I've referred to here. This person, recently it's only been this one person, the guy I referred to in my homeless video and in my Boris Johnson video. And of course Andrew Johnson, I've explained before, I've fallen out with him. Although with Andrew Johnson it's a purely personal issue, it's got nothing to do with anything in the truth movement, it's not to do with any difference of opinion, it is simply a personal thing between the two of us. But it's only in last couple of years, those are the only two I can think about. I mean, I don't include Caroline Stevens, because you can't say she fell out of me. When someone blocks you for no reason at all, it's not exactly they're falling out with you, it's just they're sort of like, it's a form of ghosting, I suppose. Which I suppose is a kind of falling out, but I mean, it's completely one-sided. I mean, I'm completely baffled about why she did it. So, that I don't think is the case. But by the way, I don't think there's anything immoral about wearing blackface makeup. I think there's absolutely nothing wrong with it at all, and I do not apologise for the video I made pretending to be Obama. If you actually watch the video, there's no reference made to his racial status at all. It's got nothing to do with that. So, BZ Garson, up yours, you little PC thug. Right, here we go. CJ Taylor says on Boris. Says here, I mean, I hope you. This is a long comment. I hope you've read that. I hope you watched the video, CJ. CJ Taylor says, "Hello Ben, you are somewhat inviting a response from viewers here." Yes, that's why I leave my comments boxes open and I do these comments reply videos. CJ, I think that kind of gives it away, doesn't it? Okay. I'm somewhat a frequent viewer. I like your channel. I am adult enough to accept your contrasting opinion. In the past I could get annoyed if a favourite YouTuber had a contrasting take. But what is the point, Ben, to have such a high level of purity? A recipe for disappointment. Well, I know, CJ. I mean, I do I do try to I do believe in this video, like all of them, I'm trying to have integrity here. That's all I'm saying. I don't believe I'm a bad person for making these videos. Anyway, I disagree with you on Boris Johnson, but I would point my finger at a certain Dominic Cummings. Yes, you can point your finger at him, but don't ask me to follow it, because I can't stand the look of the guy. I can't stand the bloke. I think he's disgusting. I get a strong feeling that Brexit is merely and nothing else. A very short train track back to Cummings, to take Cummings clickety-clacking to his destination, which is to do with his variety of Opera Grin products. Have you ever read his blog? No. What's this all about? And what's that got to do with Brexit? I'll have to look in for more information about that, CJ. Boris on his own, I am not sure who this man is. I generally find him to be a bumbling buffoon. He's actually, Boris is not actually, I think he plays on it a little bit, so people like Richard D. Hall are partly right, because it is a kind of persona. I mean, I used to do this sort of thing. In my humiliation video I explain why. I think maybe we all do to a certain extent. I would suggest his wife is not a good influence. His father Stanley is a class performer, so few do any digging on him, but he's not a good person either. Well, his father is a novelist and wrote a book about viruses, apparently. Yeah. I think one aspect that many may struggle with is the rapid speed of proceedings in our land and wider world. Oh yeah, I mean, it's like every time I want to sit down and write my own book, something comes up which means I have to concentrate on current affairs again. Things change a lot, even in a short period of time. We have a short perception time. Seems ages since Dominic Cummings' home was besieged. Further still, eerie scenes of returning Brits from Wuhan, who were then quarantined. Yeah, I remember, God, yeah. Further, the election in which Boris Johnson used that clever Love Actually stunt. Brexit seems like it was forgotten. Thank you for your contrasting take on the man in the hot seat. Oh, you're very welcome, CJ. And I know what you mean in the sense that people have short memories, and even I try to maintain a grip with the past and things that are happening, but it just goes. It's like Adam Curtis said, you know, in that Bitter Lake movie he made. These things pass like the waves of a fever, and all we can do is say, "Oh dear." It is like that. And same video, CJ Taylor says, "Ah, yes, you are correct on that. Doomers." Oh, you know what I mean, don't you, CJ? Yeah. Okay, US presidential election livestream. BZ Garson says, since presidential elections began, the results have been contested 4 times: 1876, 1888, 1960, and 2000. Thus, contrary to your assertion that it is common. Right. Oh yeah. Well, that's 4 in the 250 year. That's 4 times in the 250 year history of the US. Mind you, I don't know the details of any of those apart from 2000. In 2000, you had 2. There was an empty seat, and you had 2 candidates for the same seat. In which case, the whole thing was sorted out by the Florida District Court. Al Gore challenged Bush's that Bush had won that state, and there was a bit of there was a hoo-ha in court where his case was thrown out, and Bush remained the president-elect. This is a different situation, though. This is very different for various times. I mean, I don't know about the other 3 examples. I'd have to look into them. But as far as 2000 goes, this is a completely different kettle of fish. Even some of the more conventional people than myself have said this. Trump moaned about vote rigging and rampant voter fraud, and then went on to win the 2016 election. Well, yeah, this is... well, he didn't actually moan about it in 2016. It was other people like James O'Keefe who were moaning about it. He's moaning about it now. The fact he did go on to win because the fraud didn't work. This is why it was then dropped and put aside, and everyone sort of forgot about it. They thought, oh well, it didn't work. That's okay. It should have been dealt with then. In fact, if whatever happens in the 2020, if Trump, Trump, I think he's going to stay in the presidency one way or another. But by the end of this incredible turmoil that is about to break out in the United States, that may well last a number of months, when that's over, Trump needs to do a thorough official investigation into all these things, both 2016, 2020, every election in which vote rigging is used. You see, just because it doesn't work at one point doesn't mean we need to forget about it, because then it just comes up, it just rears up again, its ugly head appears again in a future election. Trump is a serial liar. Proven. Right? Example, please. A clown and an international embarrassment. Okay, calling someone a clown is not an argument. I could say the mathematician who says 2 + 2 = 4 is a clown. It's an international embarrassment to say that 2 + 2 = 4. Okay, if I say that, BZ, does 2 + 2 therefore equal 5? It's your opinion. I think you see in a sense. All right, I'll concede this. These things, a clown, international embarrassment, is your subjective opinion of Trump. There's nothing objective in that. But you see, your subjective opinions is something that you alone are qualified to comment on. Terry Winter again. Ben believes that Boris, and he says Doris here, I think he means Boris, that Boris is an enlightened being. So why is he not speaking up about the Nazi Gestapo tactics at the London's protests and supporting the protesters? Answer me that, please, Ben. I have done, Terry Winter. It's in at least one of the videos you haven't watched. Why I still support Boris, I explain in there. You haven't watched the video. I can't keep answering comments from you, which I've already replied to in videos I've made, which you refuse to watch. I'm out of dragon juice. Just one moment. Yeah, me. It's I do enjoy these videos. So even when I get like really difficult people in doing it, I really do. It's still great fun. I still love it. It's still a good laugh. Come on in. That's it. That'll keep me good for the next half hour. Okay, right. Oh, here we go. Right. Terry Winter again. Oh God. dearie me. This is on the same video. It's the US presidential non-election live stream, just like the last one. Ben, why is Doris, oh, he means to say Doris, not supporting the London protesters and their right to protest? If he is what you say he is, then why has he not spoken up about the way that the German doctor and others have been treated? Terry, I've answered that in my video, why I still support Boris. Bardi's Den said, need to get some young blood into the White House, enough of these oldies. Well, Bardi, how old are you? You could always apply for US citizenship and run yourself. But that's for young, maybe, I mean, the thing is, like, young people, older people are wiser generally. I mean, there's a lot of exceptions, of course, but, you know, generally, people, I mean, I myself, when I say young, I'm still young, but younger, I look back at myself and I go, oh, God, you idiot. And if I was confronted with my teenage self, what would you say? You know, it's like in the Big Issue, they say a letter to your younger self. I would slap him round the head and I'd say, stop being such a bloody moron. We have now US presidential non-election live stream, and it's a long thread here. TK. Hello, TK. How are you? You confuse me about the NWO. Are the NWO the same people who attended Bilderberg and worship owls in ceremonies at the USA? Yes, although the Bilderberg group and the Bohemian Society, the Bohemian Grove Society, are they're two parts of the New World Order. The New World Order consists of a lot else. Is Trump draining the swamp of the NWO people, or is that a different swamp? I think he's doing what he's doing the best he can, TK. I mean, in fact, I recommend you watch my BitChute exclusive that I've just uploaded, because you'll find it interesting. Every time I think I might know who the NWO are, you say something that makes it not that group. Who's that? Well, who are... I mean, they're not one person. They're not even a single tendency. You can't, like... It's difficult to know who... When you say who's the New World Order. The New World Order consists of a network of secret societies and elite bloodlines. You can't really... It's very difficult to pin them down because they operate under secret identities. In demographic terms, they're not a particular nationality, race, or creed. You find the agents of the New World Order in these bloodlines in all over the world, in different racial groups, in different cultural groups, everywhere. So it's difficult. It's a difficult question. I know what you mean. So I guess after watching you for ages and all your videos, I have no clue as to who the NWO are. Oh, well, okay, TK, I'll try to be less nebulous if possible. But you see, obviously these are people who are not in the public eye for the most part. There's people like Pindar and these others. TK says, so I think you're getting the Democratic... Excuse me. So I think you're getting the Democrat Party in the USA mixed up with what you're calling the New World Order. Is Hillary Clinton part of the New World Order? Yes. She's a puppet of the New World Order. The Democratic Party is what the New World Order are currently using to control that particular country. Including like the Never-Trumper Republicans and people like that. BZ Garson says, the phrase New World Order or similar language was used in the period towards the end of the First World War in relation to Woodrow Wilson's vision for international peace. Wilson called for a League of Nations to prevent aggression and conflict. Yes, he did. In fact, there was the Paris Conference, which followed the war. Yeah, the phrase was used to a degree at the end of World War II when describing plans for the United Nations and the Bretton Woods system, partly because of its negative associations with the failed League of Nations. However, many commentators have applied the term retroactively in order to put in place by the World War II victors as a new world order. Yes, that's a pretty good. That's a pretty good assessment. Yeah. The most widely discussed application of the phrase of recent times came at the end of the Cold War. Presidents Mikhail Gorbachev and George H.W. Bush used the term to try and define the nature of the post-Cold War era and the spirit of greater power cooperation that they hoped might materialize. Gorbachev's initial formulation was wide-ranging and idealistic, but his ability to press for it was severely limited by the internal crisis of the Soviet system in comparison. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Gorbachev, he called it perestroika glasnost. That was the more detailed strategy he had, which he hoped would transform the Soviet Union into a new kind of system, a new kind of government. It didn't work, of course. The whole thing eventually collapsed. That wasn't intended, I should point out. the Rockefeller Foundation that was behind all this, they knew the Cold War was going to end, but they didn't plan the end of the Soviet Union. They planned for the USSR to transform in the same way China has, into a more sort of Western capitalistic system, while maintaining a socialist one-party state. It didn't work, and Gorbachev failed in that respect. Okay. In comparison, Bush's vision was not less circumscribed. 100 generations have searched for this elusive path to peace, while 1,000 wars raged across the span of human endeavour. Today, that new world is struggling to be born, a world quite different from the one we've known. Yeah, I remember that speech. However, given the new unipolar status of the United States, I don't think. See, it's not unipolar with the United States anymore. I don't think. We have a multipolar world of which the United States is a major player, but the US is not a global superpower like it used to be. Anyway, he continues. Bush's vision was realistic in saying that there is no substitute for American leadership. Yeah, this was this was an agenda that came about in the 1990s after the end of the Cold War, which would create a unipolar world centered around the United States. This was the project for the new American century. The Gulf War of 1991 was regarded as the first test of the New World Order. Now you can see a new world coming into view, a world in which there is a very real prospect of a new world order. Yeah, the Gulf War put this new world to the first test, yeah. The common theme in conspiracy theories about a new world order is that a secretive power elite with a globalist agenda is conspiring to eventually rule the world through an authoritarian world government, which will replace sovereign nation states in an all-encompassing propaganda whose ideology hauls the establishment of the New World Order as the culmination of history's progress. Yes, that's a good summary. Many influential historical and contemporary figures have therefore been alleged to be part of that cabal that operates through many front organizations to orchestrate significant political and financial events, ranging from causing systemic crises to pushing through controversial policies at both national and international levels as steps in an ongoing plot to achieve world domination, which most rational people think is utter bollocks. I was just thinking, as I was reading that you cut and pasted this from Wikipedia or somewhere. Then that last sentence, of course, means you didn't. But I know not most, you say rational people. A lot of people think it's bollocks. I don't think they're rational if they think that, because I think the rational position, in my view, I think I'm a rational person, is that everything you just read out there is true. Every word of your last paragraph in that comment is true. And TK said to BZ Garson, was that the one? Yeah, BZ Garson said it. A great explanation. Can ask, are you American? Is Hillary Clinton part of the New World Order? Oops. TK. I'm English, British, European, says BJ to TK. BZ to TK. To be honest, I plagiarized several sources in order to explain the meaning of the New World Order. It's late, and it would have taken me too long to write my thoughts in a coherent form. Okay, that's fair enough, BZ. I don't mind people cutting and pasting stuff. Seeing as I don't believe in the conspiratorial meaning of the New World Order, then it follows that I don't believe that Clinton is anything but an ex-First Lady of the USA and an ex-US politician. My advice to you, and please don't think I'm patronising you, never take blindly the word of one man or woman spouting off in a video, or even several videos. I think he's hinting that it's talking about me. And of course I agree. I mean, I know you're talking about me, BZ. And the thing is, I agree. Don't take my word for everything. Of course not. Don't. You see, and of course I never said that people should. I am of all the YouTubers I know, I think I am the one most open to dissent, to criticism, to peer review and discussion. I encourage it. I make videos almost 9 hours long dedicated to discussion. So absolutely, I think you're hinting at me when you're advising TK, but you can't say that about me. I'm not saying I'll spout off and you blindly take my word for it. No. As you have done here, keep asking questions, and above all, demand evidence that can be tested. Then come to your own conclusion. I couldn't have said it better myself. I really couldn't, BZ. There are far too many nodding dog comments under Ben's videos. What? What are you talking about? Steve Mumbling? Diego Rivera? Terry Winter? Nodding dog. There's too many nodding dog video comments. Nodding dogs is just when you just agree. Yes, yes, I agree, I agree. Yes, yes. You must be joking. BZ, come off it. Steve Mumbling is a nodding dog? Most of which don't make sense. It's not very common for people to challenge him with challenging questions. What? It's not very common for people to challenge me with challenging questions. Or the ability to exercise critical and logical thinking? Steve Mumbling and very few others, being a rare exception. Steve Mumbling's comments on my video are a rare exception. You heard him say it, ladies and gentlemen. Are you insane? BZ Garson. You must be. You have completely and utterly misrepresented my comment sections. You really have. How could you possibly say that unless you are seeing everything I put on YouTube and all my comments through a hall of mirrors? My goodness me, that is absurd. That is absolutely absurd. I'll move on, I think. Woody Black, hello, Woody Black. And US presidential non-election. Academic Agent did a good video on the enthusiasm gap. Oh right. What's the double A said here? I do watch Academic Agent. Let's have a look here. Oh, hang on. Sorry, it's I've got an ad to go through, but it's called Why Trump Will Win and the Polls Are Wrong. Oh right. Oh. I think I will. Hang on. Okay.
So I have seen.
Oh, it's 8 minutes long. Look, I know I do watch Academic Agent. I will come back to that video. I'll come back to that video. I will do. Thank you very much for that, Woody Black. Fairy Trish said on US presidential non-election YouTube, hi Ben, I really enjoyed this debate. Thank you. More soon, please. Oh, thanks, Fairy. Thank you very much. It was a bit of a debate, wasn't it? Thank you. You're getting a love heart for that. Michael Green says on the same video, which right-wing crackpot is worse, Boris Johnson or Donald Trump? That's a are you still beating your wife fallacy. You know, you're framing that. When you frame the issue with a question like that, you're only allowing answers which agree with the question you've written. See, firstly you've got to define, are Boris and Johnson or Donald Trump's right-wing are Boris or Trump right-wing crackpots? And the answer is neither of them are. So therefore, I can't really answer your question because you're wrong about the very question you're asking within its very premise. Okay, Facebook live stream non-election. This is the Facebook version of the one I did on YouTube. Legend Real says, hi Ben. Hi Legend, how are you? Steve071 says on the Facebook live stream, Facebook election, the France-Brazil World Cup final was in 1998, Ben, not 2005. Oh right, okay, it wasn't. It was a few years earlier. My goodness me, I'm getting a time dilation here. I could have sworn it's 2005. No, it was two World Cups earlier. If Biden gets selected, he will die in office, allowing his running mate to slide in and wreck the country. Yes. Oh, Kamala Harris. Yes, President Harris. I can just see it coming, Steve. Yeah, that's the plan, I think. The Wisdom Tree says in reply to Steve, hi Steve, I also heard that Biden will be replaced if he wins the US election. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think the plan is to get, for whatever reason that's going through the New World Order, as they try to wrestle back control from this 2016 wave, is that they get Trump out of office. They can't dare give him even another 4 years. Put in Biden and Harris. Biden then, I don't know, he probably won't live for another 4 years. But either way, he'll become completely incoherent and have to be replaced by Harris, yeah. And Steve says, hello Wisdom Tree. Hoping the family and yourself are well. And the Wisdom Tree says, we're doing fine, thank you. The baby's growing so fast. And Steve says, we're glad to hear that, Wisdom Tree. Well, Wisdom Tree, That's a bit of family news there from you. Good luck. Hope everything's okay with you. Sonara's Ashtray. Hey, Sonara, how are you? How are you? I know who she is. I know Sonara. On the live stream. The big problem is the change in demographics. The USA is even more non-white than it was at the last election. Well, it is, Sonara. And over a long period of time, the plan is essentially that will eventually create a supermajority for the Democrats. That is the plan. Although the difference between the last election and this one is there, but it doesn't explain these polling differences. The diversion in the polls can't be explained by that alone. To get such a huge transformation in polling results in just 4 years. BZ Garson says, if true, why have you got a problem with that? Alright, he's addressing Sonara, but my answer to that is because it's a very, very nasty way of manipulating democratic systems. I mean, I've always... the thing about the democracy is, Winston Churchill called it the worst system in the world except all the others. Because the idea was that if you just give people the vote, then dictators can never take power again because people will just vote them out. But in practice, what democracy means, what's happened with democracy in practice, is that the dictators remain in power. They force people through or they manipulate people through various means, propaganda, psychological warfare, all kinds of other forms of coercion, soft or hard, into voting for the person they want. So the dictators have simply changed tactics. And of course, they've used the education system to make people more gullible and less intelligent. I think it was Winston Churchill actually said once, 5 minutes conversation with the average voter tells you why democracy is such a terrible system. But he said that 80 years ago, and since then it's a lot worse. We've had a massive, massive attack in terms of the indoctrination of children, the indoctrination of the public through the media, the chemical and electromagnetic attacks on our brain. IQ points have dropped. The average IQ has dropped like 5 points in the last 20 years or something like that. It's horrific. Because I mean, the government wants stupid people. They don't want intelligent people. In a democratic system, if you're in power in a democratic system, you want to make the electorate as obtuse as you possibly can. Make them as naive and obtuse as you possibly can get them, so you can just get them to vote any way you like, so that you stay in power. In the case of the demographic problem in the USA, by bringing people in from Mexico, they knew that Mexico are primarily centre-left Democrat voters. So you just bring more and more of them in until you essentially stuff the ballot boxes with guaranteed votes. They're doing a similar thing in Britain, actually. I think it was, oh God, who was it? Someone associated with the Blair regime who said, we're going to rub the right's nose in multiculturalism or something like that. Yeah. So in the long term, unless that demographic trend is shifted, there'll be big problems. Yeah, there'll be huge problems. It doesn't explain what's happening with the current election, but obviously it's something that's going to have to be reversed. And which is another reason why I think this election is so important. Same video, Stu's a page of goo says, "Hi Ben, if you're going to rig an election, you've got to rig the polls." Well, precisely, Stu. I mean, people get suspicious. I mean, this happened when Truman got elected because the polls were all saying that Dewey. This was back in, God, this is way back in 1946, I think. That it was Stephen Dewey, I think his name was. He was the one who's going to be president. In fact, in the Roswell, in Roswell, you'll know, in the Roswell trilogy, you'll know that in my alternative universe, he does actually win the election and Truman is kicked out. But Truman went and won against all the predictions. And of course, that makes people suspicious. And indeed, in this particular case, when there's positive evidence of vote rigging, both in the primaries, I mean, it's indisputable that in the primaries there was vote rigging. In the general election, there's going to be some. And why would they not rig the general election as well as the primaries? And they've got to make it look like Joe Biden is a popular hero to explain why he somehow wins the election. And if the polls are honest, because if the polls follow the enthusiasm gap and you can see Trump way ahead, and suddenly, oh no, Joe Biden won. Honest, it won't work, will it? This is why the NSA are currently rigging the polls. They're diverting the calls, they're rigging the polls. I can't prove that, but I'm virtually certain of it. Equinox said, I loved it. You have clever insight. I especially like the take that things are a Star Wars Jedi versus evil collision course level indeed. Yeah, thanks Equinox for getting a love heart for that. Absolutely, yeah. But I'm glad you enjoyed that, thank you. Now we're on the YouTube non-election live stream, and Steve Mumbling says, your suggestion sounds familiar. The March 1933 German federal election. Oh my goodness me. The Nazi seizure of power. Steve Bumbling, you have just proved Godwin's law correct again. Oh my goodness me. I'm not going to read all this now, Steve, but it was all to do with the Nazis and how they took control of Germany. Oh blimey. I'll have to read that. I'll read it another time. But my suggestion. What is my? You need my suggestion that I think you're referring to my suggestion that, I mean, I'm not familiar with this historical event enough to know exactly the point you're making, but I will look into it. That somehow, when I said that President Trump should not cooperate with a faked election, he should consider it unlawful, which it should be, that somehow this was equivalent to Hitler getting into power, was it? You know, Steve, you're not the first person, believe it or not. You're not the first person to equate Trump with Hitler. Are you aware of that? Are you aware you're not being terribly original? Terry White says, Ben, don't you realise that Luke was Darth Vader's father? Oh, Luke was Darth Vader's father, you know. Yeah, oh, goodness me. Yeah, Terry Winter is famous for watching films and not understanding them or not watching them. He went into The Empire Strikes Back. He watched 5 minutes of it, walked out, and then did a review of the film where he found out that Luke Skywalker was actually Darth Vader's father. Yes. When people realise what has been really going on with this lockdown scam, and Doris, I understand you deliberately call him Doris, did nothing about it, what will you be saying then? Making up more excuses, I bet. Oh, well, Terry, if you look at if you actually watch the video I made, you will know that I didn't make up excuses for Boris Johnson. I explained why I think what I do about him. Now, if it comes out after an investigation that I was wrong, I will admit I was wrong. Steve Mumbling says, check out some of the videos on this channel, Ben. Okay, let's have a look. Let's have a look at this. What's this? Republicans voters against Trump.
I'm Miles
right,
Taylor.
yeah, this is right. Yeah, these are the Never Trumpers and the Lincoln Project and people like that. I have already seen a couple of. I'll give them a sub actually. Yeah, I'll give them a sub. I do. I sub to you as well, Steve. You know, I sub to a lot of people I don't agree with. I will check that out. Okay, Steve. Here's a sample. What's this? Okay, what's this?
Hi, I'm Greg.
Hi, Greg.
I'm a Republican.
Is Pennsylvania Republican telling it is? Telling it is like it is about Trump.
Voter with the state of Pennsylvania, the swing state, Pennsylvania. I've been a registered Republican since Nixon. My first presidential vote was for Nixon when the Vietnam War was raging. I started reading the Wall Street.
Steve, can you summarise this for me? I know it's only 3 minutes, but you know, I'm making a video here. Your mate Trump is about as popular as a rattlesnake in a lucky dip. That's a good analogy, I must say. Anyway, really, let's have a look. He's got a million views here. But I mean, I think are you using this video channel as a reason why? That's actually I've completely misjudged the situation, even though I've actually, believe it or not, Steve, I am going to sub to that channel. I'm going to watch the videos. I've watched the Lincoln Project videos. I watched Christy Winters and Kevin Logan, for goodness sake. I am making an effort to be objective here, which is why when I talk about the enthusiasm gap, I'm not just saying it as someone who just is closing my eyes to all alternative information. And I say Trump is about as popular as a rattlesnake in a lucky dip. Well, how come he's filling aircraft hangars and stadiums at his campaign? How come he is the guy who they're going around knocking on doors? Biden, he gets like a handful of people. He gets a handful of people at his various stop-offs. He stops off in children's playgrounds and he just likes like a handful of people. And there's a few people in parked cars nearby sounding their horns. Steve carries on. As I live in Australia, I really couldn't give a shit who wins. Well, you should do, because what happens in the United States affects Australia, affects the whole world. As I said earlier, it's not like the world has changed a lot in the last half century. The United States is not a global superpower anymore, but it's still a massive, very vital node of globalist influence. And on the geopolitical scale, on the geopolitical stage, what happens in the United States still affects the entire world. So you should, because you may not take an interest in US politics, but US politics is going to take an interest in you. If you're supporting him because you think he's going to disclose any ET visitation information, you're wasting your time. Firstly, I'm not wasting my time because I think he is the president most likely to do this. And funny enough, I'm going to have a little recording with Steve Bassett soon, and we're going to go over this again. So I'm not wasting my time there. And that's not the only reason I'm supporting him either. He couldn't care less about Roswell, etc. Well, if you watch my videos about this, you'll find out that's not the case, Steve. You will really find out that's not the case. And now I have Port Meadow in Oxford, part 2 of 3, Church of Dreams. Oh, right. This is an old one, this is a really old video. It's like a Cronenberg 73 Making Gaming Fun says, I like this type of video that you do now and then in places new. One question, did you ever do the midnight visit that you mentioned towards the end? If so, very curious, we'll look forward to seeing it. Still plodding through your old videos, as you can tell. Oh, thanks Cronenberg, thank you very much. I'm going to give you a love heart. I have indeed made a video. It's called, there's 2 actually. What are they? Hang on, I'll just find out the titles. There are 2. I did 2 midnight visits to that church. One is called St. Fried's-Wide 2013, and the other called is St. Fried's-Wide Night 2012. There are 2. So check those out. Just St. Fried's-Wide 2013, St. Fried's-Wide 2012. And they're F-R-I-D-E-S-W-I-D-E, St. Fried's-Wide. Okay, oops, where are we now? Channel comments. Here we go. Okay. But I hope you enjoy them. Okay, we have Facebook live stream election. Take a look at this video. 3:55. What's this? Okay, what's this, Steve? I'm not normally so defeatist. You might be thinking, well, look, bear with me because this does have a happy ending. I'm sure that's a timestamp on my video. What's the point? Okay, he loves conspiracy loonies because they like him. Hang on. Oh, there's 2 links here. What's the other one? What's happening now? Oh, what's happening? Oh, what's happening? Something strange. Oh, what's happening? Oh.
The president's talked before.
Oh, this is CNN. Ex-Trump official shares his prediction if Trump loses in 2020. Oh, right. Says he's concerned that President Donald Trump will use litigation to make 2020 race difficult for electors to certify. Yes. Well, that's the wrong way to word it. That's the wrong way to word it, Steve. He's going to make it difficult for the electoral fraudsters to unlawfully remove him from office. So it's interesting the way you say. It's interesting the language you use there, or the language they use on that link. It's CNN. What you expect? Steve Mumbling says, "If you lived in the U.S., Trump would hate you." What's this then? Oh, is this Trump slagging off somebody or other because disavowing someone? He has to disavowing somebody because 15 journalists tell him to disavow them.
Donald Trump hates poor white people.
This is liberal redneck. This is Trey Crowder. This is a comedy channel, Steve. This is a comedy. This bloke is a comedian. Christy Winters introduced me to him. You must be joking, man. This is
what's up, y'all?
This is the liberal redneck. It's a comedy channel, Steve. Oh, dearie me. You should watch a few more of them, actually. He's very, very good, actually. Here we go. This is the non-election Facebook. Having zero interest in politics. I haven't looked at this until today. Well, better late than never, Steve. I think you're right for once. He's screwed. Oh my God, Steve. My head is spinning. He's not screwed, though. I mean, the thing is, yeah, I mean, if you mean, is it going to be announced that Joe Biden has won? Yes. But Joe Biden hasn't. I'm going to cover this. Please do, if you can, get up for the live stream next week when I do this, because you'll really find it interesting. He's alienated the over 65s and their families. He's alienated the war vets and their families. He's alienated all the families that have lost loved ones to COVID. He's alienated the blacks, and he's alienated an awful lot of Republicans. President Trump's in-party approval in the GOP is the highest as any Republican president in history, Steve. What are you talking about? As for all the other things here about alienation, citation effing needed. And probably their families. Okay. I thought you might take some solace from the word alienated, as it has alien in it. LOL! I'm sure maybe he's using the word. Maybe you can make some pun out of alienated. I'll think about that, Steve. You've given me an idea now. Looks like you'll have to wait for another president to reveal Roswell was a mogul balloon string. Well, the thing is that the Roswell was revealed as a mogul balloon string back in 1997. No president's going to reveal that because it's already been revealed, and it's a lie. It's bunkum, as we've discussed many times, and you have falsely, or you have unsuccessfully failed to disprove. Okay, Facebook live stream again. Ravenhill says here, hi Ben, I really think if Trump loses, it'll be game over. There'll be no defense against the far left, although I will go on fighting. Unfortunately, yeah, if the deep state if the deep state manage to claw back the ground they've lost since 2016, they will keep marching. They will keep marching, and they will do everything they can to prevent anything like 2016 happening again. But first, they've got to do it first, and we're not going to let them. As you say, if Trump loses, well, see, Trump can't. I don't think Trump can lose a fair election right now. But you see, if there's a fake election and it's announced that someone's won, then they haven't won, which means their opponent has not lost. That's the important point. Here we go. That's the third hour over with. I think this hopefully will be a bit shorter than the last one. But anyway, take a little break, and back in a minute. Okay, here we go. Ladles and jelly spoons. Let's start with hour number 4. It's timer on. So where were we? Right, let me just copy the time and paste thing before I forget. Upcoming comments. Okay, so Ravenhill was just talking about how they're going to carry on fighting, no defence. Hello, Ben. If Trump loses, it's game over. No defence against the left, or I'll go on fighting. And David Smith says, yes, let's... Oh, he's being sarcastic here. Yes, let's all fight for racism, classism and inequality. Xenophobic until the day I die from smoking in a building surrounded by others not wearing a mask. I'll vote for anyone on the right over the left, as long as they lower my taxes and deal with the blacks. Oh, David, what a silly, pat... derogatory, typical anti-Trump propaganda response that is. Everything you said there is false. Trump is not racist, he's not classist, he's not in favour of, you say, inequality. He believes in equality before the law. Xenophobic? Absolutely not. He is actually one of the most... He's one of the most unxenophobic presidents the US has ever had. And look at the peace deal he's brokered in the Middle East. Look at his response. Look at his admiration for many world leaders. Look at the fact that he warms to people all over the world wherever he visits. He could actually create a new international age for the United States, and die for smoking in a building surrounded by others not wearing a mask. What the mask thing? You've watched my COVID-19 thing. Don't be ridiculous. Lower my taxes. Oh, for goodness sake! What do you really think? That people who are talking about lowering taxes, people like libertarians, are also racist, deal with the blacks? I mean, honestly, for goodness sake. David, I'm only giving an answer to that comment because of other people who might read it. Please, you can do better than that, for goodness sake. Ravenhill says, also, if Trump loses, Black Lives Matter will gain more control and a foothold. I know. It's terrifying to think that the people with that kind of, who express that kind of racial hatred might end up in a at least in a quasi-governmental position. It's absolutely horrific. I mean, this kind of, I said this before, you know, you get that kind of hatred mixed with political power. It always ends in atrocity. Always, every time. Ravenhill, it's really an awful situation. I mean, I could give you an example throughout history, but you've already thought of one. You just thought of another one, didn't you? I mean, it's absurd that the leftists have this idea that if you simply support these extremist anti-white hate mongers and give them whatever they want, eventually some kind of equilibrium will emerge out of it. It's at best naive. At worst, it is a deceit which will lead to genocide. Okay, Chris White said on the election live stream, "Something is rotten in the state of Denmark," to quote Hamlet. Yeah, ironically, Denmark is one of the most based member states of the EU. Yeah. Corruption has worked its way into the very marrow. The UK is no different, so the West may fall. God help us. Well, the UK is different, I must say. It's really wonderful, actually, to think that the UK is the country that threw the first brick in the anti-EU rebellion. Others will follow. Others will follow. God help us if it falls, but, you know, it's not fallen yet, guys. It's not fallen yet. We know what happens if we do nothing. But we have the power to change anything. Who knows what could happen in the future? And we have here on the live stream version of that, Steve Monk says, "Looks like your mate Boris has already given up on Trump." What's he said here? Oh dear. Boris has given up on Trump. What's this? It's a link which says, when it actually loads, this is news.com.au. UK is writing off Trump, forging ties with Biden. Oh God. That's awful. They probably heard, they probably know what the agenda is. That's why, Steve. If Boris is involved with that, then this is another thing. This is another part of the way he's been coerced. And again, I hope he finds a way to pull out of it. That's a horrible thing to read. It really is. Okay. Steve Mumbling says on the Apollo detectives Colin and Raza, "Look at 43.99 in this video." Care to comment? Let's have a look.
For being the liars that they are. Where's it gone? Oh, there we go. Oh, it's a very famous picture, that one. Yeah. Apollo 14.
Shadows going in all different directions, yeah. Local light source.
So regarding this picture, there's a one.
That's Raza.
There's one guy in Norway. His name is Reidar Finsrud, and he made this like a kind of like a perpetual motion thing where it goes around and around and around.
Well, sorry, what's the point you're making? What do you want me to comment on, Steve? Could you be more specific? Everything so far in that particular segment, I think, speaks for itself, and I think it's correct. Steve Mumbling, here's another. What's this? This is it's another YouTube link. Let's have a look.
And my name is Neil Brooks. I live in Cheer.
Republican cop shocked Trump would use military to maintain power. This is Republican voters against Trump. Okay. This is 7 minutes long, Steve. I don't have time to read it now. But the title suggests that he is shocked that the president, in the way that very title is, I think, loaded. It's another "Are you beating your wife? Are you still beating your wife?" fallacy. No one should be shocked that the armed forces would be used in a state of emergency for domestic law enforcement. For example, if a foreign occupier attempted to destroy the country by putting a treasonous candidate into the White House using a fake election, right? That is a legitimate use of the armed forces, in my view. It doesn't break the Kellogg-Briand Pact. It doesn't break habeas corpus. It doesn't break the US Constitution in any way. So I've got to ask you the question. Indeed, I would ask this cop the question. Are you saying that Trump should not do that? Should he allow a foreign occupier to take over the country and destroy it instead? Steve continues. Will Trump be man enough to congratulate Biden and wish him well, or will we see the petulant, grizzling, narcissistic psychopath you describe? Time will tell. I hope what I think will happen, what I hope will happen, I think is likely to happen based on what Trump is saying now, is that that the election will become an issue that is dealt with by the courts. That's what I hope will happen. I know that I don't believe Trump is going to let this go if he believes, and he's right to believe, and he's already said so, that there's a fraudulent election that's going to try and manipulate him out of power unlawfully. Then he will stand up and he'll try and prevent that. I'll cover this in my future live stream as well, Steve. You can tune in for that if you like, or watch the recording. Of course he will not concede if he believes that has happened. He's quite right not to. And I don't think he's going to. What will happen after that, I don't know. I think from early November onwards, the United States is going to enter a period of enormous turmoil. But the turmoil is not generated by Trump. It's generated by, as I said, forces of foreign occupation. Hudek1 says on live stream, YouTube live stream, Onslow was my favourite character on Keeping Up Appearances. In the US, it's a Britcom. Yeah, I know the Americans love. They love British sitcoms because, quite frankly, their own are quite lacking. But Onslow was great, sitting on that armchair, scruffy git with a dog on his lap. And old Mrs. Bucket saying, "Oh my goodness, we can't, Richard, we can't let the friends see these because they'll meet. We can't let the friends around now because they'll meet Onslow. Oh God." This is UFO Disclosure 2020 Aliens on Venus. I've actually replied to Steve in text here. Steve mumbling sends me this. You might well enjoy this documentary, and he posts me a YouTube link to an episode of Tremors. You know, it's a sort of horror series based on the movie about a giant underground man-eating worm. And I watched it and I thought it was quite amusing. It's just like I thought the film was. It's not as good as the film, but still quite amusing. So I don't know, a documentary, Steve? New video now. Argument with a homeless person. This is going to be another controversial one. Noon's Flower says, "Oh dear, with a homeless person, I will listen. Must be very particular." Well, I hope you got something out of it, Noon's Flower. I really do. Same video. Azrael Diego Vera says, "What about the English Bigfoot? Is he too big for his boots?" And Grumpskull. Hello, Grumpskull. I've not heard from you in a while. Grumpskull says, "Bigfoot spotted at 7:37. Let's have a look. Oh my goodness.
Always been homeless people.
Oh yeah.
Obviously.
Oh yes, I saw him too. Yeah, creeping through the bushes. Right, I'll get on the phone to Deborah Hatswell right now. Definitely, yeah, that's quite something. That is. Well spotted, Grumpskull. Ravenhill Bloom and Guardian 1968 says on Argument with a Homeless Person. Thank you for your relaying your experience, Ben. Homelessness is a great crisis now. I was once homeless too for a short while, and the Salvation Army took me in. I owe a great thanks to the Sally Army. Yeah, they are wonderful people. They really are. And Jock of Ages says they're great people. Yes, they are. And you both get love hearts for that. Yeah, I'm glad you had that experience and managed to get off the streets that way. Ravenhill, really do. Same video. Hatchy says, Ben, you're speaking for so many that feel the same confusion. Oh, thanks, Hatchy. Keep going with what feels right. Omnia causa fiunt, Latin for don't let the bastards grind you down. Your path is true love and respect. Thank you very much. Hatchy, much appreciated. And Hugo Rune says, everything happens for a reason, translation. Is that what it means? Oh, right. Omnia causa fuint. Okay. But yeah, but don't let the bastards grind you down is a good way of adding to that, yes. Gary Robinson says, on Argument with a Homeless Person, I'm always saying to myself that some battles are not worth fighting, which often leads me to turn the other cheek. That being said, I will often let myself down on a bad day by doing exactly what you did when the guy snapped at you. Sometimes it's hard to keep your mouth shut. Cheers, Ben, mate. Oh, you're welcome, Gary. And it's difficult sometimes because I am a person who wants to basically get involved in everything whenever something comes along which I think I need to get involved in. But then I know that there's some things that would take so much effort, it's just not worth the effort. And I just back down, and I just think to myself, okay, well, I'll save my energy for what matters. But eventually that itself wears you down. So I know what you mean, yeah. And Crafty Nihilist responds on the same video with just a love heart. So thank you very much, Crafty Nihilist. Much appreciated. But it's since then I've been approached by beggars since then, but they've been all right with me. They've been all right with me. And Gary says, I think you're bang on about what you're saying in this video, mate. It's fair enough. Thanks very much, Gary. Much appreciated. Gary also says on the same video, Ben, mate, I'm from Hertfordshire and there's nothing more annoying than a 3 counties Cockney. Yeah, they put on a fake accent, don't they? Yeah. Gary also says here on the same video, on Saturday I was asked for £1.13, very precise, by a woman in the Water Gardens in Hemel Hempstead. I wanted to help her out, but I had to explain to her that I never carry cash. She was very polite, and I made a point of being cool with her. Oh, well done, Gary. You know, if people are cool with me, I'll be cool with them. As I said, since I made that video, a guy came up to me on Cowley Road again, young chap with a bit of a beard, and he looked. I don't know if he really was homeless, but he said, "Oh, I'm trying to sort my life out, mate. I just need a bit of help here." And I thought, look, me giving you cash here is not going to help you sort your life out. And I said, look, I'm really sorry, I just don't donate cash on the street. He says, okay, no worries. And he said goodbye, and that was all right. Diggler says on the homeless video, you're a good bloke, Ben. I remember you on the Ike forum. Diggler, oh, Diggler, that rings a bell. Oh, thanks. It's great to bump into an old Ikey again. That was a great one, that, yeah. I remember the good old days of the good old forums before Facebook came along and ruined everything. Oh, God, I'm sounding like an old man, aren't I? This is the internet age, and we're already talking about parts of it as being ancient history. But I do get nostalgic for my early experience on the internet, you know. Eschaton1 says, he sweats a lot, doesn't he? I do? Well, sometimes I do, I suppose, yeah. Gary says, Ben, mate, I may sample your Dog Eat Dog World speech for one of my tunes. Make some jump up drum and bass lot. Oh, please do, Gary, please. I'd be delighted. Honestly, when you do, will you send me like a copy of it? I'll play it on the HPANWO show. Gary Robinson said, I once had a row with an essay in the mall in Del Rio. What's an essay? Is that some American thing? In Del Rio, Texas, who demanded $5 from me. He got my blood up for real. Oh dear. Oh, Ed Kaler says, what's an essay? And Gary says, it's kind of like a homeboy or chav, but a Mexican version. Oh, right. Okay. Ed says, okay. Right, I see. You must have lived, obviously you're from Hertfordshire, but you must have lived in Texas too, so you've been around a bit. Pork Chop says on the homeless video, I'm across an ocean on another continent entirely, like you. I detest those that attempt to spiritually extort the goodness and compassion in myself and others. Rich or poor, tattered or untorn, or prim or proper, pick your dichotomy. There are extortionists among them all, and it pisses me off to no end. I think we treat every person as an individual instead of allowing us to be corralled into collectivist groupings. Each and every one of us would get along with each other better. If we did, in my opinion, the market value of compassion and empathy would increase exponentially instead of being cheapened by the professional victim. Thank you for sharing your perspectives and thoughts. I enjoy them immensely and lets me know I'm not alone. Cheers. You're getting a love heart, Pork Chop. Thank you very much. And you're right about all this, yeah. I think if we... I mean, I'm not like... I suppose I'm not like Sargon of Akkad in that terms of, and in those terms of individualism. I think, you know, we are a tribal species, but... Yeah, we shouldn't be... Problem is when you're a tribal, this natural instinct is often used against us by turning us, making us go to war, to false wars, you see. As you're seeing with... as you're seeing now with Black Lives Matter, you see. That's what it's all about. Oh, Planet Frog! Hello, Planet Frog! An old friend, another old friend from the original David Icke forum. I mean, honestly, this homeless video has really made them all come out. How are you? Planet Frog, hi Ben, thanks for the story time. I tuned in for the whole thing. I just want to say I don't see you as a compassionless person. I'm not sure if there is a limit to compassion, but perhaps compassion is like knowledge. It has momentary limits, and deepening breakthroughs. Yeah, that's a good way of seeing it, yeah. There is a Buddhist concept of idiot compassion you may find worth looking into. There are also things to consider in the English language, like to be cruel, to be kind, etc., which seem relevant to your talk. I would say if there is a limit to compassion, perhaps it comes from a limit we place on being compassionate to ourselves. I know it's hard, but perhaps not letting yourself get angry would be a compassionate thing to do. Possibly, yes. In my eyes, you always come across as a good-natured, kind-hearted, sensitive and gentle character, and I think you deserve to give yourself all the compassion you need and not let up on yourself, not let yourself get riled up. Keep up the good work and sending healing thoughts your way, bud. Respect, Frog. Oh, thanks, Planet Frog. I've met Planet Frog. We met at the Matthew DeLue's event in Brighton and several other places. All kinds of... Thank you very much. I've been meaning to apologise to you, actually, because I remember you phoned me up once. I think it was when I was on my way to the event in Brighton. And I sort of barked at you, said, "What do you want? What do you want?" or something like that. And I was on my mobile phone walking along the road at Brighton. And I should apologise to you. I didn't at the time. And I think, see, when you phoned me up, I didn't realise it was you. I thought it was someone else. You sounded like someone else I'm trying to get away with. I'm trying to get away from. But just let you know that. That's just something I thought about, actually, a couple of hours ago or weeks ago. But it's great to hear from you again, Frog. Take care, mate. Woden said on the homeless video, "I do like the way you value everyone's opinion. In this case, it worked against you. He presumed you had money to spare. He doesn't know you or your situation, but he gives you a rattle anyway. He might deserve the shite he's in." Well, Woden, you know, when someone says that, when they act like that, yes, it's... I do think to myself, you know, homeless people are not these divine angels in whose mouth butter wouldn't melt, contrary to the image that seems to be projected at the moment. And some of them are in that situation through the mistakes they made in their lives, in which case they have to correct those mistakes. And you giving them cash when they moral blackmail you it's not going to help them correct those mistakes. Slacks hasn't commented yet. He might do. I don't know. He might have done. But he's not going to like this. He's really not going to like that video. I don't care. I'm sorry about that, but I have to say what I think. Just like I did with Jam Noise, just like I did with the other guy I talked about. Paul Armstrong said, "It looks like you had a shiner at the start of the video." I didn't know there was no physical altercation between us, Paul. I thought the altercation got physical, but it sounds like the whole thing was over in seconds. Yeah, you should grass the bastard up who lives in a semi and begs. That's unfair on the genuine homeless. That real cunt's trick. Well, it's... Well, I just... there's not a lot I can do. It's not like he's claiming benefits or he just sits there. I mean, if he came up to me and asked me for money, I'd say, "Look, you're not homeless, mate. I know you're not." I would say so. But if you're ever in Oxford, he's often on Canary Road. He's this old guy. He's black. He's really skinny. He's got like a bit of a scruffy beard. And if you see him, right, that's the man I'm talking about. He's not homeless. He's got a house. I've seen him in it. Leeds Combined Arts on this is on homeless person. Leeds Combined Arts says, "It's the same psychological game as the BLM people play. It's called being a victim." Yes, right. Yeah. Yep, it is. It's literally, it's victim culture. It's victim solidarity. Yeah. And Steve 07 says, "Yes, everyone owes me," instead of taking responsibility for ourselves. That's it. It's the universal cult of victimhood. It's their fault. It's evil white people. Oh, it's men. It's white men. It's in Wales. Oh, it's the bloody English. If you're Irish, it's the fucking Brits. Or if you're Scottish, it's the fucking Brit. It's the fucking English. You know, it's all the same. It's always my life's not perfect, and these are the people I've got to point my finger at and blame. You know, and in the conspiracy sphere we have, oh, it's the Jews and things like that. It's at the end of the day, we are. I mean, the New World Order. Someone else asked me, who are the New World Order? Why can't we? I need to know who they are. Well, maybe it's best not to know who they are, because they're only here because of us, because of who we are. We are the fertile ground for them to grow. We are the fallow ground, as Jesus, you know, the parable of the sower, which Jesus uses. You know, it's fallen. The seed has fallen on the fallow ground. The Illuminati seed has fallen on our fallow ground, and we are the fallow ground. But we got to become the thorns and the stones for the Illuminati. And then we don't need to know who the New World Order are. We'll remove the cause. It brings them there in the first place, you see. Patrick Patel said, I once got punched in the face by a homeless person. I was quite shocked. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Patrick. I really am. Bloody awful, isn't it? Ed Kaler says, interesting concept. Who was in the wrong? Both of you being in the oppressed class. Oh, well, you know, the oppressed classes turn on each other, don't they? Patrick is, I know Patrick's Asian. Yeah, I don't think Patrick is the kind of person to play those kinds of games, though, Ed. But Patrick says, I refused to give him money and he called me a twat and I laughed at him and he punched me in the face. Well, then he's obviously one of these people like the one I met, Patrick. Why should you give him a penny if he's going to do that? And Ed said, did you then accuse him of racially aggravated assault? And Patrick says, I'm not falling for the racial crap the elite dictate for divide and conquer. I'm not naive. Nice one, mate, nice one. I'm going to give you a love heart for that because that's very wise. And Ed says, I was only joking around, take it easy. Yeah, Ed, bless you. Yeah, Patrick, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. You can see that it's all a big sham. I mean, a lot of white people can see that now, and I know a lot of non-white people can as well. TK, so in summary, what happened? Are you suggesting that I am a little bit, I'm not a one for brevity? Are you? Watch the damn video. You might enjoy it. Hey, back to India. Hello, back to India. How are you? And this is the COVID-19 Truth Door, Oxford. Good to see you again, back to India. How are you getting on? Hi, Ben. Great video. Glad to see you guys still active for the good cause. You too. Am I sub to your new channel? I know you change channels every so often. So I'll just sub to your new channel. What is it? Let's have a look. Oh, it's blank. Oh, you haven't... I know back... I used to know someone called Back to India. Used to make like all kinds of interesting videos. I remember. Sanara's Ashtree, hey, says, how you doing, Sanara? I feel your pain, Ben. There's only so much compassion we can have. Having said that, the homeless people I keep coming across are completely fake winos. You're a good man. Never forget it. Oh, thank you, Sanara's Ashtree. Thank you. You're getting a love heart for that. And BZ Garden said, what pain? Oh. And BZ said, fake winos? You mean they're pretending to be winos? I think what she means, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Sonara, I think what she means is there's people on the street who are just drinking and then they beg for more money because they just want some more booze. I mean, I've known alcoholics who do that. Not homeless, but they will still beg to try and get more money to buy more booze. You know, they make quite a lot. You might think, well, people only throw them a few pence, but you know, every 100 or 200 people who go through, especially if you go into some area where you can suck the guilt out of them, every so often someone will hand you a fiver and say, "There you are. I'm a good person. I'm handing you a fiver." And you know, it's really despicable, actually. Same video, Steve071 says, "Having compassion does not mean becoming gullible to every sob story. You and I work hard for our wage to allow us the food we eat and the roof over our head. We have to put ourselves first because no one else will." That's it, Steve. I mean, there's a limit. There's a difference between compassion and pathological altruism. You know, pathological altruism is a person who says, "Well, there's people out there who need, you know, they're on the waiting list for organ donations. So you walk into hospitals and shoot yourself through the head with a little note saying, 'Take your organs.'" I mean, very few people will do that, will they? I mean, most people won't do that because they do have some sense of their own value and their own needs. And Steve071 says on the same video, the Four Yorkshiremen sketch, lol, yeah, lived in a shoebox. A shoebox? We dreamed of living in a shoebox. Technically not Python. I think it was an Oxford review of the Flying Circus that wrote and featured in. Oh right, was it not? It was performed by the Monty Python boys. I mean, they were all in it, but did they not write it? It's very funny. It's their sort of style. It makes me it laughs my head off. You know, they do make jokes about class. There's like the posh guy. There's the posh son and the working class father, and they have that role reversal. You know. Tungsten carbide drills, what are those? What are tungsten carbide drills? It's about work, father, real work. I'm not talking about you're sitting around in some posh restaurant. I'm talking about going down mines and digging coal and things like that. It's so funny. Steve Rose says on the homeless thing, evil is about in this world. The aim of some is to divide by any means, such as race, religion, class, etc. It's all bollocks because we're all one. We come into the world with nothing and leave with nothing. The sooner people see the fact, stop being victims, stop letting others wind them up. Excuse me. Realizing you are as good as the next man and treat others with dignity and be true to yourself, then the problems will fade away. Well, thanks, Steve. That's nice of you to say so. It's quite a challenge what you've just set, but I know it's the way forward. Videos from the Underground says on Argument with a Homeless Person. The big trouble with the concept of equality is it leads to sameness. We are not the same and should not try to be the same. That would be an illusion. We are all born with different tendencies, predispositions and talents. To make everyone the same would require a dictatorial education system and government. Yeah, I personally don't want that, and we should all actively resist fallacies such as equality, sameness. Here's here for the curmudgeonly Scrooges, wherever they may be, like me. Yeah, this is the thing. The word equality is a very Orwellian one. It's used all the time by the left, but they don't really define it. They just talk about this pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, which they'll reach one day. If they only be cruel to white people and to men as much as possible, eventually we'll hit this point and a buzzer will go off and trumpets will sound. Equality, equality, we've finally reached equality. From now on, anything you can't deal with is your own problem. See, and there's no real definition. There's no actual goal. There's no stated constitution of what equality would be like. It's just something we're supposed to aim for and at some point we'll reach. But it's very culturally Marxist, because what would happen there? I mean, I think they mean it literally is that everyone is exactly the same. You know, when it comes to 50% of all racing drivers are women, 50% of all seamstresses or seamsters are men, and that's never going to happen. Because people are not naturally identical. People differ. When generalizing across a population, people do gravitate into different areas. I mean, I made this point in my whole video when I was railing against the feminism that is now infecting the truth movement. And what's happening is when people basically give you equality under law, and of course equality under law does not generate equality of outcome. So now they're trying to force equality by socially engineering the entire world, so we are essentially forced into the roles that are described, which of course again is extremely destructive, and of course it won't happen. It can't work. It's unjust and impractical, and it would cause terrible damage, which is why the government's so keen to do it. BZ Garson says, equality of opportunity, mate. Who's talking about making everyone the same? Have you watched the bloody bread tubers and people like that, and the cultural Marxist? That's just silly. You're talking about outcomes. Well, yeah, they want to force outcomes, BZ. That's the point. Why should the rich boy get the best education? Possibly because he can afford it. I mean, you see, I don't believe in depriving. You know, if someone, I believe the best person should get the best education. So if someone can't afford education, they should hopefully get scholarships from their talent. That's the ideal situation. What the left is saying is that everybody should get the same education. If someone doesn't have the talent, then they should be given more. They should be favoured in favour of someone who does have the talent, so that everyone in the end comes out of university exactly the same, with the same grades. Why should living in certain parts of the country give you the chance to have a better education? Let's have a level playing field. Intelligence, drive, talent will determine the outcomes. Oh, you see, you're contradicting yourself now, because you're saying intelligence, drive, talent will determine the outcomes. And some will fail and some will succeed. Now you're saying things I agree with. In other words, your definition of sameness will never happen. Maybe I misunderstand you, BZ, but the first half of your comment you were wrong, and the second half you were right. You're kind of self-contradicting a little bit, if I say that correctly. And Hudek 1, I saw your comment earlier. I was looking for a word, and it's perpetuating. Yes. I couldn't think of the right word. I mean, I think I'm quite an articulate person, but what word can I use without repeating myself? Honestly, Hudek, I need you to stand beside me to be my living thesaurus at all times. Barney's Den says on the homeless video, I'd say the vast majority of homeless are just desperate and wouldn't say they enjoy being victims. That's just my personal opinion. Oh, really? Well, they seem to wallow in it quite a lot. Maybe this altercation got to you so much because you too were once homeless and can relate to them, and your reaction made you feel guilty. It could be. I mean, again, the intention was to make me feel guilty by this person, and that was what made me angry with them. But it's okay, Ben. I can tell you're a good person, and there's no need to feel bad. It sounds like this particular homeless person was rather rude anyway. Oh yeah, very. Yeah. And Johnny Walker says here on the same video, reverse snobbery is real. I know, and it's a horrible thing. As I explained, you know, Boris gets this all the time. Oh, he's a posh boy, went to Eton. It's a bigotry you're allowed to have. It's like feminism. You can. It's something that if the roles were reversed, it would be immoral. Yet when you just reverse the equation, it becomes something good. You just reverse the ethical equation, and it doesn't work that way. Ed Kaler says, you have any idea what happens when we reach absolute equality? Do our cells and DNA just melt into one cuddly, giggly blob of warm goo and we live happily ever after? Ed, I think, honestly, some people think that. I mean, the Marxists actually talk about the new man creating new kinds of people and being new people. I mean, China Miéville said this in that, where I quoted him in my Apocalypse video. He essentially said that. He said, we won't be these kinds of people. We'll be a different kind of person. But it won't work, and when it doesn't work, what's going to happen? They're going to do exactly what they did in the Soviet Union. They're going to start forcing people into the meat grinder of the gulags. This is why it's so horrifying. We're literally at a tipping point in this world. And David Smith says, no, we just start focusing on fixing problems. Yeah, of course. I mean, one of the things with equality is if the left ever have their way, it'll be far worse, because if they ever reach the point they call equality, in other words, a world where all white people are dead, and all white people are dead basically, and they're sort of living in a communist state, then there'll still be problems, there'll still be issues, and there'll be no one to blame them on. So they'll start blaming them on each other. There'll be more divisions. They'll split themselves into more factions and start warring with each other. It'll be a horrible situation. I mean, I won't be around, obviously. It'll be horrible to exterminate an entire race of people. But then what happens afterwards would be bad too. They won't. It's nothing good can come out of it. Thomas Baden Rees says on the homeless video, great video, totally agree. Thanks, Thomas, much appreciated. Glad you enjoyed it. And here is Gary, who says here, Gary Robinson. Hey Ben, mate, I'm pissed off. I've finally had a bad mask-related experience at my local Tesco's. Oh no. I have my mask exemption card because I suffer from asthma and visual migraine as a result of hypoxia. I was approached by some old geezer who began aggressively lecturing me on how I was putting him in danger. So I explained to him I had an exemption card that I was not required by law to explain myself to him, since he was not a doctor, a police officer or security guard. He responded by calling me some rather unpleasant names in front of everyone in the shop. Oh, bloody hell. It's enough of these damned these idiots, yeah. I tried to defuse the situation by offering to discuss the issue sensibly. However, he took this as a sign of weakness and ramped up the aggression. That often happens, Gary, unfortunately. At that point, I ended up losing my temper and I straightened him out verbally. Well done, Gary. Yeah, we've all got our limits. He soon shut his mouth and had nothing more to say, but left me fuming that I had to defend myself in such an undignified way in public. I apologised to the cashier, who wasn't sure what to make of it. In future, I think I'll ignore anyone who tries it on with me, so I don't end up playing their game. That is, unless they threaten me physically, of course. Cheers, mate. Hey, Gary, I'm sorry you had that experience, and you could one thing you could say to this old guy is you could say, look, you think I'm putting you at risk? If you stand near me lecturing me like this, you're going to be more at risk. Why don't you just bugger off and leave me alone? But it's awful. You get these. This is what David Icke talks about: the sheep policing the sheep. They don't need the sheepdog anymore. It's terrible. Oh no, you come in here. You're staying in this prison with us. That's a pain in the ass, isn't it? I mean, I'm waiting for. I wear a mask, but I wear one of my subversive masks that I've shown you, and I'm waiting for someone to come up and have a go at me for it, because I'll say I can't take this off. I'll get infected. Oh, it's annoying, isn't it? Now, RawCon 2020. Oh, this is another video from earlier. I was just talking about my Hull video, wasn't I? This is it. Barney's Den says, I love how Ben can just casually talk into a handheld camera in a lift where other people are standing next to him. No embarrassment. You just don't give a damn, and that's one of the reasons I started watching his videos years ago. Love it. Thanks, Barney's Den. And Barney's Den says, you're welcome. I actually put a text comment onto this. This is now the homeless video again. Ben Mojo says, I don't mind homeless people or salesmen asking for something, but it annoys me when they supposedly get annoyed or disappointed if you don't answer, or even politely decline. Screw you. If you're bursting into other people's lives, grow a thicker skin and make peace with being refused a lot. A homeless guy I usually give change to got annoyed because I just had a card on me once. He can get lost in future. No need to put it down on someone else. Yeah, it sounds like you came across one of those kinds of homeless people, Ben. You know, it's obvious. Like I see, like this person who had a go at me, I'm going to ignore them in future. I'm just going to say that. I'm just going to say from now on, I'm going to ignore them, and they can just put up with it. Okay. Right, Calandria Perez says on the St. Helena Airport, the darkness rises. This is a person I've actually already replied by text comment, because this is a person who works for the company, or is connected to the company that I mentioned. That is Sure South Atlantic. Thanks for your eloquence, but to be clear, our internet provider Sure South Atlantic is owned by Betelco, the Betelco Group, registered in Bahrain, and is still satellite dial-up. In fact, a lot of us do know what's going on internationally, as the World Service Radio is freely available here alongside our two other local stations, South Atlantic Media Services and Saint FM. Alright, so Calandria is someone who lives on St. Helena. Alright. We also do read news reports from the UK and worldwide on the internet too. It was BBC Radio St. Helena that was disbanded years ago because a new media service came online. Oh, right. Oh, I see. Does that mean that SAM is still going? Because that's because I heard that basically the Sam's YouTube channel got taken down. But if they're still going, that's great. Tourism was the reason for the airport, and islanders were given the voting choice to continue with the ship or build an airport. Right. Oh, I see. So there was actually a referendum. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. I mean, I know from the show of hands thing in the videos I watched that I think that probably about 2/3 of Saints seem to favour the airport. Tourists won't put up with appallingly so extortionate and inconsistent Wi-Fi. It seems very likely that although the UK government discussed Ascension and St. Helena, the huge cost of flying immigrants here and housing them would be prohibitive. This is what I hope, Calendria. I really do. This is one of the points I made in the video, that the plan, which Priti Patel mentioned, is going to be extraordinarily expensive. But it's about perpetuating the problem. I used that word again, didn't I? Not solving it. Right, my eyes are itching now. BZ says, it wasn't an argument, it was an exchange that lasted a few seconds, and you got told to fuck off by a homeless person. Most people would either brush it off or even talk to the person. He may have mental health problems, but no, not you. You got triggered and waited a whole 3 days before sticking your mush into a camera lens. Possibly the last thing a normal, rational person would do. I don't see how that follows, BZ. What do you mean? You then proceeded to give us another episode of The Truman Show. Stick to the woo, mate. What's about The Truman Show there? What's that to do with The Truman Show? The Truman Show about the guy who's unknowingly trapped in a reality TV program. What do you mean I got triggered? I told you why I waited 3 days to get my thoughts together. I wasn't even sure whether I was going to make the video, because I knew it was a bit personal sort of thing, you know, but I did go and make it. That's why. Coach Keith says, unfortunately, most genuine homeless are alcoholics and drug addicts. A few have mental health issues. However, most begging is done by organised crime. Yeah. Unfortunately, though, there are a lot of fake beggars around, unfortunately. Don't Eat Pringles. That's an old video. Andre, it's a very popular video, but an old one. I often get strings of comments every so often, and Andre says here, ironic how he talks about unhealthy ingredients when he's an unhealthy BMI himself. Oh, really? Have you weighed me, Andre? Have you actually measured me at all? Have you looked at me now? That video was made about 12 years ago, and I've changed a little bit since then. I think I've actually lost weight since then. Which is the Facebook non-election video. And Steve Mumbling says, looks like your mate Trump is having a nervous breakdown. What's this here then? Donald Trump says people can decide for themselves if Osama bin Laden's body double was killed, and says QAnon are strongly against paedophilia, as he's challenged on conspiracy theory tweets. Yeah, I heard about this, Steve. He's not having a nervous breakdown. He's responding in a way that your average statement would not, which shows, I think, an awful lot about his value. Eman Puadama, hello Eman, how are you? I remember an 80s or 90s drama about a homeless man who was a chess prodigy. At one point he recounted to someone a story of a one-legged homeless man whose companions killed him because it just seemed the right thing to do with someone who couldn't defend themselves. It sounds like Clockwork Orange. Do you remember where they kicked the crap out of this poor old man in the underpass? And I can't remember the exact words, but it was something to that effect. Well, if you watch my humiliation video, I go into detail about that. I was in a hostel briefly, and somebody who'd been long-term homeless threatened to kill me for calling him a liar. He claimed to have killed the last person who called him a liar. That might possibly be true, I suppose. I wouldn't claim to know. I was sceptical. He was later friendly after he'd satisfied his ego by kicking off at me for something, excuse me, that had nothing to do with me. To be honest, I wasn't blameless. All this had been a bit antagonistic myself previously, made out of paranoia because someone left a knife in the sink with "fuck you" written on it, which I erroneously took as a message. Anyway, the point is that it would be absurd to think homeless people are all wonderful. I know, Eman, I'm glad you realised that too, for your own experience. Just Bob, hi Bob, he's got the Skinny Bob avatar, said on the homeless person, easily solved next time, just say sorry I have no cash on me. Well, Bob, I could do that. It would be a lie, unfortunately, because I do everything in cash. But still, it's a possibility. John Stiles says, so much rubbish in this video. Oh, I've got to remember. Yeah, just Bob, watch my barcodes for the homeless people. You'll see they're trying to find a way to get people to donate for the homeless without cash. Okay, so much rubbish in this video. This is old Common Purpose Headquarters, Boars Hill. This is a really old video, this. The plinth had a copper direction plate, but was nicked. Trees weren't taller. The trees have grown up since it was built. People tended to move to Boars Hill, which is essentially Victorian, for the view. Then they planted trees which grew up ruining the views. Also, it's not really a village. Technically, bits of it are part of Sunningwell and bits are part of Wootton. The reason that cousin Jasper tells Charles to avoid Boars Hill is explained here. All right, let's have a look. The Brideshead Revisited companion. The Brideshead Revisited was this like TV series, like a mini series. Excuse me. What's this about? Hang on. What's this got to do with Boars Hill? Oh dear. Look, John, I take the other points you've made. But I don't know this about Boars. Oh, did I mention Brideshead Revisited? I'll have to watch it again, I think. I remember watching it, in the old days. It was quite good. I remember it was something that came out in the 80s when I was a kid. John Smith says on why I still support Boris, deluded suspension of disbelief. Really sad to see. Be lucky. All right, you're going to make a point. Because I could say, someone said 2 + 2 = 4. That's deluded suspension of disbelief. Really sad to see. Then 2 + 2 would then equal 5, would it? If the answer is no, then you need to make a point. You need to say something which I can either agree or disagree with, or we can talk about. Steve Palmer says, Boris Johnson plans to resign next spring after complaining about the £150,000 a year salary. He's complaining he can't live on 150 grand a year. Oh really? That's really. Oh, the Daily Mirror. My goodness me. That bastion of quality British journalism. Plans. He's going to resign? That would be in more news outlets if that was true. Reply to comments 33, Steve Palmer. Ben, you have no idea how pensions work. For example, when you die, the scheme will pay out the value of your pension point at your date of death to your partner, children or grandchildren, etc. The pension company doesn't keep the cash, just keep the cash. Pension companies make money for you and them by investing cash to give you them, so you give them and not from leftover cash. Okay, alright Steve, fair enough. Charles Unleashed says in The Homeless Person, Templar Square, that's where you're practicing your Charles moves. Oh yeah. Templar Square, yeah. It's the Charles videos, yeah. Ben Mojo says, on Homeless, also tune into Ben's next video entitled Scaring Pensioners. Reply to comments 31. Brotos says, you fool, Ben. Speak to Mr. Warren's co-author about the reason why Left Eastgate is no longer on sale. You fool, Ben. No, this is a you fool, Ben sandwich here. Right. He's referring to the Larry Warren controversy. Speak to Mr. Warren's co-author. That's Peter Robbins. I can't speak to him because he blocked me because he's a little dickhead. I'll speak to him about the reason. I know the reason he's given why Left Eastgate is no longer on sale. And I know he's wrong. The book was withdrawn by the consent of both authors. Robbins no longer stands by the book. He believes that Larry, he's turned completely against Larry, basically because the trolls sort of badgered it into it, and he hasn't got the guts to stand up to them like so many other people. But you're saying you're a fool. I'm not a fool. Look, if you go to the HPANWO Voice blog, I've written a torrent of articles all about this. So why don't you go and check that out and then reply to me there. Brotus also says on the reply to comments 31, quote, oil regrows itself, unquote. Is that something I said? I think I might have said that at some point. In which case, why are you're quoting it but you're not making a point? You're not even putting lol after it or something like that. So you want to know exactly what context you're quoting me, please? David Smith. This is on the homeless video. I haven't watched this yet, but will do later. Okay. As long as you watch it, that's fine with me. Having spent some time years ago hanging around with local homeless, it's obvious many of them are suffering addiction issues and mental health problems, and for whatever reason are not able to get the support they need. That's true, yeah. I remember one occasion stopping to help some guy find his way to the train station, and he started telling me he'd been attacked. Refusing to let me call 999 on his behalf, I asked him a simple question. Why did they attack you? To which he violently replied, why? Why? There's no why to violence. From that point onwards, there was nothing I could say that would calm him down, so I had to walk away. It's true, yeah, well, sometimes there are motiveless acts of violence. I mean, I've been on the receiving end of them. But if you won't let you call the police, I mean, that's suspicious, David. It really is, yeah. Don't eat Pringles, the real May says, but it tastes good. I know, it tastes very good. Okay. Badger Botherer 1 says, on The Great Escape 2, Shedding Tears, a new video that's come out. The lockdowns aren't working, quote unquote. They are working for the purpose for which they were designed, to kill off the vulnerable and destroy small businesses and ordinary people's lives, while putting more power in the hands of the rich and influential. By the way, I just subscribed to you on BitChute. Alright, well, Badger Brother, if you define as working in that way, then I agree with you. If that's the context you're using the word working, I actually meant it as it's not working to stop the pandemic, and the reason it's not is because it's not meant to, for the reasons you say. And thanks for the sub on BitChute. There's a BitChute exclusive I've just uploaded. And David says, David's UK Splendid Isolation. Hey, how you doing? Says it's stage 1 of the Great Reset. Oh, probably about stage 4 or 5, but you're right, yeah. And Ed Kaler says, oh yes, yeah. Here we have The Great Escape 2 again. Benson Fables says, thank you for the vid. The highlight was for me, was the random shout out, there's 2 big cocks over there, quickly followed by a cut in the video, which seemed to abruptly end the tour of the museum. Hee hee. I'm glad you. I thought a bit of humour, that spontaneous humour that came to me there, Benson. I'm glad you liked it. Same video, Michael Snow. I went for a walk around Imber one Christmas. They open it up on public holidays. You can walk around the church. Oh, nice one, Michael. I mean, I heard they do occasionally let people in to explore that village. So maybe I'll do that one day. Yeah. The crafty nihilist said, "There's some people down there. Oh no, it's a cow." Oh, that's a funny bit, wasn't it? Yeah, that's a funny bit. Thanks, crafty. That's both of you. Hugh Jarsoul says, oh, I know the timestamp you mean. And did you kiss Diana under the stars? Hope so. No, I didn't. No, Diana and I are not. We don't have that kind of relationship. We don't appeal to each other in that way. Snarnock says on homeless, next time you're approached by one of those types, speak to them in Dutch or Welsh. I could do. No, in my luck, they'll probably be Dutch or Welsh people. Besides, I'm a bit rusty in both languages anyway. It only works if they don't understand. TK says here on The Great Escape, I could tell you why, quote, the rules seem different for you and everyone else, by the way, Ben. Really? Well, please do. Go ahead. BZ Garson says on the same video, 50 seconds in and he's spouting QAnon crap. Where we go one, we go all, on what looks like an old pair of Grandad Grundies. Oh, Grandad Grundies. It's actually an old shirt. It's the remainder of an old white shirt I had. Aussie Car says on the same video, hashtag Control19 with a K, as in MK Ultra. I'm not sure what you mean there, mate, but thanks for posting that. Same video, BZ Garson says, look, there are some Illuminati horses. Oh my goodness. Yeah, they were sort of like whinnying, you know, and giving each other secret hoof shakes. And they were, you know, they had the old, they had the brilliant, they had the big Illuminati pyramid on them as well. Oh, we have the, oh my goodness, the first ever comment from proselytizing Orthodox Pentecostal trans rabbit. Hello, rabbit. You've come in late, but welcome. Comedy Gold, and the video is the video it's on is Help Me Ben Goldacre. So I'm glad you like that. That's a video I made. That's one of my early videos from years ago. And yeah, it's I'm glad you enjoyed that, Rabbit. A Rabbit says here on the homeless video, quote, this video is going to be a long and rambly one, unquote. So basically, just like all your other videos, Ben. Rabbit says, doesn't the Thames have enough metal scrap floating around in it? This isn't metal scrap. This is something that will do it good. This is something beneficial. It's organite, as in organise Africa. Steve071 says in The Great Escape, why would they claim to have beaten the virus, quote unquote, before Gates gets his billions and selling his vaccine? Be prepared for more restrictions well into 2021. Yeah, I think it's all being set up for that. I think they're going to, at some point, there's going to be a conditional end to the lockdown if enough people get vaccinated. Yeah, that's in The Great Escape 2. This is also The Great Escape 2. Michael Green says, Ben, do you believe the world is flat as well? No, I don't. I've done debates with flat earthers, you might be able to see on HPANWO Radio. I've done a video about the flat earth. Chris Bird says on the same video, great to see you out and about, Ben. Oh, thanks, Chris. It was really fun. It was wonderful to be out and about. I'll tell you, it really was. Alan Tate. Hey, Alan, how you doing? Says on, that's Van Fogey, says on the homeless video, you make some good points. Personally, I prefer to donate directly to the Salvation Army, as they do a lot of good work in areas of homeless people. I always feel sad for the person who finds themselves in that dark, lonely place that is homelessness. I know you have personal experience of this, Alan, and you're absolutely right. Some do try it on, some do spend the money on alcohol, but all some need is a friendly smile and a bag of chips. I know, Alan. I don't know. I'd tell one from the other. I mean, it's a policy I've worked out. I mean, there are ways. This is why I donate to the charities which provide those things. Diego Rivera says on The Great Escape tune, Ben Emlyn-Jones has just become possessed by reptilian entities. That's why he supports Boris and Trump. Ben just had a sugar rush after eating a Mars bar. Miles Lawler said, "This video should have been called The Great Escape, 3 Sheets to the Wind." You guys are funny. That's on the same video. By the way, Diego Rivera, I didn't have a Mars, didn't eat a Mars bar. You know what I think about Boris and Trump. Yeah. Oh, I have a new film, Tesla, a film review. Ravenhill Blue Moon Guardian 1968 says, "I don't know much about Tesla. I've never really been that interested, but thanks for this video, Ben." Oh, you're very welcome, Ravenhill. You're very welcome. For folks who haven't seen the 1980 film, all right, yeah, I saw this earlier. This is by Strawman80 on the Tesla film review. I actually clicked on that and watched a bit of it. It's a video from 1980. It kind of tells the Tesla story. Same video, Gary Robinson says, "I like the movie, but prefer David Bowie's fictional portrayal of Tesla in The Prestige, which is a better movie in general. Tesla deserves a big budget Hollywood movie in order to show him the respect he deserves." I think so, yeah. I mean, I think this particular film that I'm reviewing here, Tesla, was quite a low budget movie. It wasn't like an A-list movie. It was slightly sub A. It was like A minus maybe. It wasn't B. It wasn't a B movie. Yeah, I mean, it had big names, you know, Ethan Hawke, Kyle MacLachlan. They're quite well-known actors, but it wasn't like a B movie. It wasn't like as big as some of them. But I mean, I've not seen The Prestige, but I'm glad you enjoyed Tesla anyway. And Gary says here, "Ethan Hawke is great, but the accent lets him down." Yes, he does. He doesn't do the accent hard enough. He doesn't have the Serbo-Croatian accent that he would normally have. It's too weak for a man who only basically, you know, the first scene is like in 1884, basically the year he arrives in the US. I think it's 84. It was in the early 1880s. He arrives in the US, and he's speaking with just a tiny little lilt, Eastern European lilt. A better director would have sorted it. Gary, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying the director was bad, but it was something that would have made him better if he'd done it. Yeah. The money from Edison was from Tesla misunderstanding a joke because of the language barrier. It's not related to copyright. Oh, I see. Is it? Well, either way, it's $50,000 is a lot of money. Gary says here, "Tesla wasn't put into poverty by Edison." All right, end of another hour. "He quit over the money joke and ended up digging ditches for years." I'm not familiar with these details, but what exactly joke is this? What joke do you mean, Gary? I mean, it seems like a rather expensive joke. But anyway, thanks for your comment. I'm now going to take another break. Back in a sec. Okay, guys, hour number 5. I think this is going to be shorter because I'm kind of getting close to the top now. I've got to do BitChute, obviously, but I don't think this is going to go to the 6th hour. So it is a shorter one. And Ozcast says on the Tesla film review, #Control19 again. And Crafty9 says, "Nice one." What does that mean then? What does it mean exactly, Ozcast and Crafty? John Nolan says on The Great Escape, shedding tears, "It's the Germans, Ben." It's the oh my goodness me. John is channeling his inner Shrimpton. And now we go back to, oh, we've got a thread here. It's a thread. Oh, it's it's River Ghost. Oh right, yeah. I won't read this entire thread actually. I'm actually going to, but basically Steve071 is watching this, and I have a little conversation with him, which involves him saying he enjoys the video, but I'm a bit embarrassed by it. It's an old one. I was a bit drunk when I did it, and I'm probably going to remake it and delete this particular one. But he then suggests, Steve then makes a suggestion that I do a Halloween live stream on Halloween, which is next Saturday. And I think that's actually quite a good idea. So I think I'll try that, yeah. Okay, The Great Escape 2. Ed Kaler says, "Good trip, it looked like." Oh, it was, Ed, thanks. Yes, I really enjoyed it. Tesla film review, Steve Mumbling says, do yourself a favour and forget all this free energy claptrap. Get yourself an education. Oh, Steve, are you about to get into a debate with me over something? I've made about 3 reply videos to you. This is from, oh, what's this? This is a PDF. What does it say? Nikola Tesla's True Wireless, a Paradigm Missed. This is a 9-page video, which I'll get into. Obviously I don't know what it says, but Steve, have you read David Hatcher Childress's books on Tesla? Because I think you should read those. Before you say it's free energy claptrap, I think you should read those books. Feel free to give me an answer. I mean, I've written comments in reply to your videos on this subject. I've done at least 1 reply video to you on the subject of free energy. I know I have. Probably more. Reply to comments 33. Steve Palmer says, you asked if SpaceX have a production line for Starship. The answer is yes, it's getting bigger and better. 24/7, live on YouTube 24/7. SN8 is about to attempt a very impressive test flight. SN9, 10, 11, 12, 13 and 14 are already under construction, each more advanced than the ones behind it. 9 and 10 are only a couple of weeks behind it. It's about building the machine that builds the machine. Materials go in one end, starships and super heavy boosters come out the oven. Oh, right, so out the other, sorry. So, okay, so I must have asked if they had a production line, and clearly the answer is yes. Okay, thanks for that information. The Great Escape 2, John Nolan says, this is like something out of a Miss Marple movie, Ben. All the snooping around. Oh, yes, indeed. I mean, I did get that feel of. I got that feeling actually at a certain point, yeah. And the Crafty Nihilist says Boudica and Russell. Who knew? Yeah, I've got the 2 of them close together now. Boudica is looking over Russell's shoulder in my studio area. Which is just, you can't see it now. It's just out of frame. All right, long lost UFO photo update. And Steve071 says, your object looks like a black hockey puck shaped thing, and my brother and me saw one night back in the summer of 2014, Ben. Alright. That's interesting, Steve. You know, I really do wish I'd kept the negative, because I've lost the bloody negative of that. I kept it all in like a package, and now I can't find the negative, because really, the print is pretty useless without the negative when it comes to these photos. And Steve has like, what's this here? Oh, Steve071 has been subscribed to me for 3 years. Oh, well, thanks, Steve. Congratulations. Steve here says on the same. Oh, this is another part. This is long lost video reply to IBS. All right, this is somebody, I can't remember who IBS is, but they disagreed with me over my photo. And Steve said, I had shingles about 3 years ago. It was awful trying to sleep at night. Yeah, shingles is bloody painful, isn't it? It's like a burning thing over half your body. It's really nasty. UFO mass sightings. Steve says, I heard Timothy Good mention this sighting briefly, but can't remember at what talk he gave it. I'm sure it's in one of his books also. Yeah, the thing is, Timothy Good has written so many books. He's written literally over 40 UFO books. It's a bit difficult to find, but I mean, he did mention. I remember him saying something about it too. And Steve071 says, this is on my video, James Randi quits the JREF. And Steve says here, I've just earlier today seen the 22nd of October that James Randi has passed away. Yeah, I saw it about the same time, Steve, and I've actually written a little obituary on HPANWO Voice, as I explained at the beginning of the video. I actually drafted it about 5 years ago, and all I had to do was fill in the details and just posted it, because I knew. I mean, obviously he's an old guy, and I knew at some point I'm going to have to write an obituary to him. So I did. I'm actually thinking of possibly sometime, maybe Monday or maybe Tuesday. Probably I'm on the Kev Baker show Monday. Of doing a live stream about the life and works of James Randi. I think it's the end of an era, regardless of what side of the debate you're on. This is the end of an era, I think. And Steve and I discussed the Halloween live stream in this thread here, which is on what video? Because Steve seems to be going through my old videos at the moment. Oh, Halloween and Ouija, yeah. Hi Ben, any chance for Halloween special this year? Possibly on the Skull Experiments or a live stream or both? The Skull live stream. Yeah, I'm thinking of doing that actually. I'm thinking even of wearing a costume. So that's a good idea. It's a very good idea, and I'm up for that. I'm up for that definitely. So that'll be Saturday the 31st. That'll be Halloween, which is next Saturday. But yeah, I mean I've already written in my diary actually Halloween live stream. So yeah, definitely. Did I start the... I didn't start the bloody thing, did I? I don't need it because I don't need it because I'm not going to be going for another hour. It's okay. I don't need to. There's no way I'm going to go for another hour, so I don't need the timer. It's okay. Steve-O Supernatural Oxford. Steve-O 71 says, I was just wondering if you have ever dressed like your doppelganger since that day, Ben. A speculative thought, you might have seen a future time slip of yourself. I don't know. I mean, the doppelganger thing is weird because for those of you I watched a video, I was in the middle of Oxford, at Carfax, the centre of Oxford, on a very busy day, and someone walked past me who looked like a mirror image of myself, except he was wearing a suit and tie, looked very smart, and was carrying a briefcase, like a businessman. He completely ignored me and just walked away, and I wish to this day I'd followed him. But this is a doppelganger. It's a German word which means you're walking double, and it's very often a portent of your own demise. I mean, several people saw one just before they died, such as Percy Shelley and Abraham Lincoln. But this was a few years ago, and I'm still here, luckily. Now, the Oxford Zodiac, Steve-O 71 says, my comment is not showing up, Ben. Just because I mentioned the male member in its medically accepted term in comparison to the spire. Oh, really? So you said the P word, meaning you know what, and it wouldn't. Oh dear. Okay, Minster Lovell. This is Minster Lovell. Yeah, this. Melon Film says, I recognise Mr. Q's voice. Has he shown you the film he helped to make about Minster Lovell? He did actually. We sat down and had a look at the film, and it was really good. Yeah. And Melon Film says, superb. What was that on YouTube or a DVD? If on a DVD, I've upgraded it recently over the summer and put it on YouTube. Can't believe that was 11 years ago. Did he show you the making of Minster Lovell as well? Great voiceover. Oh, thanks, Melon. It was a DVD that he showed me. It's on your channel. I'll just check your channel out actually. But Melon Films. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, so stuff about Minster Lovell. I'll sub to you and I'll watch these things. Oh nice. And you've got like a whole load of films in. Oh yeah. There's loads here. Right, I will check that out. Your channel looks very interesting actually. So I've given you a sub. I'll check out the videos as well. The video, if you've upgraded Graham's movie, I'd like to see that. Steve Palmer says on the Tesla film review, Tesla never planned to give the world free energy. That's the product of conspiracy theorists and Tesla fanboys. The system was a wireless transmission system, but generating the electricity would have been like any other system. It would have cost money. The only reason people think it was free electricity is that nobody had worked out how to measure what each customer was using with his new system. It would have had to be a flat fee basis. Steve, I don't think that's true. I mean, I know that a lot of people said this. I know that Alien Scientist did a whole series of videos about this, and he would have taken your side. But I mean, I've read the books by David Hatcher Childress. In one case, he republishes one of Tesla's own books, which he does the editorial. So I think you're wrong there. Limespec says on The Great Escape 2, do any of the people in these videos watch your channel, Ben? You never see any of them in the comments saying, hey, it's me. Well, Crafty Nihilist has just done that. Colin has his own channel, but he tends not to comment, no. But, you know. Limespec says on the same video, I do laugh when you do your souvenirs, Ben, showing us moisturisers, pens and chargers. They don't really count as souvenirs, I reckon. I suppose not, Limespecs. I mean, the thing is, the souvenirs thing started very early on when I started making videos. I would do this when I went somewhere. I would show people real souvenirs, and I suddenly realised it was a way of like collating all my belongings and making sure that I take them with me from whatever hotel room I'm in and things like that. So I started adding everything else in. So I do that, and I'd know to put it in my bag. And before long, it became like a bit of a trademark of mine, like the Boudica moments. Steve Palmer says here, oh right, this is on Centricide. Cuties update with Rin Michaelis. Steve Palmer says, I actually did a text reply to him, which I'm going to read in a moment. David Icke accused of sexual abuse of young Down syndrome boy and other disabled children. And he shows me, he links to a Brian Harvey movie where Bill Maloney is interviewing this, he's a man actually, accusing David Icke of being a sexual abuser. And Steve carries on here. Get ready for Ben's stock response. Has anyone been to the police? Well, Ben, has Icke been to the police? He often uses the lack of response as some sort of admission of guilt. Okay. You say it's a stock response as if it's invalid, saying, has anyone been to the police? So if you were walking down the street, someone came up, knocked you down, knocked you unconscious and stole your wallet, and you said, I better go to the police about this, you would say, oh, that's just a stock response. I think we should just put comments on videos about it instead. Is that reasonable, Steve? Tell me, is that reasonable? He often uses the lack of response as some sort of admission of guilt. Well, yeah, he often says, let's have you sue me for saying you're reptilian and things like that. I don't know if it's occurred to you, Steve, but it's possible that David has already taken action against this. Now, this is not libel. This is criminal defamation, if it's not true. I'm guessing that David has actually called the police. Now, the first thing they would say to him is, don't say anything publicly about this while we investigate, because this could end up with charges and things like that. First thing you do, keep quiet, don't interfere, don't give anyone something they could use as defense in court. Sorry, I'm getting coughing now. Don't give them anything they could use as defense in court. That's very important. You don't get much more public than YouTube, and Icke's done nothing. Well, maybe he has. Let's wait and see. Why didn't Icke contest the Warman case? He collected money for his defense fund, promised donators he would fight the cause. Then the eve of the trial, he settled out of court. Yeah, I know. I'd rather he went to court and fought it. I mean, that's a sad thing. Yeah, I mean that's. But Warman said the settlement exposes Icke's argument that no one has ever sued him because his allegations were nothing more than fallacy. He added, my reputation has been entirely vindicated. David Icke's attack against me were disgraceful and beyond the pale, but he's paid a heavy price for them, and I trust this will never happen again. He's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy. Yeah, I remember that very well. In fact, I actually made a video about this. It was disappointing. I mean, I don't regret donating to his defence fund. Of course, the money was wasted because unfortunately David lost the case. But I mean, I think that most of the people who donated to his defence fund didn't do so with saying, okay, but you've got to guarantee me you're going to win this. And I said, and then Steve carries on here. Icke should put his money where his mouth is, but the truth is karma is coming back to bite him in the ass. He made up the lies about Warman because Warman made a fool of him. Now, you've brought up 2 points here. I think you're going to try and compare these two things. The first being the allegations in the YouTube video and Richard Warman's allegations against him. The two are slightly different. One, David's apparently committed libel against Richard Warman, who's a man who's notorious for being litigious against people he disagrees with. But he's also, you see, it's a very, very different thing. David didn't specifically accuse him of committing a specific crime. That's the difference. I think that's the legal difference between one and the other. In fact, I actually put a little. I'll just read out the text comment I replied to Steve Palmer. Do you think it's unreasonable for me to make my stock response with all the infighting going on in the truth movement, which you love, after what has been said about me, about Larry Warren, about Miles Johnston? Can you now confirm that the above video constitutes proof? Do you formally accept trial by YouTube as a legitimate part of the criminal process. So when somebody asks if the police are involved, you can laugh it off as a stock response, as if it's some kind of excuse. I must say I find it odd that you compare the issue with Richard Warman to this when they are poles apart. One is a libel case, the other is an accusation of one of the worst crimes it's possible to commit. You say Ike's done nothing. How do you know that? The video was posted over a month ago. It wouldn't surprise me if David has contacted the police and they are investigating. If so, then he will have been told by a solicitor to say nothing publicly. I was in the same situation over my arrest. See my I might not come back video. Steve Palmer replied to this. Hold on, Ike accused Warman of covering up child abuse and murder, did he not? Well, that's what Warman claimed, yes, and unfortunately Ike's solicitors, I think, advised him to settle on our court on that. Is the video evidence of guilt? Of course not. Well, thank you very much, Steve. You're way ahead of many other trolls, I'll tell you. However, Ike does make a big song and dance about not being sued, which of course Warman did. That's why I mentioned it. So you're comparing David Ike, so you're comparing this situation to the one he was in before, only in this case he is the guy being defamed, not the one doing the defamation. Is that right? So you're reversing the situation. David Ike is now in the position Richard Warman was. Not quite. Not quite. Ike, I can't remember exactly the exact words he used against Warman, which led to this. I'm not sure. But this is what Maloney's doing. Bill Maloney is interviewing a man who is accusing a specific person of committing a specific crime against himself. It's not the same as libel. This isn't libel. This is an act of criminal defamation. And there is a difference, I think, in the laws of most countries between the two things. If Ike is a man of his word, he would have sued these people, and not sue. You call this, you know, a lawsuit is not the thing to say. A lawsuit is actually call the police. Someone makes says this. Oh, this quote. This person has abused me years ago. Made a historical accusation. You don't make YouTube videos about it. You call the bloody police. David Ike could, you know, if this is true, then he'd be like another Jimmy Savile. Yet Maloney goes and makes this video. Do you realise that the first thing the police would say is take that YouTube video down? That's the first thing they would say. If it was the man making the complaint against David Ike, I might ask why this man has not made a formal complaint against David Ike through the police, basically accused him, rather than he's basically reported the crime, rather than just contacted Bill Maloney and said, let's make a video about it. Because don't you see, Steve, this is exactly what's happened to me. This is exactly what I was accused by somebody of being an accessory to child abuse. Someone made a video, they put it online about that. Now, this person then claimed that they called the police and reported Miles Johnston, the guy I was collaborating with, but the video remained up. Do you not see that this whole thing doesn't make sense? It doesn't at all. Oh, and by the way, the allegations are not just a month old. This is a recent upload. Ike's known about this for a long time. Okay, well, couldn't you provide me with an older source then? The video you provide me, the source document you provided me, is 1 month old. So you say it's more than that, then provide me with another source. Okay, where are we now? Where are we going? Terry Winter on the Tesla film review says Trump's wife refuses to hold his hand. What's that about? To me, it seems very strange and sinister. Oh, is it? I mean, maybe it's just not proper protocol. I don't know. I don't know. Steve Palmer says on reply to comments 33. Ben, what makes you ask why everyone convicted of a crime is not in jail? Do you think everyone who breaks the law automatically goes or should go to jail? Peter Paget was found guilty of benefit fraud and received a suspended prison sentence. Paget isn't denying this, so why are you? I mean, does Paget not deny that he is Peter Fisher? I know Matthew Williams made a video about this. I suspect this is some kind of disinformation. But, I mean, I'm curious to say, if Peter Paget has confirmed this, then, of course, it's a different matter. However, it's interesting you say this. Peter Paget got a 15-month suspended sentence, yet you were trying to persuade me earlier on that Steon could actually defraud customers out of 23 million euros and not go to jail. So which is it? Is it one or the other? I know not everyone who commits a crime goes to jail, but surely you must understand that if Larry Warren tries to sell a guitar played by Stevie Ray Vaughan for so many thousands of pounds and ends up making 800 grand, surely the police would take something of an interest in that. Surely there'd be some kind of prosecution. As with Steon, there should be some kind of prosecution. And then you have here Peter Paget getting a 15-month suspended prison sentence, apparently, although it's a guy with a different name. Matthew Williams thinks it's the same man. If Paget says it's the same man, I'll accept that. But right now, you're not. We don't have all the facts. I'm denying. You see, Paget isn't denying it, so why are you? I'm denying it because I don't know that Paget doesn't deny that. I'd love to. Could you show me where Peter Paget admits that he's Peter Fisher? Could you show me that? The Great Escape 2, Shedding Tears. Snarnock, hi Snarnock, who's also been subscribed for me for 2 months. Oh, it's longer than that, isn't it, Snarnock? Or maybe you unsubbed and came back. A lot of people actually have been unsubbed to me without my knowledge, and this has happened to me too with some of the people I sub to. Your discussion with Colin at the start reminded me of Drake's drum, a snare drum that Sir Francis Drake took with him when he circumnavigated the world. Shortly before he died, he ordered the drum to be taken to Buckland Abbey and vowed that if England were ever in danger and someone was to beat the drum, he would return to defend the country. According to legend, it can be heard to beat at times when England is at war or significant national events take place. All right. So my discussion with Colin was similar to that. Oh, could be. Or like I said, we need King Arthur to come back as well, because he's supposed to come back when England needs him. So I do hope they'll bring King Arthur back as well. We're almost at the end now. Francisco Zurbaran says on the Tesla film review, the film review is nearly longer than the film. Well, the film is 1 hour 42 minutes, and my review I think is 1 hour 10. But I did go in. I wanted to go into it in detail and make like a detailed coverage of the whole thing, and go through the critics' reviews as well. Diego Rivera says on Tesla, it's a shame the elite have used his inventions to control us. Isn't it just? Isn't it bloody just? Yeah, hang on. Oops, what's that? Get out of the way. Oh, here we go. Okay, we're nearly. That's the last comment. I'll refresh in a minute and go through the comments that have arrived since then. But I'm just going to go over to BitChute now and do the BitChute comments. What's this? Oh, hang on. Okay, so I'll just go through the BitChute comments now. So I'll refresh. Okay, this is my BitChute exclusive, a third open letter to Donald Trump. And we have here, John Booby is best. John Booney is best says, there was a pandemic. So the text is so small on BitChute. Not to mention, not even from America, are you? Seems the UK is in chaos, and you're afraid cause you will lose the migrant narrative, and people will wake up over there. Huh? Go back to Islam terrorists. I'm sure you'll fit right in with these extremists. What? There was no pandemic. Well, no, of course not. But you're not to mention you're not even from America, are you? No. So, seems the UK's in chaos, and you're afraid because you will lose the migrant narrative, and people will wake up. What are you talking about? Go back to Islam terrorists. I'm sure you'll fit right in with these extremists. What on earth are you rabbiting about? Anyway, Tesla film review on BitChute. No comments. The Crafty Nice, I'm doing the police thing again. The Great Escape 2. No comments. Argument with a homeless person. Oh, it's Veggie. Okay. Veggie Shopper says, happy birthday, Ben. Hope you had a good one. Only just found out at the end of the day. Oh, thank you, Veggie. Much appreciated. And Veggie Shopper also says here, I'm not sure the vast majority of street beggars are suffering for the victimhood thing. How would I know? But I suspect that many feel they have no choice but to beg. Do you think maybe the rude ones that tend to make the biggest impression on us? So 1 or 2 incidents can give us a bad impression. I don't like lying, but if I'm asked and don't get the right vibes from someone, I prefer to say sorry, I've got no change, than tell the truth. Well, you could do. That's fair enough. I mean, that's an option, isn't it? Unlike you, I haven't yet had to sleep rough, but I may soon have to go busking in cold weather to help survive due to lack of work. The Rona effect, yeah. I talk to beggars quite a bit, and I think you can often gauge how genuine they are from what they say and their general demeanour. That's true. If you offer to buy them a sandwich and a drink, they usually seem to refuse. But for me, the jury's out. I wouldn't like to say how many are purposely preying on our guilt and good nature in a manipulative way. Well, you know, I would, Veggie, because, as I said, why are none at Cowley Centre? Why are they all in the left-wing middle-class areas? How is that not manipulative? I'm not sure how many beggars, bad word I know, I'm not sure how many put much thought into where to set up a pitch. Well, they must be putting some. They're avoiding an entire retail area of the town, or the entire retail district is completely devoid of beggars. It's hard to believe that the majority think about different class areas beyond the obvious ones, like people in certain areas having more money than others. But that's what it is, isn't it? I think I'd have reacted in exactly the same way as you and told the guy to fuck off, like you. It would have upset me, probably for some time afterwards. I suppose I'm giving most beggars the benefit of the doubt. I've met and chatted some very pleasant ones, but who knows how much of that is always genuine. Well, of course, there are beggars who are pleasant and are decent, and who don't do that. But, you know, everything else I said I think was correct. As I said, I do donate to charities whenever I can. I can't really do more than that. Right, the non-election live stream. No comments. The Facebook non-election live stream. No comments. These BitChute live streams are going to get shorter now because I've basically backed up a lot of these are old videos. Like this is chemtrails versus sylphs. This was my last backup video. No comments. Where is Nibiru? Oh, okay. Ice Driver 2 says Nemesis is supposed to be a brown dwarf sun that Nibiru orbits, and our sun and Nemesis are supposedly twin suns locked in orbit around each other. That's correct, Ice Diver. That's what they're supposed to be, but we can't see them out there. So either they're a very long way away out of sight, or they don't exist. But wins the NBA. No comments. UK Pro Conference March 2009. No comments. Ban silver leggings. Alright, here we go. Pocket Rocket says, I agree, all leggings must come off immediately. You pervert. Triple X at Triple X says, women and men should dress modestly. Leggings should be reserved for the home and sports track. I'm not in favour of a government ban, but I'd like society to frown upon sexual immodesty in general. Women's fashion is an arms race in who can show off the most flesh in order to gain the attention and validation which women crave. Unfortunately, that's the way fashions have gone, because that's the way culture has gone. So you're right there. David Icke Daily Mail.
Hospital Porter's Pride and Dignity.
No comments. The Illuminati speaks. William and Kate. No comments. How to show respect to the victims of 9/11 and their family. Okay. I can't. Moron Sucks says, why is there a big dude trying to masturbate while doing the 100-yard dash? I don't want to know. Bye. See ya. Well, if you watched it, honestly, keep watching, mate. It's not a porn video. Even BitChute don't allow that. HPANWO TV Winter Wonderland interlude. No comments. The burqa will not be banned. Good. Oh, money. Here we go. Oh, it's going to be loads here. Oh, bloody hell. Cargo 11. Oh, I've had comments from you before, haven't I? The Religion of Peace. Saw a documentary that made me think. Hang on. Blah de blah. Okay, this is some counter-jihadist stuff. Richard Spencer. Yeah, okay. Ghost of Sparta. Ban the burqa. This is Europe. What? The thing is, the burqa is not a... How do I say that? The burqa is not... is a cause of this agenda, the Islamization, multiculturalism, mass immigration. It's a cause. It is not. Hang on, let me just hang on. Where's that? Let me get my notes. I'm a bit. tired, which is my head's getting a bit fuzzy. Hang on. Right, let me just use search here. Burka. Oh, hang on. Come on. Right. I'm using the search function here. Notes. HPANWO articles 2 voice notes. Here it is. Oh, it's easier just to read the notes because I'm getting a bit tired now. Okay, I wrote this here. Okay. Let's get rid of this particular. Let's go back to where I was before. Okay. Here we go. I disagree over the banning of the burqa. I dislike it very much. It's ugly and alien, but it should not be banned. The precedent of the government enforcing a dress code on a public highway is very dangerous. What's wrong with what's wrong with walking down in disguise? I do it in winter when it's cold. Well, we're all doing it now, aren't we? I wrap a scarf over my face. What's more, the burqa is really just a symptom of mass immigration, multiculturalism and Islamization. Take those things away, and the burqa will probably go out of fashion of its own accord. Yeah, and I said here, you say this person uses the equivalent of wearing a balaclava in a bank, but I say it's not a correct equivalent because a bank is not a public place, it's a private institution. Therefore, customers who enter it are under private rules of that institution. Okay, so there we are, sorted that out. I'll leave that open because I'll probably need it again. Hang on. And the crafty nihilist said, now we're all bloody wearing one. Yes. Isn't that so? Isn't that so? We all bloody wear exactly. Strange script in Oxford. No comment. Comments. Mysterious gravestones in Oxford. No comments.
Hospital porters, pride and dignity.
The Milton Keynes Henge. Open a new tab. Come on. No comments. Help me, Ben Goldacre on BitChute. This is. I've already had a comment on YouTube with that one. No comments. UK Probe Conference 2010. I only went to one that year. Oh, the crafty nihilist said, brilliant Stanley Holloway impression. Hey, by gum, you'll be wanting it now. Thanks, crafty nihilist. We're 10. Oh, that was a good conference, that was. That was a bloody good conference. No comments. Illuminati Pyramid in Oxford. That's an old one, that is. That's one of my first videos. Oh, blimey. There's loads of comments on this one. Crafty Nice. Ben, you look about 14 years old. It's funny, I don't think I've aged much in these years, but I mean, I do kind of anyway. Oh, God, there's loads of stuff here. The Pocket Rocket has left oh, boy, I'm here. I don't know if I can... Oh, good grief. 13 Families Illuminati, yeah, Templars. There's too much to read here. I'm sorry, Pocket Rocket. I can't read all this. But you mentioned, oh, no, the Illuminati's are not. The Illuminati's not Jewish. I think that's the point you're making. The Knights Templar were royalty, and they go back to the Holy Land to recover treasure that they claim rightfully are theirs. They founded the first banks. That's right. Yes, the black nobility. And Rocket says here, I'll tell you what it symbolises. The Illuminati comes from Los Alumbrados, which is Spanish for the enlightened ones. Oh, I know. All right, look. I thought I knew you. You've left comments like this before, and I've answered them before. Okay, and I appreciate you going to the trouble of writing all this if you didn't cut and paste it. But you should watch my video called Jews, which is on this channel on BitChute. It was banned from YouTube, and just talk to me there about it. Unless maybe you've already put a comment. The bloody BitChute, this new comment system doesn't give you a notification when people comment. That's the problem. But all I can say is the Illuminati and Jews are two separate things. Okay. AV2. Oh, Crafty Nihilist says Nick Pope. He's a good guy. Or are you joking?
Stop the New World Order.
How times
Welcome
change.
to HPANWO TV.
Did I say that? I know a lot of people are thinking that now. But you do nothing posers. Ghost of Spirit says, I've played my part in exposing the Kalergi plan, been protesting about illegal immigrants. All right, yeah. Well, good. That's good. That's good for you. The Kalergi plan is part of this New World Order. Turnstiles. Ghost of Spirit says, don't trust Bosinist Johnson. He will thwart Brexit and do it in name only. He's carrying out the Kalergi plan as well as pushing the corona hoax. Alright, so you're one of these people like who believes he was an insider from the start. Well, obviously, I'll explain why I don't think that's the case. Symbolism in knots. I think this is the first video I ever shot.
To her
No comments. Blenheim Palace. No comments. Porters 2009. No comments. Oxford May Morning. This is the first one I did. No comments. Swine Flu Diary. Ah, this did come up. Steve Palm was talking about this. No comments. Probe Autumn 2009. Come on, pedal hard. Okay, this page is not even opening. No comments. Oh, it says open now. The Lacrosse, a Pearl Harbor in space. Oh, Crafty Nice says thanks, Ben. You're welcome, Crafties.
Hospital Porters, Pride and Dignity, stop the New World Order.
Frycraft. Oh. And the page is getting slow to open now. No comments. I won't have to do this, go through all these anymore, because this is the end of my backup now. Until no comments on
Hospital Porters, Pride and
Alternative View 3. Until BitChute start giving me notifications, I can't go through all my videos every bloody day, every time. This is UFO disclosure coming soon. Talking Dead. I think you're under the flight path to Stansted Airport, Ben. No, I'm not actually Talking Dead. Believe it or not. That's an old one, that is. I think that's my first disclosure video. And this is UFO disclosure, briefing to the President. I enjoy doing this because I do an impression of Stephen Greer in it. Alright. Somebody with a load of numbers and letters in their name says, I hope the National Security Council, UN, will be abolished by next year, or Dr. Stephen Greer reminds me of my religion teacher at school, who had experiences enough to be 120 years old or more. Will it ever be 120 years old and I can bench 46? David Icke live in London, 15/5/10. Oh, that's good, that was. No comments. Butts 9/11 trilogy. No comments. Oh, now we come on to the. I haven't deleted that notice for upcoming live stream. I better do that. I've got a notice of the upcoming live stream I did. I'll delete that now. I don't need it anymore because that was for the election live stream I did. Right. Second annual Exopolitics Expo Leeds. Just waiting for the page to load. No comments. Long lost UFO photo. No comments. Protest the Pope. That's not Nick Pope, by the way. Oh, I've got Pocket Rocket again, who says the Pope is a crypto Jew. The Jews control the Vatican. No, they don't. No, they don't. You see, this is why I don't always. Pocket Rocket, I know who is now. It's one of my regulars on BitChute, and I just don't think they're right about it. And I don't want to keep repeating myself. They tend to be long-winded and make the same points over and over again. You know, a bit like Steve mumbling. Rather burr fishing. BitChute users don't have weird names. That Roman arsehole Constantine forced the filthy Abrahamic Sandland cult of Christ upon us white people, as at he urging of his Jew advisor, to destroy the white cultures and undermine the unifying influence of the Druids. And Only Ghost says underneath, going by the evidence I must agree, how amazingly we change over the years as the indoctrination falls apart. You see, actually, you're partly right. All you get wrong is the culprits. Okay, it's not that it's doing it. it is the Illuminati who work through the Roman Empire, not just to destroy white cultures, but to destroy all native cultures. And yeah, it includes the Druids. Yes, that's quite a good comment actually. If you just remember the difference in culprit, the sun is in the wrong place. Oh, blimey! I've got some comments here. Wayland says, "Good work, 2010, Ben." Thanks, Wayland. Much appreciated. And Wayland said, "Hey Ben, the Earth is flat." Oh, he's doing a Max Egan on me now. No, it's not, Wayland. But thanks for the comment. Kevin Annett, Liverpool lecture. I hope I don't get trolls on this one. No comments. Thank God for that. Eric Pianka and overpopulation. No comments. Rendlesham Forest 30th anniversary. Yeah, that's 10 years ago. The 40th one is coming up in December. And Heidi TTFN. Hey Heidi. Blimey, yeah. Were you there? I've met you so many times since. I don't know if you were there, Heidi. Oxford's Area 51. No comments. That was kind of a joke video, that one. Get a job, you lazy scroungers. All got some comments here. Pitchy says, Bill Hicks was right. It's just a ride. I got off it, so can you. Oh, I don't want to just yet, because the ride he referred to was life. Presumably you're still on it, because you were here. Barry Larry says, I think people slagging off those on the dole, I think they know full well in their mind that that insult would literally apply to everyone on the dole who's ever signed on, but were rather targeting that insult at people who were specifically lazy. But I know for a fact in my own town there were loads of people between 18 and 25 who were on the dole and were taking drugs and spending money on booze. Yeah, it's like the homeless thing though, you see, it's the same thing. All of them that I knew were perfectly capable of working, but simply didn't want to. They were lazy and apathetic. I know I was one of them. But I grew up and took the red pill, and now I'm a hard worker. Well, well done, Barry. Studying to become a plumber and hit the gym regularly. Back in my 20s, I was a lazy shit. I liked not having to get up at 6 AM every day to go to work. I just stayed at home and played guitar, drank, smoked, and played video games with my other lazy dole mates. Job seekers was a joke to us, and we knew we were scrounging off the system and knew every trick in the book. No one I personally knew was on the dole at that time who was a genuine job seeker. Working was the furthest thing from our minds. We liked our daily pattern, and a job would have messed that up for us. There were probably about 40% of people who regularly signed on at the local job centre that I think were genuinely looking for a job. The rest of us were habitual dole scum. Sorry, but that was my experience. Alright, Barry, well, thank you for giving me your experience. Obviously, I've only ever been unemployed for very short periods of my life. Basically for a couple of months in my teens, really, and maybe for a couple of weeks after I got kicked out of Portering. So I'll take your word for it. I'm glad you sorted your life out. I know there are some people essentially it can become an addiction, this laziness. I know people who do become listless. It's a very sad thing to see people who fall out of the habit of working and getting up at 6 AM to do a job. And, I don't think they're happy. They're certainly not healthy. And it's a very, very, playing video games, stuff like that, it's wasting their life. It's very sad to see. Well, thanks for your comment. The Royal Wedding, William and Kate. Not to be confused with the one with Harry and Meghan. Oh, here we go. Barry Larry says here. Barry, there's so much more red pilling you need to do, mate. Don't start off your videos saying stop the New World Order for a start. It sounds so stupid it makes you sound like a nutter to normal people. Entice people in gradually. Oh wait, that was years ago. Upload something new, mate. I have, Barry. Check me out. I have changed my mind a little bit since then. But saying stop the New World Order I think is a good thing. I mean, I'm not into optics. I think counter signalling in that way doesn't do any good. I mean, I don't actually launch into all stuff about the lizard straight away. I mean, if people ask me outright, I tell them, but I don't launch into all the heavy stuff early on. But so I know how to entice people in gradually. I've red pilled lots of people, And TMH says, you don't know the half of it. These fuckers are total fraud, controlled by the Red Shields. Elizabeth is a commoner. Elizabeth is a lizard. Elizabeth, I know when you say commoner, she's not no, she has no constitutional right to the throne, but she's not even human. Sending MBA medals to the laureates. This is a bit of a comedy video. No comments. All right. Janet flight to Area 51. No comments. St. Theo's Day Party 2011. No comments. Bill Gates and the North Pole. Oh, I've got quite a few here. Texas forever. Government-approved scientists are restricted to small areas of the pole and it's off limits. Why? Good question. I don't think it's because there's a hole in it anymore, but I think there is something going on. Look up blue ice. I will. I'm not wearing a mask on your plane. This is an old video, Texas. Paris of the North Pole and parts of the North Pole and South Pole are off limits to individual research. Only government-approved research. That's correct. And there's many reasons for it. And since I made that video, I realised there's not a hole there leading to the inner Earth, but there's a lot more going on. And watch my videos about Jack of the Antarctic to tell you more. Bill Gates is a successful thief and pedra. Yes. Stop the New World Order with Old World Disorder. Oh, you're a bit of a Robert Anton Wilson in you there, I must say. Exopolitics Leeds 2011. No comments. ASAP Seriously Strange Conference. This is a good one. I love this one. No comments. Gateway to a Parallel Universe. No comments. The Weird 11 Conference. Now, this is the one that got me into trouble. Yeah. No comments. Probe Autumn 2011. That was the last conference I went to as a hospital porter. No comments. St. Helena. Alright, St. Helena Airport, The Darkness Rises. Back on new videos now. No comments. Why I still support Boris. There'll be someone here, I'm sure. Oh, loads, yeah. Wayland. Bloody hell, I have to listen to this, admittedly, at 2 times speed. Oh, God. Looking at your views and votes right now. 25 views and 5 votes, all down. I think you need to have a serious talk with yourself. The only reason we, through Boris, thought Boris was okay is he was less crap than the politicians usually are. Not that in relative human terms that he was good. He's now proved himself to be even more crap than the people around him. I don't know what the fuck he's doing with Brexit right now, but considering it was supposed to be done deal years ago, he should be implementing it, not renegotiating what he's already agreed. But he is, Wayland. Be fair, he is not taking no deal off the table, right? That's all that matters here. He's already threatened them with no deal. As for the rest of it, I mean, I'll just finish the comment. The whole lot are shit and need to carry out what Guy Fawkes paused. Or Foe, he's Guy Foe, I think you mean Guy Fawkes. Again, I explained this in the video. I mean, I don't know how much of it you watched before you made this comment, but I do explain the point in the video. What you said about him is true in terms of his actions, but let's just remember why he's doing it. Is he being coerced? If he's being coerced, he can break out of that. He can be back on our side. That's what I'm saying. Oh, Boris says again. Oh, Wayland says again. Boris, before he caught COVID, was okay. Boris after COVID was a weak, broken man. Well, Wayland, maybe when he was in hospital, that's when it happened. Maybe that's when they kidnapped the baby and his girlfriend. You know, maybe this is what's happening. I mean, doesn't it make you think about that? Rather than just denouncing him as a crap politician. Charlie Brownell says, Boris was a Jay's. Oh, usual thing, Diego Rivera stuff. Wayland again. Ben, Boris did an amazing thing of getting Brexit done. However, he's still not done probably because of COVID. The biggest problems in the world right now is the COVID scam. This could vanish like a cloud or drive us into a system of tyranny. Boris continues to support the scam. I appreciate politics requires lying and betrayal, but normal people hate those like Boris who do this. But look, I'm not defending anything he's done. In the video I say quite clearly he's not doing good work. I take those points, but you've got to realise the question is, why is he doing it? Don't you think maybe, Wayland, he's been coerced to do this? If he's been coerced to do it, he's still on our side. Like I'm saying, I'm not going to give up on the man. Don't give up on him. And now finally we have reply to comments 33. The last comments reply video. No comments. Okay, so I'm not gonna. I could go through all my other videos. That would take forever. So I'm just going to go and look at the ones that have appeared since then. I hope I haven't been going for it. I haven't had the timer running. I hope I haven't gone over into the 6th hour. Well, you'll just have to work it out for yourself. Okay, we're going to go back down to these things here. Here we go. Steve Palmer says, news. Oh, right. Steve, haven't you heard? It's about James Randi. Check it out. Steve071 says, oh, no bother, Ben. Take care. Thanks, Steve. Terry Winter comments again on Boris. Hang on, where are we? Hang on. That was 3 hours ago. Viruses are exomes, which are natural to the body and are beneficial in that they detox the body of toxins. Alright, Nick Colostrom wrote a book about this, and he may have a point there. And the reason we get sick is there's too many toxins in the body, so we get a fever, which is the body's way of, I'll read more, quickly getting rid of the toxins. So viruses are not real in the sense that most people think of viruses as infectious organisms, which are harmful to the body, and toxins can be caused by stress, radiation, food, fear. They can, although there is a reality to viruses. If a dog has rabies and he bites you, you could get rabies and die. That means you have been infected with something. So, I mean, the exome thing was interesting. Nick Colostrom talked about that, but I don't believe I don't believe it explains everything to do with viruses. Jay Calhoun says on these are all comments that have appeared while I've been recording this particular video. On Apollo Detectives Colin and Raza says, translation: you will shovel more bullshit. So in reply to I posed a reply here. I said here, thank you for your comment. It'll be answered approximately within the 4th hour of the upcoming reply to comments video. Jay Calhoun said, translation: you will shovel more bullshit. My reply to him: thanks for your comment. It'll be answered approximately within the 5th hour of the upcoming comments reply video. Take that, Jay Calhoun. There are we now. Oh, Opaque Lens has just uploaded something. These are all my notifications. Monopod says, that's most kind of you, thanks. I'm not going to leave a reply, just a love heart there. There are we now. Dave Smith says on reply to comments 33, what is this? Oh, it's a YouTube link, which is, let's have a look.
Broads.
Oh, this is Hang Up with Matt Dillahunty featuring Sharon Q. So Matt Dillahunty is kind of an atheist type person. This is the Line channel. Welcome to the Hang Up Call Show with Matt Dillahunty. Can speak raw and uncut. Right. Matt is Dillahunty's. Now he's a quite controversial major figure in the kind of you know about the skeptic civil war, the split between the left and right. There's the libertarians who are against feminism, and there's the intersectional atheism plus type people. You know what I mean? So I'll have to listen to that, obviously, but I mean, if you watch my Skeptics 2018 video, I go into that in more detail, but I'll have a listen. Thanks very much. And finally, Thomas Baden-Rees says here, oh right, it's a long reply to my comments. I was just saying I was going to reply to his comment, and he says, oh hang on, what's happening here? All right, 42 minutes ago, here we go. Baden-Rees just says here, thanks a lot. In that case, let me just add, I've wanted to say things like that for a long time, but I never thought it would be a popular thing to say, so I just kept my mouth shut. Oh, you get a love heart, Bladen. Thank you very much, Thomas. And I think that concludes the comments. I'll just give it one more refresh, and if there's no more comments, then I'll consider that's the end of it. Oh, one more. Oh, blimey. This is going to go on. Oh, Maya Tusi uploaded. People rise up against the Welsh lockdown. Okay, that's not a comment. That's just notification. So, with that being said, that I think concludes this comments reply video. Thank you everyone who's left a comment to allow me to do this. It's a bit shorter, luckily. I'll get this uploaded as soon as I can. It'll probably be uploaded sometime tonight. Probably quite late tonight, because I've got to process it as well. Really appreciate all the comments, all the polite ones, all the rude ones, all the ones in between. You guys, honestly, if you didn't put these comments up, I wouldn't be able to make these videos. So, really, it's you guys who do it. I just read them out and say what I think. So, I appreciate that. There'd be none, like I said, without you, that'd be the end of it. So, thank you, friends and enemies alike, for your contribution to this video. I've really enjoyed it. Stay tuned. There's a lot coming up. I probably will do a James Randi video, maybe even a live stream, because that's got to be. We've got to say something about that. And obviously, the Halloween live stream and election coverage coming up. A lot of live streams, I think, in the next week or so. So, this is a momentous point in history. It really is. But thank you very much for watching this, the 34th reply to comments video. Hospital Porters, Pride and Dignity, Stop the New World Order. Keep watching HPANWO TV.